Good afternoon, everyone, from Derry, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Christina Bobb here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for tuning in live on Rumble and wherever you're watching right now. Of course, President Trump will be here in New Hampshire today. Christina, what are some of your thoughts, first of all, about this area and the fact that President Trump is arriving once again?
Well, I love the fact that he's doing these smaller gatherings. It's a lot more intimate. He's doing a lot more of them than the typical rally schedule. So I think it's really fun for these smaller communities that may not have the opportunity to typically see an American president. And he's getting out there. He's getting out to Derry and Sioux City coming up. And you were just in Iowa as well recently, right?
Yeah, just in Iowa just last week. I mean, obviously the first state in the union, right? The caucus on January 15th, and then here in February of the 13th of February. So some big news coming out of the day today, too.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. He's going to be filing. Brian Glenn will be there with our camera crew there in Concord, right? Watching President Trump file his paperwork to officially get his name on the New Hampshire ballot. That's a really, really fun, I don't know if you call it breaking news. We know that's what he's doing, but happening live, and you'll see it right here on RSPN.
And we'll be talking about some of the ballot. Some people call them issues. We'll talk about them when it comes to Colorado and other states in a little bit. And then we'll be tossing over to Brian Glenn, who's actually going to be watching, I was going to call it Air Force One. I wish it was Air Force One with President Trump landing.
Soon. Force One.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Trump Force One will land just about 30 minutes from here, and then they'll head to Concord. Actually, they'll be landing at Manchester Airport, then head to the State House. We'll toss to Brian for that coverage in a little bit. Let's take a live look real quick at what we're working with today. We're talking about 2,600 people will be in attendance. That's what this place here at the New England Sports Complex or Center can fit. So we're looking forward to quite the afternoon. But before we get into all the great topics and the world scene and what's going on around the world, we want to thank one of our great sponsors, Birch Gold. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible during the recent BRICS summit in South Africa. Now, I know a lot of you have been hearing about this, but the facts are that Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. So as demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. So that's why Birch Gold Group, they are busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in tax-sheltered IRAs. So all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. You'll get a free info kit on gold. And there are thousands of happy customers with an A+ rating at the BBB, that Better Business Bureau, and there are countless 5-star reviews. Once again, all you got to do is text Trump to 989898 to claim that info kit. Once again, you're looking live here in Derry, New Hampshire, where President Trump will arrive, Christina, around 3 o'clock for that speech, probably a little bit earlier than that. For yet another awesome speech. And what a time to do that. You know, there's so much going on in the country and around the world.
That's absolutely right. And you can tell how excited people are for President Trump to be filing his paperwork and to actually be on the ballot and to be elected president again by the fact that we got here, an hour or two ago, and the line was out the door, down all the way around the parking lot, snaked back through the parking lot again, and then down the sidewalk. So as you mentioned, I think you had the capacity for the stadium or the gymnasium here today at 2,600 about. Yep. I think that's already out in the line, so I fully expect that it will be standing room only, and then possibly, someone's going to have to stream it outside because I don't know that everyone's going to get in. Yeah,
most likely not everyone will get inside, but still 2,600 people. That's a lot of people right here in this area, Derry, once again, south of Manchester. We can tell you, too, that everywhere we go, it is standing room only. And I know we're preaching to the choir with that, but it's because the American people are hungry for being stabilized with the way that things are going on in the country right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. People are hungry for leadership. They're hungry for someone who has a plan. They're hungry for someone who has action, actually cares about this country and wants to put Americans first and make sure that our lives are secure, not just physically secure from the external threats that we see today, but from law and order and from just regular domestic civil violence in the United States that Democrats seem to be letting run rampant. So, but the doors did just recently open. I know we just gave you a look. They're starting to file in now. Folks are going through security, so it takes a little little bit of time. Like I said, there's a long line out there. But if you're in the Derry, New Hampshire area, please come out. It's going to be a great time, whether you get in or not. There's a lot going on. There's a bunch of vendors out there. It's a party-like atmosphere, as is every Trump event. So come on and join us in Derry, New Hampshire.
100%. And of course, President Trump will be traveling to a number of places in the future here. We're looking at Florida, Iowa. You know, he's making these campaign stops. I'll tell you what, he just doesn't. Speaking of stops, he doesn't stop.
No, he doesn't stop. And I don't know how he does it. He has so much energy and enthusiasm. I honestly believe he is so inspired by our country. And I think he really is motivated. He has this intrinsic motivation to save America. He knows how great this country is. This country has served him well. He and his family have done great financially, and they've been very successful in business and media with TV shows and all that. And I think he recognizes that the direction that not just Democrats, but the political establishment, Republicans as well. I mean, we're seeing it in the House right now, right? There's a lot of issues on the Republican side of the aisle, and I think that's what President Trump is stepping in to correct the fact that there's this political elitist class that is trying to fundamentally change this country, and he's saying, not on my watch.
100%, and not on the we the people's watch. I mean, we're behind President Trump. You were talking earlier, Christina, before we started the broadcast, about some ballot issues. I'd say so-called ballot issues. Could you explain what you meant?
Sure. So I'm sure a lot of people have been hearing that people are trying to keep Donald Trump off of the ballots. The ballot access issue. Does he have access to put his name on the ballot? Well, that's one of the exciting things today here in New Hampshire. That was a question that came up in New Hampshire. And I'm so excited that he's filing this paperwork today, because whether you like it or not, Donald Trump is going to be on the ballot here in New Hampshire. And all of the efforts thus far to try to remove him from the ballot or block him have been unsuccessful. The Supreme Court has declined review of that. And I think it's pretty safe to say that there's nothing they can do about it, no matter what they do to him. He's going to be on every single ballot in all 50 states, and he will get back into the White House.
Amen to that. Brian Glenn will be at the State House here in New Hampshire. That's Concord. That's about 30 minutes from here. We will see live President Trump signing the official filing of the New Hampshire primary right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, but also a great time to send a text to your friends and family to share the fact that President Trump will be speaking here in New Hampshire. But again, guys, this is all about encouraging the nation. The campaign stop to share a speech that will be encouraging for the people of this country, because as we mentioned before, the nation's not looking good. We know that. We know that Biden's out there at the beach. Well, we've got hostages in the Middle East. We've got a lot of things going on. We know it's a powder keg right now in the Middle East as well. And I know, Christina, I don't think you've been live with Right Side Broadcasting since the war in Israel. So can you just bring us up to speed on some of what you've been thinking about and pondering when it comes to what's going on out there?
Well, I think America is the leader of the free world, or at least she's supposed to be. And when we abdicate our responsibilities in that role, the entire world is more dangerous. It's a more dangerous place. And certainly if we turn our backs on our allies like Israel, which has been a very solid American ally, I believe the United States, second only to the state of Israel, the United States of America has more Jews in the United States than in any other country in the world. And it's imperative that we support our allies. But I think when you have weak leadership like Joe Biden, evil people see opportunities, and that's what we're seeing here. And so I think the world is aching for strong American leadership, for the toxic masculinity that the liberals hate so much. And I say that facetiously. It's both men and women. It's not, obviously Donald Trump is my choice for president, right. But it's strong female leadership as well. It's just strong leadership. And the world needs it. And when strong men and women don't stand up for important moral issues, we've seen a moral decline in our nation and around the world. Evil triumphs, evil prospers, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
What a difference a president makes.
Well, I've heard that before. I think
that's not my quote.
That is not your quote. That's President Trump's quote, and it's a good one. It's true. What a difference a president makes. And I mean, you see, we all saw the pictures of Joe Biden at the beach, as you mentioned. He's laying out, in his t-shirt and shorts under his umbrella while the world is burning and while our allies are fighting for their existence. and he's literally out at the beach. I think it shows an absolute disdain for Americans and for Israelis, for our allies. And it's not just, I mean, those are the two nations that we're talking about at the moment, but it's a disdain for common people everywhere. Joe Biden is, at the moment, the head of this political class in the United States, and they believe that they're better than the rest of us. And quite honestly, I think that's been the decline of the Democrat Party, is for at least a couple decades, they've been seeping in this lie into their own party that if you're a Democrat, you're morally superior than anybody you disagree with. And so if you're morally superior, it's okay to harm others. It's okay to abuse others because you're morally superior. It's right. It's righteous. And so I think that's part of why we're seeing a struggle in some regards to shift and turn the tide, because people aren't just having to come to grasp the idea that, hey, maybe I was wrong politically, maybe my views weren't exactly right, or maybe I believed the media when they lied to me about what was actually happening. They also have to go a step further and say, oh, I'm not better than everybody else. I'm not better than anyone else in this country. And that's a hard step, especially when you've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for your liberal education for them to teach you that you're better than everybody else, and you now have to deprogram that. It's a hurdle for people.
This is what's great about Right Side Broadcasting Network, Christina. We are able to correct the narrative and bring what the truth is when the left continuously lies on the major networks and throughout all these online, publications. A place like Right Side, you're going to get the raw truth.
Yeah.
It's innate is the word. I was working with Jessica Rivera. She said, yeah, it's an innate thing for the Constitution, for us to believe in God, to have freedom. It's some very basic stuff. But at the end of the day, that's where we're at. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, well, and I'm going to go out. I'll make a prediction now, right? President Trump, all of these indictments against him, of course, are complete baloney. He's going to get through all of them. He's going to be just fine. And I suspect that the mainstream media is going to gasp and clutch their pearls and go, oh my gosh, we didn't see this coming. How did he survive this? How did he get through this? Because they're all telling people that he's getting convicted, he's going to jail, he's not going to be the president, he's not going to be on the ballot. They're spewing all of these lies. And so when it actually happens, when President Trump makes it successfully through these allegations, they're going to be shocked. And they're going to go, how this is amazing. How did we not see this coming? Well, they didn't see it coming because they've been believing their own lies, and they've been lying to their own viewers. The truth is Donald Trump is not guilty of anything that they've accused him of. And as a result, he's going to successfully make it through these charges, and he's going to be back in the White House, and there's not going to be any issues on that. And the left is going to be scratching their heads going, how did this happen? Well, you haven't been watching the truth.
You'll have to parlay that with 2016 when President Trump won, and then CNN and MSNBC.
Right, exactly. It's the same thing. You're exactly right. It's a repeat of them going, how could this happen? And having like a bit of a mental breakdown.
Wild stuff. Stephen Miller, one of President Trump's senior advisors, recently posted on Truth Social, under President Trump, America was safe, the world was at peace, our allies respected us, our enemies feared us, and the needs of our citizens always came first. He's always doing these great posts on Truth Social.
Yeah.
Isn't that the facts?
Yeah.
What a difference the president makes. Now, switching over to Trump dominating in the polls, not only nationally, also internationally, in the sense of people wanting him to win the White House. But before we get to that, we're going to toss it over to Brian Glenn right now. He's at the Manchester airport. Brian, take it away.
Thank you, Christina and Matthew, for your live coverage there at the event center. Let me kind of set the stage what's going to happen over here. The next 20, 30 or so minutes, we are live on the tarmac here at the Manchester airport, just outside the main runway there. And you'll, let me step aside. You can kind of see what's happening behind me. We have the crews on the ground kind of getting in place for President Trump, scheduled to land at 12:33. So in about 5 or so minutes, he will land, I think, in this general direction. It will taxi around and park right here in front of us, and that's where we're going to basically go and approach him as he gets off Trump Force One. We're then going to follow him to the State House, where he is going to officially put his name and to run as far as in the New Hampshire primary. So he's going to officially add his name to the list of candidates to run for the New Hampshire primary. Is a very, not only is it a historical thing to do, it's what you have to do when you're running for president here in New Hampshire. Now, what's interesting to note is that this is the second time he's been here in 2 weeks in New Hampshire. The focus has really been on New Hampshire, Iowa, South Carolina, and of course going out to Nevada next week. So all eyes are on New Hampshire right now. But let me kind of show you what we're looking at here. It's a beautiful day here in New Hampshire, and we have really been. It's been a pleasant trip to come up this part of the country, and the Northeast is such beautiful this time of year. And of course, politics, it's all the buzz. And I was trying to get a flavor earlier of what people have a viewpoint. We have a very different governor here in New Hampshire. You got Governor Sununu, who is very, is kind of a purplish governor, if you will, very kind of a moderate Republican governor, which is, from what I understand, what they need here in this state. That normally you have a situation where you have a very Trump, very red governor in certain states wouldn't necessarily do well in this particular state of New Hampshire for different political reasons. So this is a very unique situation here in New Hampshire. It's a very unique state, and as far as what people are voting for, what they want, there's a lot of, obviously, the polls. If you look at head-to-head right now, President Trump and Joe Biden leads from anywhere, from whatever poll you would look at. It goes anywhere from 9 to perhaps 12-point lead on Biden from head-to-head on a national. Now, if you want to look at what the polls look like as far as the primary goes, I mean, DeSantis and everyone else in the pack is 40 to 50 points behind President Trump, depending on what poll you look at. So this thing, as far as the primary, and if you look at it from a sports standpoint, this is all but over for President Trump. So this is, I think, a lot of people have said, and he'll say this a lot, generally speaking, as far as why is there even a third debate going on? Why is there a reason for a third debate? And, of course, President Trump has always said he doesn't feel like anyone that's polling in the neighborhood of getting single digits doesn't necessarily deserve to be on a debate stage with President Trump that has such a commanding lead on that. So you've got that, and on November 8th, he is holding a rally in South Florida the same night as the third debate. So President Trump rolling up to South Florida. I'm going to put on a show there and really make a statement that this is all but over, and the polls indicate that. A lot of the concerns right now that in the world today, I mean, if you would go from everything from the speaker race scenario, what we have in Washington, D.C., to what's going on in the Middle East, the world is in chaos. We have the open border. We have inflation. I just read an article on credit card debt that the average American, 60% of Americans are living on and relying on credit card debt to get by on a monthly basis. So we have such an economic situation here in this country. And then, of course, with all of the threats overseas and the terrorist threats that potentially make their way into our country through the opening of the southern border, has a lot of Americans right now thinking about security and who has been tough on terrorism, who has been tough on, who's had a strong, foreign policy, and of course Joe Biden's foreign policy over the last 40 plus years has been awful, and as far as the leadership goes there. So there's a lot of concerns I think play well into President Trump and some of the policies that he's put in place, not only from the 2016 administration, but what he proposed in the 2020 election. Some of the ways that we strengthen not only this country financially, economically, but also from a foreign policy standpoint. So these are the policies that have pushed President Trump to the top of the polls. And I think this is something that's going to remain him the leader in the Republican primaries coming up. All right, 12:32. I want to make sure we have eyes in the sky because he's scheduled to land at 12:33 here local time. If you're not joining us, welcome. They're bringing out the stairs right now. You can maybe show that a little bit. They're going to start bringing over the ramp. We'll pull over. Obviously, he'll taxi into this area. They'll get off the plane, and we're going to go to the State House and ride with him there. He'll be greeted by some supporters. He'll be greeted not only from supporters, but he'll be greeted by some staff members as well. So it looks like we'll be seeing President Trump land here very, very shortly. We appreciate your coverage watching us today as we are on the ground with President Trump, as we have been accustomed to doing here lately, and we certainly appreciate having this special access to show you what it's like to be on the ground with President Trump within his motorcade as he goes to these various states. Now, if we're tracking some programming notes, we are live next Saturday, next weekend. We'll be live in Las Vegas for the Republican Jewish Coalition. It's an annual meeting there in Las Vegas. Just about, I think, all the candidates running for president will be there, amongst some other individuals as well. And then we're going to shift gears. That is at 12 local time there in Vegas. And then later that night, we've heard there might be another organized President Trump rally there in the Las Vegas area. That is yet to be announced. So heads up on that. And then on the next day, on the 29th, we're shifting gears to Sioux City, Iowa, back in Iowa next Sunday for a rally. So we'll definitely have coverage from that as well. But you're glad you're joining us on this beautiful Monday midday here in New Hampshire. A historical day for President Trump here in this beautiful, the Granite State, of adding his name officially for the New Hampshire primary, which is the first primary in the nation. And if I have a chance to ask him about that, I'm going to ask him, why is it so important that we keep the first primary here in New Hampshire? And I know that there's been a push from the Democrats to make that not the case. And so I'm going to ask him, get his thoughts, if I can, on why it's so important to make New Hampshire the first primary. And of course, we shift over to Iowa, the Iowa caucus, happening on January the 15th at 7 p.m. Of course, if you live in Iowa and you want more information about finding your location for your caucus, I know that there's some special websites for that that will give you a very specific location of where you should go. So that's happening on January 15th. And then we do shift over to February 13th is the New Hampshire primary here. So it looks like we're at 12:35. So I'm thinking that any moment. Audio adjustment. We were having a little bit of some technical difficulties. Want to make sure we get that straightened out before. But all eyes in the sky right now. I do see a little bit of the ground crew getting in position there. And obviously, when President Trump comes to any location, you can imagine the added security and all the preparation from a logistical standpoint of getting from the airport and going to wherever the second stop is, which today happens to be the State House in Concord. So we're going to make our way to the State House. We're going to get out and show you exactly what happens there. We'll pull up, we'll get out of the motorcade, we'll get in position, we'll get him coming out of his vehicle, meeting the crowd there at the steps at the State House, go inside, be met with, I would imagine, supporters inside and some of the staff members as well. And then he'll make his way into a room where he'll put his name and sign on basically the ballot for making it eligible for New Hampshire. So kind of a great day planned out. And of course, Christina and Matthew have full coverage of the rally there in Derry. We'll have full coverage for that as well. So just buckle up on this Monday. And this is really one of these things you're going to start to see throughout the campaign process is not only does President Trump have these types of events on a Saturday or a Sunday, but he's starting to have a lot of these smaller remarks, speeches amongst various states early on. Especially you're going to see that in Iowa, New Hampshire, South Carolina, and of course Nevada. So this is kind of what you're seeing as we move our way. But we haven't, you know, think about this, we're still a year away from the elections. And so this is a long campaign season, but a stop like this is very important in an aspect of meeting the people, being on the ground, and being in the front. Now, what's really interesting is if you look at the lead that President Trump has amongst the other candidates, and as far as the media coverage goes, I just saw a picture on X yesterday of Mike Pence at a rally, and basically it was in a store with maybe 8 people, and it does reflect, the caption was, this does reflect the momentum that Mike Pence has in this race, and I think that kind of translates into all the other candidates as well. You're not seeing a massive turnout for anyone other than President Trump. And so I think as we see the situations in the Middle East, we see the domestic problems that we have, we see the southern border, we see all of that coming together, that people are realizing that it is 100% the policies that are so important right now in leadership. And that kind of goes into the speaker race there at the House, which, by the way, they do have a closed meeting today. There's a secret meeting with the conference where they're going to put all the list of names of speakers. I believe there's 9. I think one of them might have dropped out in the last hour or so. Arrington of Texas. So we got 8 right now. They will do a secret ballot. They'll narrow it down to just a couple of nominees, and ideally what would happen is the conference would vote and they would come up with their nominee and they would take that person to the floor for a vote. Will that happen later on tonight? I do not know, but a vote is scheduled for tomorrow there on the Capitol Hill. So we'll keep our eyes out. I'll be live in D.C. to cover some of that for you guys on my social media platforms. So you can go follow me on X at Brian Glenn TV or at Brian on Truth Social as well. So I'll have the speaker race going involved, and it's so important right now, especially with all of the things that are developing in the news. You've got the check from Joe Biden's brother, the $200,000 check that was given to him the same day that Joe Biden's brother received a check from a foreign company. So they're starting to really put this case together as far as to prove the money laundering which was in the Biden family business, the LLC companies that were set up, these shell companies that were set up to basically funnel money from various outsourced sources to the Biden family, and using the influence of Joe Biden and his obviously his political influence on policy. So this is something that the House has in the Oversight Committee. Jamie Comer has really led the way on that, and so Jim Jordan as well. So we'll start to see how that plays out. But we got to get a speaker. We got to get everything back in place so that we can do these things. And a lot of people don't understand that you can still have some of these committee hearings, but without any kind of formal process of taking that and moving it to the next step. You need leadership in the House. So that's why it's so important that we do get a speaker. And at this point, you've got it almost doesn't matter, and I say that very loosely as far as who the speaker is at this point, because you've got really not a whole lot of time between now and the elections, and it's important that we get that position filled so that we can start to fundraise and we can start to make sure that we get some of these candidates that are trying to win back a seat that maybe flip to a Democrat, or to strengthen the Republican seats that are in place right now, it's important that with the fundraising aspect of all of this, and whether or not you like Kevin McCarthy or not, he was the strongest fundraiser in the Republican Party by far. Hundreds of millions of dollars Kevin McCarthy has fundraised for Republicans across this country. So he was a vital piece in really winning the majority in this last election for the Republicans in the House. So we must make sure that that fundraising effort continues, because we do have several races that are, these are districts that aren't as red as you would want them to be, and they don't have a whole lot of, maybe like a +1 or a +2 on the Republican side. So they're certainly in a situation where they need some help, and that's where the speaker comes in. So we need a strong leadership on the speaker position. We need someone that has the fundraising ability. I do see a plane coming in. Let's focus in on that. I'm not saying that's it, but if you look at the time right now, we are probably about 10 minutes past his arrival time. Let's keep an eye on the sky on that, as that potentially could be it, as we're live here in Manchester, New Hampshire. We're waiting for President Trump to land here, and we'll go over to the State House and follow him as he officially adds his name to the New Hampshire primary. All right, let's see. See if we can't get a good shot of that. I don't. That's President Trump. Trump Force One has now landed here in New Hampshire. As we watch him taxi into this area now, what we have to do is we have to make sure that President Trump gets set up in the space that allows us to approach the plane. That's due to federal aviation guidelines. So this is an active runway, and we aren't necessarily able to get out there until we have a all clear. Trump Force One just recently went through a cosmetic makeover. Beautiful paint scheme on this aircraft. Just really symbolic of what the Trump brand has been all about, and all of the properties, everything from the office buildings to the hotels to the wine vineyards. It's really been impressive. And this plane definitely is an example of that. We'll wait for the all clear to get on there while we're doing it. Hey, if your business is feeling the weight of the complex tax codes and struggling with IRS letters, liens, and wage garnishments, right now, America First Tax Group is here to help you fight Biden's IRS. It's not your fault. It's a result of the tax system crafted by politicians who will be out of touch of everyday Americans. Go to the website, AmericaFirstTaxGroup.com. It's AmericaFirstTaxGroup.com. Or call the number 800-560-8512. The information is on your screen right now. Reign control of your tax situation, and these guys can really help you out. A lot of things you may not understand, things that you have not been told yet. They can help you out. Go check it out, our friends over at AmericaFirstTaxGroup.com. AmericaFirstTaxGroup.com. We are live outside Trump Force One, awaiting for the stairs going to pull up here and get in place. Then we're going to meet the president. Whether or not he takes a few minutes to talk to the media here is completely up to him. We have seen him stop by and say a few words. We've had him wave and get off on the motorcade. So you're going to find out when we do. So we're glad to be here with that opportunity today. I'm going to make sure that we have a chance to give you an idea of what it looks like, what it feels like to be on the ground here with President Trump in New Hampshire. What we're going to see, I think, initially is you'll see some staff members, consultants, a lot of his inner staff of the Trump campaign will exit off the plane first. You'll have some security. As you can see, the vehicles, security vehicles are getting in place right now to meet these individuals. They'll get in the motorcade, and then, of course, President Trump will step out. Generally, he's one of the last people to get off the plane, and he'll step in his vehicle as well. And then that's when we'll get back into the motorcade, the press vehicle that we're in, and we'll, due to a lot of regulations, we won't have the audio on that, but we will give you a live look at what it looks like inside the motorcade. As you can see, they're getting the stairs in place. I encourage everyone to share this broadcast, comment in the notes there, tag a friend. Usually this type of coverage, we're going to go ahead and follow the press lead here, and this is where we get into position to make sure we have a great shot of the president getting off. Literally standing under. Looks like they're still getting the stairs into position. This looks like some of the security details are coming off first. Justin Caparel, Susie Wiles, Stephen Chung, Jason Miller. Any moment, the president should be stepping out. As it looks like most of the people have gotten off the plane and into their vehicles. So any moment now, President Trump should be stepping out here in New Hampshire. If you're just now joining us, we are live here in Manchester, New Hampshire, with President Trump on Trump Force One, making his way from here over to the State House, where he will officially add his name to the New Hampshire primary. Then he'll make his way over to a rally in Derry, New Hampshire, not far from this location, probably about a 20-30 minute ride. But we will be with you in the motorcade the entire way. Also, we've got Christina Baugh, Matthew Alvarez with complete coverage on the ground there at the rally facility. We'll bring you all the speakers, the pre-show, and of course, we're bringing this speech with President Trump. And then we'll throw it back to me in the motorcade as we make our way from that rally location back to the airport. I know that I'm kind of shuffling the media around a little bit to make sure they can have plenty of room for people to get into the vehicle. So if you see us moving around, that's exactly what we're doing. Of course, shooting into the sun from a camera point of view is a little difficult, but that's just the way they've had the plane parked, and that's the position that we're in. So at this point, kind of dealing with some optical issues. We couldn't ask for a better weather day here in New Hampshire. Highs in the low 50s, sunny skies, light breeze. Great time of year to be in this part of the country. The leaves, the foliage is really amazing, and I'll try to give you some of those images as we are on the road later. You'll get to see what it looks like up in this part of the country, but it is absolutely beautiful to be here in this state right now. Some service detail. As a reminder, don't forget to go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. You can sign up for our newsletter. You can sign up. Not only will you get the information you need to know, but you'll get some very special exclusive offers only provided on our website, rsbnetwork.com. That's rsbnetwork.com. President Trump, step it out now. Let's listen in. We're going to make our way, go this way. Going to make our way back inside the press vehicle. We may have to pick up the pace a little bit. We're in press number 2. You got to get in the middle. You got to get. My laptop. Yeah. Okay. Wait, what? So we got to do something about that backpack. My bad.
Yes, toss. Thanks so much, Brian. That's awesome coverage out there at the airport in Manchester, seeing Trump Force One land. I'm sure you've seen the plane a lot of times, too.
Yeah, but there's nothing like Trump Force One. It's so inspiring, and you see it, and you see his kind of somewhat, for whatever reason, his exit is always dramatic and just coming down. He's so presidential, and it just instills confidence in, I think, what he's doing and the future of our country, that there is hope for the country because we do still have someone like President Trump who can and will lead this country again.
That's right. We are here in Derry, New Hampshire, about 30 minutes south of Concord. That's where Brian Glenn, along with, of course, President Trump, they're heading in that motorcade up to the State House for a very important piece of work today.
Yes, I'm so excited, and it's fun getting to watch it. I'm glad that Brian's able to embed with the president and his team up there. The president is filing his paperwork to get his name on the ballot here in New Hampshire. No matter what people want to say or try to do to keep him off the ballot, they can't. And he will be on the ballot in all 50 states. And he'll file his paperwork today, which you'll get to watch thanks to Brian and the team.
And speaking of 50 states, let's bring it down to a few swing states. President Trump leading in the polling in several swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and of course in Wisconsin. And you were just in Arizona, weren't you?
I was just in Arizona on Friday for the Arizona Federation of Republican Women. They had a conference in Tucson, and I got to spend some time with those ladies out there. It was awesome. One, the organization is fantastic, and if you're in Arizona, I would encourage you to check it out. I'm actually hoping that we have the New Hampshire chapter come on later. I've asked Elizabeth Gerard runs that here in New Hampshire, and she hopefully will get to join us later. We'll see. But back to Arizona, there's really, really good things happening in Arizona. Of course, that was my home state for most of my life, and it's been near and dear to my heart. I covered it very closely after the 2020 election and spent a lot of time there for the Arizona audit, and was very disappointed and concerned after the 2022 election. We had worked hard to make some changes, but the 2022 election and Kari Lake's race just highlighted the fact that not enough had been done in Arizona, so that had been a concern of mine. Spending time in Arizona this last week was so encouraging to me because there's so many great people there doing really great work. I've seen a lot of the progress they've made just since Kari Lake's challenges, and I think Arizona has come a long way, slowly but surely. So keep your hopes up about Arizona. It's Trump country. It is absolutely Trump country. We'll see if we can clean it up enough. I think we're getting there. So I'm encouraged.
I'm encouraged as well. And before we take a live look at the crowd, we're going to thank one of our sponsors here in a second. But on RSBN, of course, follow RSBN on Truth Social at RSBN. Also, the Rumble link or any links or the app, go ahead and pass that along to your friends and family, as President Trump will be here at 3 o'clock Eastern time for his speech. Let's take a live look right now here in Derry, New Hampshire at the New England Sports Center. Military grade, super thick stainless steel plate, anti-theft combination lock, no keys needed. Large storage space with anti-scratch coating and paper mimicking outer resin to look like a real book. So at first glance, it's a book blending seamlessly with every other on your shelf, but a closer look reveals a secure haven for your most valuable possessions, including your firearms. So, concealedbooks.com, that's books with an S, offer on an ingenious way to ensure your items are not only safe, but also cleverly hidden right in plain sight. So there's an undetectable design, robust safety, quick access. We're offering you an exclusive chance to secure your own hidden book safe at a whopping 50% discount. This intro offer is time sensitive, so you got to act fast before it's gone. All you got to do is head to concealedbooks.com and experience peace of mind with discretion. Stay safe and keep your valuables safer. Trust concealedbooks.com for a blend of security and anonymity that's hard to beat. Again, that's concealedbooks.com, the hidden book safe for handguns and valuables. And Christina, around 2,600 people to be in this sports complex. standing room only, like it is everywhere. Iowa, New Hampshire,
Yeah.
South Carolina, no matter where you go. Of course, he is the people's president. He is the freedom president. And that's what we're hoping to see in 2025.
Exactly. And just to give folks an idea, I know you're seeing people fill in the front here with the chairs. Just so you know, behind the camera, there's about half as much space behind us as well that I'm sure people will fill in to be a part of the show, because no one's going to want to miss this. President Trump, as always, is a great showman.
And speaking of not missing something, the RSBN newsletter has exclusive offers and exclusive content on there. So all you got to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter to receive that. Very simple. But also, of course, again, follow RSBN at RSBN on Truth Social. You can follow them on X as well and other social platforms, including Telegram. I'm at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social, at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social.
At Christina Bob, and then on Twitter and Instagram at Christina_Bob.
And on Instagram, is that where you posted that one video of all of the people that are outside?
I did. If you want to see the line, you can go to my Instagram account.
Yeah, definitely a lot of people, of course, to see the president. Again, encouraging the nation, but also he does it in such a way that is entertaining, but also with Agenda 47 policy, speaking about a number of things going on around the country and around the world. Of course, with the war in Israel and all of the powder keg that we're dealing with in the Middle East right now.
Yes, there's definitely a lot going on. I apologize. I'm trying to get the attention of one of the state senators here in New Hampshire who will be coming up for an interview here shortly.
Definitely, and a number of other people, too. Some of the speakers
hopefully.
we're hoping to get as well here on the Media Riser to share their thoughts with you about President Trump and what's going on in the country. I do know earlier I talked to a pastor at one of the local churches, and he was saying, man, we never had it the way it is now when Trump was in office.
Right. I mean, if you want night and day contrast, take a look of what was happening when President Trump was in office versus what's happening now.
100%. And Christina is going to have an interview with a fellow veteran Marine. So step on in, sir. How you doing?
Yeah.
Doing fine.
Sir, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes.
My pleasure.
And Bob, how do you say your last name?
Gaida.
Gaida. Bob Gaida, former state senator here in New Hampshire and Marine veteran, right?
Correct.
And when did you serve in the Marine Corps?
75 to 84, actually. 75 to 84.
And what was your MOS?
Probably before you were born.
It was while I was born. I was born while you were in. I was born in 82.
I was a pilot. 75.
Oh, wow.
75, 42.
Man, that's
A4s,
a tough one.
A6s, and
All
then
right.
2 exchange tours with the Navy and instructor. It was a great. I do it again for free. I love my country.
That's awesome. And when were you a state senator?
I just finished up in December. I had 3 terms, so from 17 till 22.
Okay.
And redistricting kind of made it impossible for me to run again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they put my town in a different district, which is huge, and I decided, good Lord, send signs sometimes, and it was time. I'd done 3 terms and very well stayed conservative, true to our principles, yeah.
So, and the viewers who are outside of New Hampshire, I'm sure would love to know, what are the issues here in New Hampshire that are important, and does President Trump have a lot of support here? Can you kind of give us the flavor of what's going on here in New Hampshire?
I think that it's very simple, and I'll coin some of the things that past presidential candidates. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Right? Are you, as a family, better off? Right? Sit around the kitchen table and look at the cost of your groceries. Okay? Is your state or your community better off? Look at the state of what's happening in our schools. Is our nation better off?
Yeah.
We're now embroiled in a regional war in the Middle East. It's a fact. Navy cruiser shot down missiles from Yemen headed for Israel. So, and remember that this president, Trump, had Iran in a box, China in a box, Russia in a box, Korea in a box, and an economy that was thriving. Okay, this president currently, the first thing he did was to shut down our energy independence, and that has made us a dependent nation on other nations that hate our guts.
Yep.
We need President Trump back in office to continue the work he started, leading this country back to prosperity.
And as a veteran, I'm curious about your perspective on this, and we probably share a similar perspective. But you say he had Iran and China and North Korea in a box. He wasn't really doing anything. I mean, he had some tariffs and sanctions in there. There was some methods there. But I think this is my perception. I'm curious if you share it. Is he was just strong, and they knew if they did anything negative towards the United States or negative towards our allies. They knew he would do something.
You may remember President Reagan. Shortly, within days after he took office, Iran released the hostages they'd held for 400 days because President Reagan was strong.
Yep.
The world is not a nice place. We don't get to play fair.
Right.
A weak president, as we have now, invites the kind of things you see happening with Russia and Ukraine, the stuff over in the Houthis in Yemen, all of this stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
A strong president represents the willpower of the United States and our willingness to do what's necessary to maintain peace and order in the world. Peace through strength, not peace through billion-dollar givebacks to the very terrorists that are funding
exactly right.
Hezbollah and Hamas. Not peace through weakness by whimpering and playing soft with Russia. Okay, Iran has to go down. This regime in Iran, okay, the Ayatollahs have destroyed what was once a great nation, and in fact are fomenting all of the terrorism in the Middle East and other places around the world. They brag about it. We find their imprints of their manufacturing on the shrapnel that we draw from the bodies of our wounded Marines and soldiers. So they have to stop, and there's only one way to do that. That's to put a strong president in place that understands how to play the game. That would be Donald Trump.
That would absolutely be Donald Trump. And shortly prior to this event taking place, this war breaking out in Israel, the Middle East, the Biden administration has been fueling the conflict in Ukraine with Russia. 100 billion plus now. We don't even know at this point how much has gone to Ukraine. As a veteran, what do you see how does what we've done in Ukraine impact what's happening in Israel?
Well, we're now fighting a two-front war financially.
Right.
Okay, and we cannot afford to do that at $33 trillion and growing with our debt. And so what you have really is the United States is funding World War II or World War III.
Right.
Ukraine, Israel. You know that China's salivating over Taiwan. We've watched North Korea start rattling its saber now over South Korea and Japan. And so, again, we need a strong president. Unfortunately, we have a year and a half left, okay, with the current administration that does not understand, okay, that his only peace comes through strength.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Sorry, I can't help but ask you about military questions. I get excited talking to veterans, but we got to go back to New Hampshire. What is it here in New Hampshire that folks are looking for? I know you were talking about, are you better off 4 years ago? But, New Hampshire is very, very far northeast. Are people in New Hampshire looking at our southern border with concern?
Oh, heck yes. Now we're looking at the northern border with concern. All right? We've just had our state police are, though short-staffed, they're trying to beef up our northern border because now the influx of illegals is coming through the north, through Canada. It's happening right here in New Hampshire, okay? That's important. What's important to New Hampshire is stability for our nation. What's important to New Hampshire is the increase in crime. We are amongst the leaders in losing our young people to fentanyl, imported from China through Mexico, coming right up here and killing our kids and our families. And so those are kitchen table issues we deal with every day. And as a state senator, I dealt with them every day.
That's an interesting aspect about the northern border. I know I was at the Department of Homeland Security for a little while, and it certainly is something that we talk about, but of course the focus is on the southern border. What's going on, and what do you see here in New Hampshire relating to the northern border?
Well, we have had multiples of the number of people we normally see coming across illegally. Okay, so we're capturing people. Okay, so
not Canadians.
No, not Canadians. No. These are people from the same countries that are coming through the Mexican border.
Because and forgive my ignorance on this, but is it just because they now understand that we're not enforcing our laws on any of our borders?
They understand.
So they recognize they don't have to just come through the southern border?
We don't have a border.
Okay.
If you don't have a fence,
that's true.
You don't have a border.
That is true.
Okay, and we have a president and administration that have called off our ICE people from enforcing the very laws they're sworn to uphold. They being both the administration and our law enforcement folks. And this is law enforcement folks telling me, the ICE people that are supposed to guard the borders. And
that's interesting. I'm going to look up. Customs and Border Protection has a page on their website dedicated to the southern border. Of course, that's. When I was doing reporting on it regularly, I was there, multiple times a day trying to look it up. That's interesting. I have not looked up the northern border. Do you happen to know the northern border stats? I'll look it up on a break if we don't have it.
I don't know them offhand.
Okay. That's interesting because we talked about since the Biden administration took office, there's been more than 8 million illegals come in through the southern border.
Right, which, by the way, is more than 4 times the population of the state of New Hampshire.
Wow.
Okay? Think about that when you go to the polls, okay?
Yeah.
Our governor, Sununu, appealed to the federal government for additional assistance to protect our northern border, and it was refused.
Okay, here's a new headline. More illegals caught at the U.S.-Canadian border in 2003 than the entire previous decade, the Chief Border Patrol agent says. Yeah. I was not tracking that. Were you?
Oh, that's from the Western Journal.
Yeah, that's from the Western Journal. All right. Wow.
So, yeah, again, the rule of law under the guidance of our Constitution is in great jeopardy, more now, I think, than ever before in our history.
That's absolutely true. And that's not just a border issue. We're seeing the BLM riots that are going unaccounted for. What do you make of this? We've got all of these January 6th protesters that are incarcerated without a trial date. Many of them have not been to trial. Some have been to trial and have had obscenely
This comes out
long sentences.
The Patriot Act, which I said was the worst decimation of our constitutional rights in the nation's history.
I think a lot of people
and
think
frankly,
you're right now.
It was Bush and the Republican Congress that raced out of fear and panic to turn departments of our government into a monolith that is impenetrable and unaccountable.
Do you think it was out of fear and panic, or do you think it was intentional?
I think it was largely fear, and I won't go to conspiracy theory stuff. I lost 2 good friends. I was a United captain, and both United captains were close friends of mine that day. So very personal for me, the 9/11 incident. But, when you react out of fear, you do it wrong.
Yeah.
And I had my own thoughts on what should have happened, didn't, so, I won't waste your time with that.
Yeah. There's lots of things that could have and should have happened.
What should have happened, very briefly, is the head of every intelligence agency in our country should have been told, if you don't share your intelligence with every other agency the minute you get it, okay, you're out of a pension and you're going to prison. You're serving the political interests of your department and not the safety interests of our country.
Right.
Instead, we now have this thing called Homeland Security, which to me, frankly, sounded Hitlerite. Okay?
I think
the homeland, right? The fatherland.
AOC's been wanting to shut the department down, and for the first time, I agree with her. I'm like, she may have been onto something. Of course, I wouldn't include shutting down the agencies, but I'm making light of a very serious topic of what you mean. No, it clambered on. When I asked you about whether it was intentional, I was specifically referring to, and I think Republicans are probably more guilty of this than Democrats, is really partnering with the military-industrial complex and kind of, going to the military, going to a heavy hand as the solution. Because that's what, quite honestly, that tends to be what Republicans do. And I think you're right. I do think that the Patriot Act, started by Bush in the aftermath of 9/11, I think it was very heavy-handed on. I don't even know if we want to call it law enforcement, because it's not just law enforcement, it's tracking.
It goes way beyond law enforcement.
It goes way beyond law enforcement.
It puts in place things like they can put a gag order on a husband or wife, that if they come and interview your husband or wife and you talk about it, you're going to prison.
Yeah.
They can imprison people for months
and
without any notice of where they are. And so this is draconian.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, the fix was, let's get heavy-handed. Let's create more government, more bureaucracy, instead of let's look at this commonsensically. The FBI knew that 9/11 was going to happen. Okay,
Yeah.
the agents in Phoenix and Minneapolis, and I have friends that know this. I was an FBI agent. Okay, and so they were not allowed to communicate with the CIA because the CIA was extra-national, anything international. The FBI was only local, and we wanted to make sure that none of this conspiracy stuff ever. And here we are today. Here we are today.
That's interesting. So you were an FBI agent.
I was.
What did you do?
I worked on the OCDE task force, the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force, against basically the Medellin cartel. That was it.
Interesting. What do you? There's so many things I want to ask you now. Okay, so we'll talk about the cartels. What do you see in your experience working with cartels, and what's happening with our southern border and the human? I'll call it human trafficking, but I mean the human flow.
The human trafficking is a business.
Yeah.
And our laxity at the southern border, is actually encouraging that business. Okay, the cartels are making millions and millions of dollars selling people into slavery. And I don't know if you've seen the movie Sound of Freedom.
Yeah.
compelling.
It's very compelling.
Nuanced, but still very compelling.
That's right. And I'm so glad to hear you say that, because I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding how slavery is big business in the United States right now. And especially with the open border and the way the cartels run people through, and the minors. They're selling minors and they're using minors as tokens. They're basically recycling them. We're seeing the same kids come over and over and over through the border. If you could explain just a little bit for folks that might not necessarily comprehend how slavery works in the United States and what these cartels are, how these cartels are effectively...
It's sex slavery.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Let's be candid about it. Okay, it's pedophilia being marketed with the assistance of our open border in Mexico. And it's done for profit, and it happens. You know, the island, what was his name?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein, right?
Yeah.
Who mysteriously committed suicide in a cell that had nothing to do, that he could do it with.
Right.
You know, all this stuff it's not coincidental, but it appears that there is, no, it's not appear, there is a very high level ring of people operating this sex with kids ring. And they, like you said, they repeat.
Yeah.
They take advantage of people in desperate poverty or fear. They promise them a future. They bring them here, and then next thing you know, they're involved in doing things that you and I would never.
Right, and they don't even realize that that's what they're getting sucked into. And there have been whistleblowers come forward from Health and Human Services. It's not just the cartels. It actually works in conjunction with the United States government. And the way, unfortunately, the way our justice system is currently working to delay the court hearings. And we've seen close to 100,000. This is just what they're reporting. We don't know what they're not reporting.
Right.
Close to 100,000 minors who have been lost in the system. Where do they go? Like, how do you lose 100,000 children?
God only knows.
Yeah. So, on to lighter topics. Now that we've covered some of the worst of the worst, there's lots of things happening in our country today. So, New Hampshireans, what New Hampshire?
Granite Staters.
Granite Staters.
Granite Staters.
Granite Staters care about the border, the northern border too. Concerned about human trafficking, of course. What are some of the other issues?
Economics. We have a booming economy in our state, but energy. Oh my God, energy up here is nuts. I just signed a 7-month contract for fuel for my house, $530 a month for 7 months. I can afford that. Most families cannot.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
and
a
so
lot.
energy is huge. Shutting down the pipeline and cutting off our production of oil was lethal, not toxic, lethal to the well-being of our families. Okay, and the greenies that are running off about battery-driven cars and so forth, okay, are denying science. I'll say outright, anyone that studies climate, it knows that it has changed every day since it ever happened.
Right.
Go on Google and input climate or Earth's temperature for the last million years. That's all you have to do, and it dispels the entire myth of this. You know, the ice cap is shrinking in the Arctic. Yes, but it's growing in the Antarctic. Nobody says that, right? So, things like the tilting of the Earth's axis, which actually do severely impact, and sunspots. Nobody talks about that. It's all about man-made. No, it's not about man-made.
And
We're doing what we need to do. We don't need to go all electric. It can't work.
And I would imagine energy is particularly important about this time of year as we get into the winter, because you have some cold winters here.
Oh, yeah. Wicked cold. Yeah.
Wicked
As
cold.
the saying goes, wicked cold.
Yeah. Yeah, well, sir, thank you so much for your time. Actually, no, I'm sorry, before I let you go, is there anything that our viewers need to know about what's happening here in New Hampshire or President Trump that you'd like folks to know about?
We have a nation that's headed for the scrap heap of history, evidenced by the sequence of events that are taking place and have. And it's you can read scripture and you'll see it there. You can read history and you'll see it there. But when laxity starts happening, when families start breaking down, when that which is evil starts being enshrined in law, okay, then you have a nation headed for the scrap heap. And it's only accelerating under this administration and under the rule of Democrats. That's simple.
Do you think folks from New Hampshire want President Trump back in office?
I think many of them do. I can't speak to all of them, but I know a bunch of them that do.
There's a room full of them here today, that's for sure.
Think about this, right? He did it up in Wolfboro a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Steve Stepanek, our state chair, I called him. He said, don't even bother coming. There's 5,000 people for 1,500 seats.
Oh, my God.
I said, well, okay, so...
Well, we're glad you're here today.
Well, thank you. I am, too.
And you're going to be speaking as well, right?
I am. I look forward to that, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to hearing you.
Christina, thank you very much.
Sir, thank you so much.
God bless
Semper
you.
Fi.
Yeah. Semper Fi.
How you doing? Thank you so much for your service. Thank you. Awesome stuff right
They've
there.
got some great folks here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, like spot on. Listen to everything he said. I'm like,
Yeah.
man, should take some notes. I mean, that was awesome to hear from a veteran like that, a patriot.
Yeah, and I feel silly not even thinking about it, but I hadn't been thinking about the northern border.
Right,
and about
exactly.
how much was coming in. Thanks for pulling up that article.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so from the north, from the south, I mean, this immigration crisis is unbelievable. I mean, that trip that I took to through Chicago on the way to Iowa, I ran into a Venezuelan and someone from Congo that was staying at that airport in Terminal 1. That's where they're housing migrants, right?
Yeah.
And they said, yeah, you know, we support Biden because he's letting us through. And we spoke broken English, but we're seeing it, boots on the ground, actually happen.
So you know what? I might get in trouble for saying this. But you know when you're in the airport and you see all of the pictures, and they have them in the bathrooms and on some of the walls where they're like, you too can stop human trafficking. Right? You see all those in the airport, which is important and absolutely is it. And then you see like half the plane is chartered for people that the Biden administration is shuttling around. I think our government, in conjunction with the airlines, are human trafficking people around our country.
Yeah.
So it feels a little bit disingenuous. Like, who do you call? Yeah, you can call the poster and be like, hey, Joe Biden just bought a plane full of people and shuttled them, from Nogales, Arizona, up to Derry, New Hampshire. Okay.
Yeah. What Christina is saying is actually 100% true, because we see not only on some of the networks, again, myself, I saw people in Chicago that were flown up from San Antonio and San Diego, one from South America, one from Africa, and they are in the country illegally. We, of course, are fine with an immigrant coming to this country through a legal way, but if we don't know who the people are that are coming into our nation, we've got a problem.
Yeah, when I flew back from Tucson, it was like half the plane. I was like, and I say that not because of the way they look, but because they're easy to spot because they have the paperwork with them, right?
Yep.
They all have the same uniform paperwork. They have the same, what is it called, the carry-on, or whatever. Like, they're assigned carry-ons. You can see that they're being shuttled through, and it was several.
I know I'm preaching to the choir here. We know that tensions are high around the world and in this nation. That's why it's great to have someone like President Trump do a speech wherever it is, whether it's New Hampshire, South Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, wherever he is, to encourage the nation, for us to realize, hey, you know what? We're not a lost cause. Even though our country's dealing with what we're dealing with, we still have God, we have the Constitution still, and we have someone named President Trump, Donald J. Trump, who is going to be here around 3 o'clock today here in Derry, New Hampshire.
Yep, absolutely looking forward to seeing President Trump. I'm sure his speech is going to be fun and exciting as always. I think one of my favorite parts about watching President Trump speak is the crowd's reaction. Because there are certain moments in the speech where you know the crowd's going to get excited. Anytime he makes a snarky comment about Joe Biden, the crowd usually loves that. But each place kind of has its own flavor as well, right? Like, the different places find different aspects of his speech funny, and I enjoy watching the crowd's reaction to how he delivers his speech.
If Wolfboro, New Hampshire, a couple weeks back, Brian Glenn and I were there for that coverage. If it's anything like that here, there was only 800 to 1,000 that could fit in that auditorium there.
Yeah.
But some of the people, they'll call out, they'll yell out things.
Yeah.
And sometimes President Trump will actually acknowledge them and say, thank you, sir. I mean, it's just a very...
That's why these smaller crowds, I think, are really fun. I always love the big rallies and the big crowds because it's fun. The big numbers are always fun, right? When you're like, look at how much support President Trump has. But in these smaller events, and it looks like this one might be getting ready to start, these smaller events, it is more intimate, and you do have that back and forth, and the people do kind of get to exchange with him a little bit.
Exactly. So 2 o'clock will be the pre-program here. A number of speakers, including the gentleman you just spoke with, will be speaking. And then President Trump is slated for 3 o'clock. But there's a lot of coverage from now until then with our own Brian Glenn, who will be live at the State House in New Hampshire and Concord as he does what? What does President Trump do there?
He is filing his paperwork to get his name on the ballot in New Hampshire.
So a lot of coverage going on. We'll have live motorcade coverage and also that live scene from inside the State House in Concord about 30 minutes from here. The gentleman was speaking about a number of things. I mean, he brought up scripture as well and Israel and that kind of thing. And I mentioned about tensions being high. A lot of times people call terrorism, they call the people militants or terrorists. Well, the facts are the facts. Extreme Muslim is what is actually causing what happened with Hamas and Hezbollah and Al Qaeda. It's not wishful thinking. That's just the facts of the matter. So what we're trying to do is hopefully see things like this happen. Hamas's leader, the son of Hamas's leader, actually converted from Islam to Christianity. Look it up. He was on Fox the other day. So it's like it's still like an age of grace. You know, we could still have people turn to God and turn to the God of the Bible and hopefully get onto a better page when it comes to faith. I know bringing up faiths can rub people the wrong way sometimes, but I'm a man of faith, and I know you're a woman of faith.
Yeah, I am, and I love your optimism. I'm just looking at what's happening right now, and I pray for grace. Sometimes peace comes through strength, and I have a feeling that's what we're going to watch play out, and I hope it plays out in the safest way possible for both sides, but I don't think this conflict's going to end anytime soon.
Right, and I'm not saying that everybody's going to come to the light
that would
here.
Be great, right?
That would be wonderful, but it's just interesting. I saw that the other day. I'm like, wow, if Hamas's leader, the son of Hamas's leader, can do that, that's pretty cool stuff. But also, peace through strength, but also look what President Trump did to ISIS. It was an airstrike and took out ISIS. So it's a balanced approach that I have when it comes into this, right? We're a peaceful movement. MAGA is a peaceful movement. We want freedom. We're not out there doing things that are violent. This is a thing that we just want our freedom in this country. We want the Constitution to continue to be the law of the land. And the lawlessness that's happening on the left right now, they're just trying to fan the flames of chaos nonstop, and it's time to get the solution to all the tensions, and that's President Trump.
I think that's a really interesting point about why the left is lawless. I mean, I think this is a multifaceted thing on their side of the aisle at this moment. But lawlessness is bad for everybody. People aren't safe in the streets. Violent crimes go up. We see police stations filled with illegal immigrants, and people want to be safe on their streets. So the idea that you just raised, which I think is a good one, about just creating chaos for the purpose of chaos to distract from what's actually happening, that is the only reason and the only rationale for why the left would be fueling this lawlessness. Are there other reasons, or is there any other rationale or purpose that you can see in why the left would intentionally be disregarding the law?
At the end of the day, when someone's brainwashed, or if they're evil, I'm not saying all brainwashed people are evil. I mean, even when I went to college, I listened to what the professors said, and I'm like, yeah, Bill Gates did give more money to the Darfur region than President Bush at the time. That's what I heard. You get simply programmed sometimes. If you're not really researching on your own, you think that everything is what the professor or the teacher is teaching you. Well, that's that indoctrination and all of that junk that's being taught from the left and from the pit of hell. And then people have to think, well, that's true. Freedom and God, and we don't need that. We want to do our own thing. Well, my point is, if you look on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez, you can see there's this person I interviewed in Iowa who was indoctrinated and made a change with President Trump. She didn't like President Trump because of all the social media that's out there, and makes a change and said, you know what, this is real life. All the people around here are real life. She works at a hospital. She says, that's real life. That's my message to the people, is to stop being indoctrinated by the left. And that's why we're getting out of the mainstream media and on the right side of things with conservative media.
Yeah, I think conservative media is changing too, right? Alternative media, and I love all of these podcasts that are popping up because people can get their information from whoever they like at this point, whoever they believe and whoever they find reliable. And I think Tucker proved that traditional legacy cable news media is on its way out. I mean, Fox fired him thinking that they were going to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And they just catapulted him. Who would have thought that Tucker Carlson could catapult bigger than he already was? And they did. I mean, he set all kinds of records with his interview with Donald Trump and the number of views on his Twitter feed, his Twitter space. So media is changing, thankfully. Media is changing.
It's unfortunate to see for so many years us, myself and others watching some of these cable news outlets,
Right.
I still watch some of them for some basic coverage on immigration and other things, right? But again, I say it, and I've said it, this is my third event saying it, and I'll say it again. But they bring you so far. They say, here's great coverage from Eagle Pass, Texas, of the immigration issue. But all these other things, the Israel war, I mean, there's a number of people out there covering that, and we pray for their safety while they're doing that. But they still won't go to the serious root of the matter. The serious root of the matter is the fact that our country is dealing with oppressive government. Let's be honest, that's the facts, right? And we have someone named Donald J. Trump who is standing with we the people, and we stand with him. And others around, Matt Gaetz, MTG, Kerry Lake, on and on and on. We're just right there with them. We're with you guys as well.
And that's an interesting difference in this 2024 election as opposed to 2016, because Donald Trump was very much the outsider, and he still is an outsider. But he has a lot more mainstream support now than he did in 2016.
100%.
State House here, waiting for President Trump to get out of the motorcade. As you see, we have a large group of supporters here in front of the State House. Here we go. Let's listen in.
Press, let's go. Press, let's go. Press, let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We're going to move inside. Hey, Susie. Good. We're going to go ahead and get in position so that we can get him walking down. Go ahead. Walk him. Get behind for him to come in here. Like I said, we are live here on the ground with President Trump at the State House as he prepares to sign officially for the New Hampshire primary. Make sure we get in a good position here. We got some supporters right outside the room here.
Oh my goodness!
Thank you. Where? Right here? Right here? He's going to walk down this way, so get in front. He's going to walk down right here. Thank you. A couple supporters here. This way? Okay, we're going to follow. Hang on. Okay, let's go. As we know, this is a very fluid situation where we're trying to get right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone behind my arm.
Okay. There you go. All right, now we're on the just outside the House doors here. We're waiting for President Trump to make his way up to the second floor. Obviously, we'll walk the line of these supporters. Good group of supporters out here. And then from here, we will make our way back to the rally location where Christina Ball and Matthew Alvarez have been holding down the pre-show there. He is set to speak, I believe, at 3 p.m. local time. We'll have to check on that. But right now, we're live here in the State House in Concord, New Hampshire. I would imagine, hopefully, we have a chance to get a couple questions in for the president before he walks into the room to put his signature. Once again, for more information on programming and what's coming up, simply go to our website, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletter. Not only we get some of the latest developments on topics that you are concerned about, but also you'll get some very exclusive offers that you can only find on our website. So go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter and sign up today. Are we looking forward to seeing the president?
I am. Yeah. Yes.
First time you've seen her?
Yes. In person.
Yes, definitely.
What time did you line up today?
I was here at 10.
Same thing with us, right?
I
We
met
were
him at the Wax Museum. I did.
Yeah, it's your son.
Talking to a few supporters here. So what's one of the most concerning issues facing New Hampshire right now?
Oh, God. Housing crisis. There's a shortage right now. I sell real estate, so I do experience that personally.
Job crisis. Economy. Yeah, I'm a recruiter.
Yep.
She's a realtor. It
Yep.
hits us. Hurts.
Yep.
For limited housing, economic crisis, people can't get loans. A lot of times, as you know, the mortgage rates as high as they are, a lot of people can't qualify for those rates.
% right now, so yes. Yep.
People aren't being able to buy the house that they want due to the nature of the interest rates being as high. They don't qualify for certain mortgages.
It affects their buying power, so you are correct about that. Yep.
Let me ask you a question. In your immediate circle of friends, how many would you suggest that are supporters of President Trump? Is he overwhelmingly the leader here in New Hampshire, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I still see people, there's Trump signs everywhere. Everywhere you go, it's just Trump signs. So there's got to be a lot of supporters, but I still feel that people are afraid to speak out. Yeah, they're afraid.
Is it any different now than it was in 2020 as far as the number of signs and number of supporters, or does he feel like it's...
The signs have never stopped, have they? In almost 4 years, the signs have never stopped. Which is, and when do you ever see that?
It's true. I mean, you do see the signs.
We're certainly looking forward to seeing him today, and of course...
I mean, when Bush Jr. was president, and then he ran again, those signs came down. They went away. Okay, these have never stopped. People are still there supporting him, and I don't think that we're crazy people. We just really feel that he's for the people.
Policies in place made America safer, better, stronger.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I was proud to vote for him in 2016. Extremely proud, and I will be proud again.
Turnout here today. Good turnout. I mean, you've got several hundred people, obviously inside, lining up this hall.
Make it to Derry too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Heading to Derry after here, so.
You can get there in time.
Put us in its motorcade. It was a dream of mine, but I don't think it's going to work. You know.
That would be nice, right? We may find a place up front for you as you make your way to Derry. No, it's great. And, of course, you know, he was just here about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be here again, so I plan on seeing him again.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be again.
You know,
I don't think that he was.
so no one comes to Mass where I used to live.
Real quick, I want to get your thoughts on the governor here. I know you got a different, depending on where you go, when Trump talks about Governor Sununu, sometimes you get a lot of boos, you get some few cheers. What's your personal take on the governor here in New Hampshire?
We had a situation recently with the governor, and we love him.
Yes.
So
There you go. Okay. Well, thank you for your comments. Hello, Jason. How you doing, buddy? Good. Good to see you. How are you? Good. Good. How you doing? It's good to see you. Let some of the staffers come through here. Yeah. So you good. It's good for you. Okay.
Oh yeah. No, he definitely helped get our horses back from Virginia, so we definitely like him.
We definitely support him.
Yes.
And no matter what, he's a Republican. They should support each other.
Yes.
I agree. That's what we need. Any real quickly thoughts on what's going on in the House right now in the speaker race on Capitol Hill?
Yeah, let's stop with the drama.
So, do you think?
I mean, if that was us and our job, we'd lose our job. We'd be fired. I mean,
You want them to come to consensus and find the best choice right now, and then get back to work.
yes.
Yep. I agree.
Gates, doing the vacate the chair seemed like it was at the time a very popular thing to do, I guess, especially with people who weren't the biggest McCarthy fan. But now they have found themselves, going to go round after round after round, as we've seen, and I think we're going to see throughout the week. I don't think they're going to have the speaker by the end of the week. That's just my personal opinion on that. But I'm not sure this was the best thing to do right now in our country, as all the problems that we have to address. We don't have any leadership.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just
Absolutely.
Leadership is
a scary time, and I don't watch the news anymore. Don't take an offense, but when I see on social media that our current president is now calling himself a wartime president, don't be proud of that. That's not something to ever be proud of.
He's not a wartime president. Of course, we've had no new foreign wars under the Trump administration. We had nothing. We had 18 months. Not one soldier was lost their life. In 18 months. I mean, President Trump will probably talk about that today.
Nephew in Kuwait right now, and that's scary.
And of course, you got the war in Ukraine. You got this ever-going promise that not only Biden and others and Zelensky saying that we're going to fight to an endless, and the American people are openly against this war, this proxy war with Russia through Ukraine, and we need to eliminate, just keep funding something that seems like it's never going to end.
Absolutely. Yes, I totally agree.
There's just no need for that. No, not at all.
They think that we can just print money. That's what we do. We just print money. Anyway.
Everyone else but our own country.
But America Last policies, and that's exactly what it is. It's America Last policies. I was just now joining us. We're live here in the State House here in New Hampshire, and we're awaiting for President Trump to come around, meet some supporters. At this point, we'll try to logistically in this hallway, which is very small. I don't know if we're going to track behind us and get to where he. So we'll just have to play all this by ear, but we certainly have a great vantage point in this position to get President Trump as he comes through this line of supporters. We're just talking to people here. He was outside. We ran up. Yeah, get them over to the movement. Yeah.
My daughter really likes Kennedy. She actually met him about a month ago.
So it could be. I would imagine with the amount of supporters that are out there, it might take him a little bit to get through and come through here. But we are waiting here patiently. Thanks for joining us, and as always, you can follow me across the social media platforms at Brian Glenn TV on Twitter, at Brian on Truth Social. Stand by as he might be walking through. Apparently, by the sound of the president must be in the building with the sound of the cheers on the other side of the wall here. Let's just listen in. From what I understand, the President Trump would be the first former president to come in person to put his name on the ballot in the New Hampshire primaries. That's what we were talking about earlier. So it's either a former or active president has not actually done that in person. But President Trump would be the first former president to, in person, add his name to the ballot of the New Hampshire primaries. A pretty significant day here in New Hampshire. If I'm not mistaken, New Hampshire primary is set for February 13th. That is the first primary in the nation. Prior to that, you have January 15th is the Iowa caucus, 7 p.m. Two very significant days as far as laying out the political landscape of 2024. Now, we will be in Sioux City, Iowa on Sunday, as President Trump is holding an event there in Sioux City. On the 28th, we'll be in Las Vegas for the Republican Jewish Coalition, has their annual meeting there in Las Vegas, and tentatively planned a second event after that. President Trump delivering remarks at a second event. We don't have the details on that. As soon as we do, we will definitely post them up. So you know, it looks like we're... It's like Trump's just about to be in the frame there as he rounds the corner.
I don't think you'd allow me to touch it. Well, I don't know about that.
There we go. The first shot at President Trump in this hallway. Sitting here. President Trump stopping, and as you can see, taking pictures, signing some hats, taking some selfies. Making his way down to us. Now, what I've been told is there will be a time where we're going to stop, and we want to be able to get. We haven't been able to see him at all. All right, we're going to turn around.
Same here.
Way outside the door, and this is where. How you doing? This is where.
Andrea?
Right here. This is where he's going to stop.
I remember this is my good side.
Andrea?
All right, this is the room where President Trump is going to sign to officially
All right,
be.
hey guys, I gotta have everyone push in.
Just as long as you have a good shot.
This is the way it was.
Secretary of State's going to be greeting President Trump when he comes in. Sorry. You can stay. It's a good shot.
For a little bit of history, that's okay, picture from 16 right there. I will need to get our official photographer right there in a sec.
Hi, Kevin. Yeah.
And this is a historical place. This is where they come to put their signature on the ballot. There in New Hampshire, we've got.
Are you good? You're the most important man.
He's still making his way down the line here, meeting with supporters. I would imagine they might at one point kind of expedite him into the room, but we'll see exactly what's happening. We are in the Secretary of State's office here, and as you can see on the walls, there's some great historical photos of elected officials here in the state of New Hampshire that have gone on to national politics and state politics, just looking around. So all right, as a reminder, we'll continue the coverage from here, from the State House. We'll get back in the motorcade and make our way over to Derry,
Give him some space.
New Hampshire, where Christina Bobb and Matthew Alvarez is standing by to continue the coverage of his stop here in New Hampshire. But until then, we're live in the State House, and we appreciate you following us today. You can always share this broadcast, tag somebody you know that lives in the state of New Hampshire, or maybe someone didn't know this was going on today, to let everybody know it's happening. Of course, we want to thank our friends over at Rumble. That's been a great partner of Right Side in our growth. As it seems like this 2024 run for the White House has been going on for about 2 years, it seems like now, and to think that we're still, a little over a year away, is surprising. We've got a long way to go, and of course we will be there on the ground with President Trump everywhere he goes to bring all that coverage to you.
This is not the first time we've done this, right?
There's probably a couple hundred supporters lining the halls here. So obviously President Trump is stopping and talking to everyone, which he loves to do. And of course, that's what's made him so successful and popular with the base, is he does take the time and sign the hats, sign the shirts, take the picture. And that's what many of his supporters love about him. He's able to do that. You can he's still halfway down the hall right now. We're live in the Secretary of State's office here at the State House. If you're just now joining us, we'll be on the ground from the Manchester airport in the motorcade over to this location. And when we're done here, we are going to make our way over to Derry New Hampshire, where the event, we've got Matthew Alvarez and Christina Bobb standing by for that. So full day here in New Hampshire. And we'll transition into Las Vegas on Saturday. 2 events there scheduled in Las Vegas. And the next day, I'll be with you in Iowa, in Sioux City, Iowa, for that remarks there. So there's your week planned in advance for you. So make sure you tune in. This is a really tight room, and you'll find out when the camera pans over. You'll start to see that we've got probably maybe 25, 30 people in this small little room. But this is where it takes place, the Secretary of State. So this is where the signatures are required to be on the New Hampshire primary. And I heard this fun fact earlier that President Trump is the only president in many years. I'll find out particularly to do this in person. This is something that maybe has been done by someone else, but this is the first time a former president has been here in person to do this. So if we get any more details on that, I'll pass that along. I just thought that was an interesting tidbit for today. As you can see, had a large group of supporters outside of the State House. Obviously greeted him going up the steps when he arrived. And I imagine you'll be able to see that. We'll transition back to that area and get him getting back in the motorcade. So if you missed that earlier, we'll be able to provide that for you. But we're getting fairly close. A few more supporters on here that he's going to stop and sign and take pictures and shake hands and do all those things that see if we can't get a question in for the president when he walks in here.
Oh, without a doubt. I did half of my surgery. How are you all? I'm not ready to come back yet. I'm enjoying the sun too much.
Christina Bobb had a great conversation earlier talking about the northern border. You know, a lot of attention is, obviously talked about with our southern border and the wide open border that we have now. But the situation of the northern border, because we have seen certain groups make their way in through a northern border, and I'm really looking forward to talking with Christina more about that and what the policy is on securing that northern border and our joint effort with Canada in that regard. So, good topic there. That I was listening into the coverage earlier, and it was great to be able to have that perspective. So I think that's something that we don't necessarily talk about a lot. Is our As he getting close, let's just listen in on everything here, and we'll let this play out. We're live here in New Hampshire on the ground.
No, you should be all the time. You're special. Okay, I'll have to talk to the Secretary of State. I hear he's kicking ass.
The president looks like he's about a few more people before he's going to step into the Secretary of State's office here. Very historical moment. Let's listen in.
Secretary of State. I'm going to agree with him.
As the president gets ready to
Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Come on in. We have quite a nice group here.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Hey. All right.
Keep it. Doing a great job. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor. This is a very important place, a very important state, and a lot of friends. You've been with me from the beginning, and you have been with Steve. What a job! What a job you've done for a long time. And I hear we're doing better than ever, huh?
We're better than ever.
But we're only 46 points up, so we have to be careful.
Absolutely.
46 points. So, do I sign this here? Looks like the check is already signed. Looks like it's pretty well signed. I'm going to sign the memorandum. And this one's all set. Let's take a look at the declaration of the city. Change the sign right there. Right there. It's a big move. That's official. How about here?
For the delegates.
Oh, that's your delegate list. You can if you want.
Yep.
We have great delegates, Dave, right?
Absolutely. Now, if you could hold that up for everybody to see.
Which one? Okay. I'll do that.
How does it feel, Mr. President?
I feel great. I feel really good.
Mr. President, congratulations. I have to ask, would you endorse Tom Emmer for Speaker? He hasn't historically been your biggest fan, but he is the most likely candidate right now.
Well, I think he's my biggest fan now because he called me yesterday and he told me I'm your biggest fan. So I don't know about that. Well, we're looking at a lot of people, and you know, I'm sort of trying to stay out of that as much as possible. But they'll get it straightened out. But no, I've always gotten along with him, and I get along with all of them really. A lot of good people. We have a lot of great people.
Mr. President, how important is it to keep New Hampshire the first primary?
Say it, Brian.
How important is it to keep New Hampshire the first primary? I know you've said that Democrats don't want that. You've been a bit.
Want that. The Democrats do not want to keep New Hampshire in this position, and I did, and we did that together. I made that promise very early on, and I said, New Hampshire, staying where you are. And a lot of people wanted to replace New Hampshire, move it toward the back of the pack, and I said, that's not happening. There's an incredible history, there's an incredible feeling about New Hampshire in politics, right? And I think it's very important. And I said the same thing about Iowa. I think keeping the two of you, and then we go to South Carolina. Now, the Democrats changed that order, as you know, and I think it's not a good thing for them. I think it's not a very good thing at all. But I told New Hampshire, you're going to stay right where you are, and we came through with that promise, right?
So in that regard, Mr. President, you aren't making New Hampshire presidential primary history tonight because you are the first candidate who has served as president to actually come back to New Hampshire and file to run again.
Well, that's
and I think if you see your
Picture right up there.
Oh, yeah, up there. When you were here 8 years ago.
I'm younger now.
Mr. President, sir, did you speak with Mr. Emmer? Did you speak with
I
Mr.
did. I
Emmer?
spoke to Mr. Emmer. I spoke to a lot of congressmen that called me up, and they all called asking for support. And of course, I have to hold it for a while. I have a lot of friends that are looking at it right now. As you know, it's a big list. Jim is a fantastic guy, and who knows what happens there. But Jim is just Jim Jordan, fantastic person, and so we'll see what happens. You have a lot of people. You have a lot of good talent, a lot of very good people.
As you look back on this process, is it worthwhile what's happened in the House?
Well, it's a lot of tumult. There's no question about that. But we'll see what happens. We're going to see what happens.
What is the message to Republicans in their House right now? Mr. President?
Is it DeSantis or Hayden?
I think DeSantis is really going down. It looks like I just looked at a poll that came out, and he was in third place. And he's another one where, as I call him, Ron DeSanctimonious, he was in fifth place. So bad things are happening, but we keep going up. And I looked at one where it's 64, and the second person is at 8. So between him and a few others, I guess a few others, but New Hampshire seems to be a little bit different in that regard. But he's looking like he's going to be in third place, maybe even fourth place.
Mr. President, you know your voters very well. You know your voters well, and they are concerned when they look at what they see in the House, in the Hill, in the chaos. What is your message to them?
Well, I think it's going to get solved, and when it does, it'll be a beautiful thing, and it'll teach a lot of people about democracy. That happened once before. It's very tough with the 4 votes, with the 4-vote spread, but something's going to happen. It'll be positive. It'll end up working well. I'm staying above it. I have to right now, but I've spoken to just about all the candidates, and quite a few of them, and they're terrific people. That 4 threshold is very tough. It's a very tough thing, no matter who it is. I said there's only one person that can do it all the way. You know who that is? Jesus Christ. Jesus came down and said, I want to be Speaker. He would do it. Other than that, I haven't seen anybody that can guarantee it. But at some point, I think we're going to have somebody pretty soon.
Mr. President, you said Sidney Powell wasn't your attorney. Are you concerned that you won't be covered by attorney-client privilege?
No, not at all. We did nothing wrong. We did nothing. This is all Biden. Indictments and impeachments, and this is all about Biden. You can't do anything right. The only thing they know how to do is cheat on elections and election fraud. This is all Biden stuff. All of these indictments that you see. I was never indicted. Practically never heard the word. It wasn't a word that registered. And this was all done. This is dirty politics. This is third world country. This is banana republic, they call it. This has never happened here. Never happened here. Why? Because I protested election, you get indicted. It's ridiculous. You look at the document case. I'm covered by the Presidential Records Act. Biden isn't. And now it's turning out that Biden's got a real problem with those documents. A real problem. We did nothing wrong. He did. But when you look at the kind of thing, think of it, because I protested an election, and I'm, by the way, 100% right about that. In fact, we're going to be releasing some numbers next week that will make your head spin. But think of that. You get indicted because you protested an election. You know how many people, Democrats, protested the election of 2016? A lot of people, a lot more people than you even have in this room. Everybody in Congress, all the Democrats protested, and they don't get indicted and they don't get put in jail. These people are dirty players, and they go after their political opponents. Never happened before. And it's a two-way street, that's a two-way street. Now it can happen the other way also, and that's a sad moment for our country. Thank you all very much. What a great
Thank you.
Mr. President, this is the notice to voters. We ask every candidate to just write a message to the New Hampshire voters. And
okay. Mr. Secretary, do you pay in cash or check?
We paid in check. Bank check.
We don't take cash in New Hampshire.
I'll say a simple message. Vote for Trump and solve your problems. That's the only way. That way you can do a lot of messages. Vote for Trump and solve your problems. As an example, your energy costs in New Hampshire are the highest in the country, single highest place in the country. And we'll cut them down to less than half. It'll be so quick and so easy. What they've done to New England, is incredible. You know, if you built a pipeline through a very poor section of New York State, very poor section where they want it so badly, they want it because of jobs, your numbers would come down in half as soon as that opened, or before it opened, actually. And yet they never got it approved. And we had it just about approved, and then we had a rigged election, so that was the end of that. But we had it just about approved. What happened to your energy costs in New Hampshire under Biden is just incredible. Then you look at your food costs, you look at everything else. It'll all come down. We're going to bring the inflation rate. Actually, it's going to go negative for a while because we've got to get it down. It's so high right now that when they say, oh, it only went up 5% or 6% last year, you add that to what it's gone up over the last 3 years, it's incredible. Bacon, I understand, went up 5 times. Food has gone up worse than energy. We'll get it all straightened out, and we'll get it done quickly. Why don't you hold that pen, and it's yours, and thank you very much.
Sure, why don't you follow us into
Sure,
your
I
office
like
here?
that. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Great honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you, Bryce. Right this way.
Follow it up this way. Just go ahead and walk with me, Will.
Thank you,
Thank
Press.
you. I'm gonna let you lead. All right, I'm gonna let you
Thank you, Press. Right this way.
We're gonna make our way back out of this. So goodbye, guys. Thank you for coming. Okay, we're gonna go to the water fountain and turn around to the water fountain because this is where you're gonna stop. Right here. Right here. This is significant. Why we're sitting here. Hey, we're live here in the State House here in Concord, New Hampshire. We're going to stay right here. And we'll see exactly the president not only talking about, energy costs, but the significance of having the New Hampshire primary first. He's been a big promoter of that, and has said that the Democrats have been wanting to do away with that and did not make it the first, and he's been a big supporter of that. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I'm talking about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group right now. He talked about the digital currency, the digital IDs. All of this is very dangerous to the financial security of this country. And our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit to take that first step in investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And that's exactly what they do. Just simply right now, before he walks out and we dip back into that, text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898, and get the free information kit. You can follow up with some questions that you might have. We've had thousands of viewers take advantage of investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. All of this uncertainty with the digital currency coming up and the BRICS. That is, you have certain countries that are wanting to do away with the dollar as the global currency that's used. And so text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Looks like some of the photographers are now walking out of the room. Going to get repositioned here, as he's going to, from what I understand, he is going to walk out and comes towards us. Going down again. And as the Secretary of State said, President Trump was the first former president to in person come in and sign to be on the ballot. A lot of times this is done, I guess, traditionally by someone else in the administration, but President Trump, there's a first, making some history today in the State House here in New Hampshire. We're just going to hold here in this position just to unpack a little bit of what's going on. Once we leave the State House from here, we're going to get back in the motorcade and make our way over to Derry, New Hampshire, where we'll be able to hold the rally. Matthew Alvarez, Christina Bobb will hold down the rally there, get the speech in its entirety, and then we'll go back to the motorcade and follow the president to the airport, where he will fly out from there. I don't have a wheels up time on that, but hey, we'll see how this all plays out today. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Yes, sir. Everything's well. All right. Let's see. We'll just go. Okay. All right. Looks like everybody out of the way here, making room for everybody to come through. Yeah. If anybody wants a drink of water, just let me know. I've got the water fountain right here. Burn it up now. Pretty hot inside here. All right, we'll toss this coverage when we're done here, back in the car. We'll send over to Matthew and Christina here shortly. Also, remind everybody, you can also go to our website. Yeah, we got some great articles there. Sign up for our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Sign up is absolutely free. Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, will send you. Stand by. Let's listen in. Here we come. Walking back out.
Thank you, Press.
All right, we're gonna reverse. Follow this way. All right, goodbye, everybody. Yes. We'll make our way. Hey. Oh, thank you. All right, we're gonna get back. Get out front where we can kind of get the departure. With him leaving the State House here. Be careful. We're going to make our way out front now. I would imagine there's still a sizable amount of supporters gathering around the steps and across the street. All right. All right. Where do you want us?
Press right here?
Right here. Stop right here. It's a great spot to have the president walk out, right? Yeah, excited to be here?
Oh, very excited. Very excited.
First time to see President Trump, or
First time this close.
this close? Oh, this is a great. You got a great vantage point right here, for sure. You got a great shot. And of course, we got the guy across the street that wants to sit there and just run his mouth on a megaphone. Is he not the most annoying guy in the world?
He's so annoying. He reopen mental institutions.
Yeah, there you go. Let's put this guy in. He's probably going to go first. I would nominate that guy right now. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
me too.
How you doing, man?
Thank you.
Thank you. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
You get it?
Thank you very much. What's that?
Appreciate you. Somebody, you got to do it.
Okay. Excited, President Trump to walk out here. It's a nice place to see him, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, a little chilly, but it's
Excited to see you as well.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. We're gonna stay with him all the way through.
cool. Very cool.
No doubt about it. We're live on the air right now. So if you want to say,
We love you, Trump.
yeah, well, there we go. Well, you're going to get a good shot of him walking out, getting into the motorcade for sure. What?
Entertainment.
Yeah, we got some colorful people across the street. What I would do to give you this mic and let me go walk over there for a few minutes, I would love to do that. Can't do that, though. We're going to stay here and support. Yeah. A lot of supporters out here in front of the State House. What a tremendous turnout today for President Trump. Also, want to remind everybody to go to Kodo website. You can also donate to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. We started out, we were just a small little group of people that were covering these rallies, and we have grown to a substantial size where we can cover just about everything involves Trump, and we're glad to do that. But we were only able to do that through the support of our viewers. So we want to appreciate everyone that has donated, and perhaps you are someone that does it a reoccurring or a one-time donation. It's all very, very much appreciated. So go to our website, rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. We also want to thank our good friend Mike Lindell, who is just an asset to America and to freedom, and has been a great supporter of President Trump. And we just want to let you go to his website on mypillow.com/RSPN. Mypillow.com. Trump's about to walk out. Let's listen in. Go this way. All right, we're going to go walk to the press van. I'm not sure where our press van was at. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and toss to a commercial. We'll be live as we're here in New Hampshire. Let's toss.
Towels solve the problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made my towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of my towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes my towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get my towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all my towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
mypillow.com. What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Matthew Alvarez alongside Christina. Bob, we're live here in Derry, New Hampshire. You're just watching, of course, coverage with our Brian Glenn as President Trump, getting right in the race here when it comes to New Hampshire, the first primary state in the nation, of course, with the Iowa caucus being first in January 15 of 2024. A great crowd here right now.
It is a great crowd, and I so wish that the viewers could have seen the speakers at the same time. Unfortunately, they were happening at the same time, but we just had a great lineup of speakers. The crowd is rowdy, excited. They're very vocal and engaging with the speakers. So I think it's going to be a really good crowd when President Trump gets here.
And it is standing room only right now here in Derry, New Hampshire. Before we get to a number of interviews and more commentary, and then, of course, with President Trump speaking around 3 o'clock Eastern, we want to thank one of our sponsors as we take a live look right now at the crowd here in Derry, New Hampshire. If you or your business is feeling the weight of the complex tax code and struggling with IRS letters, levies, liens, and wage garnishments, then listen up. It's your hard-earned money on the line, and it's time to fight Democrat tax hikes. America First Tax Group is here to help you fight Biden's IRS. It's not your fault. It's the result of a tax system crafted by politicians who may be out of touch with everyday Americans. Hardworking folks just like yourselves are feeling the pinch due to Washington's disconnect. They may not fully understand, but America First Tax Group does. That's why we want to introduce you to that group, but also we're here to support you and help you take back your freedom from the Biden administration. Even if you can't afford to pay right now, you can still get the assistance you need. Our team has the experience to guide you through the maze of tax laws and show you how to take advantage of tax loopholes just like Donald Trump. America First Tax Group has helped countless hardworking Americans just like you. So all you got to do is dial 800-560-8512 today. This is to regain control of your tax situation. The information is free and our help is real. We're here as you advocate against Biden's 80,000 IRS agents, armed IRS agents. That's 800-560-8512 or visit us at AmericaFirstTaxGroup.com. Once again, a great sponsor right there. We have Birch Gold as well, and we also have Concealed Books. Thanking them for their sponsorship here at Right Side Broadcasting. Go ahead and send this link to your friends and your family as President Trump will be speaking around 3 o'clock Eastern, maybe a few minutes after. Once again, we're in Derry, New Hampshire. This crowd in here, they said around 2,600 people live right now here on a Monday on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Go ahead and follow us on Truth Social at RSBN. I'm at Matthew Alvarez alongside Christina Bobb. Brian on his way here in the motorcade. As you see on that second screen there, the motorcade on the way from Concord at the State House on the way to Derry. It's about a 30-minute drive. And once President Trump meets a number of constituents and law enforcement here takes photos, who will take the stage here. I'm going to now get ready to throw it over to Christina Bobb, who has a special guest. Heather Mullins, a great investigative journalist doing wonderful things for our country. Christina, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. All right, Heather Mullins. I know a lot of the viewers will know you from 2,000 Mules and some of the reporting that you did in Georgia. You and I were kind of on opposite sides of the country with opposite networks.
You know, like the Arizona girl, and I was like the Georgia girl covering the election stuff.
Yeah, and now you're with True the Vote, right?
Yes, I'm working with them full time now. Once I saw so much of what was going on in the elections, it's like I couldn't look away. And I knew if we didn't get this right and fix this, we lose our entire country. And so I'm happy to announce I am working full time, doing my investigative research and sharing that information with True the Vote. They have a tip line, so you can go and submit tips to them if something's going on in your state that you feel like we need to know about. And don't wait until it's too late. It's better that if you're concerned about something, you let us know now so that we can look into it and be proactive going into 2024. But that's what I'm doing full time now.
And where do they go if they've got concerns in their state? How do they get that information to you?
TrueTheVote.org. If you go there, there is a tip line, so you can put your name in, put a brief description, your contact information. You can even submit it anonymously. We'll go through it. We'll look at them. We'll filter through everything. But say something. Better safe than sorry. And we know that there's a lot of states. So also check to see if there's a local election integrity group in your state, because True the Vote is one organization, but there's others all across the country. Here in New Hampshire, there's the Government Integrity Project. So in your state, there's guaranteed there's probably one that exists. If there's not, start one. It doesn't take much, but this is an all hands on deck point in our country, and we really need to make sure our election processes are safe and secure going forward.
You're exactly right. And for folks that don't know how to find groups in their state or in their county, Mike Lindell, the amazing Mike Lindell, has put together a network. It's basically a registry of all of these great organizations that he's aware of. You can go to causeofamerica.org. That's cause, C-A-U-S-E, of America.org, and just send them your county where you live, and they will tell you a group in your area. And Heather's exactly right. There are so many groups in every state. They can get you down to the precinct that you're in, which is like your neighbor's cul-de-sac, So go to causeofamerica.org, go to truethevote.org, and make sure you get involved. But I want to ask you, because I know True the Vote's doing a lot of really great work. You're one of the spokespeople for True the Vote. I have so many questions. So I'm going to kind of let you lead it, because you've got a lot going on at True the Vote. What are some of the big projects that you guys are working on right now?
So the main one that I want to draw everyone's attention to right now is I'm leaving here. We're in New Hampshire. I'm leaving here in 2 days to go back to Georgia, because on the 26th, which is Thursday, True the Vote is going to be taking on Fair Fight, which is Stacey Abrams' organization. And this all stems over True the Vote's initiative to clean the voter rolls and make sure that they're safe and secure, that people that are ineligible on those voter rolls, those get exploited. And when you have people every year that move in and out of states, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to clean those rolls. But we know in Georgia, because of Stacey Abrams suing the Secretary of State's office over voter rolls, they stopped cleaning them. And so one of True the Vote's initiative was empowering Georgians with the law that showed them how you can actually challenge ineligible voter records, and there's a process. So they started educating people on that process, and all of these different ineligible voter roll records were challenged. Now, what that means is, let's say someone's on that roll, but it was a mistake, right? So when they go in to vote, they're just asked to show ID, go through a little check-in process, and that's it. They still vote. Nothing happens. But the people that are not supposed to be on that, if somebody tries to vote in their name and basically commit fraud, they can't show ID, that vote doesn't count. So it's a way to secure the elections.
So it doesn't actually, like, if you think there's something fishy or that you're concerned about and you file the complaint or you go through the process, you're not actually hurting someone. Like, if you're wrong for doing it, it's not going to harm anybody.
No, it doesn't. All it does is sort of puts like a little flag on that voter roll. So if that person comes in and they match the name, date of birth, which sometimes you can have people with the same name, grandfathers, sons, whatever. So there'll be mistakes, but they just go through a standard process of verification. And so what ended up happening is Mark Elias sent a letter to all of these counties or basically saying, like, if you do this, you're going to get sued. And True the Vote was like, well, if you do this, we're going to defend you. And so there was this battle over whether or not to clean the voter rolls. And ultimately, Mark Elias, Stacey Abrams, they sued True the Vote, claiming voter intimidation and all of these other, preposterous things, basically because they don't want the rolls cleaned. And that begs the question, why don't they want those rolls cleaned? And nothing good can come of that. And so this is a 3-year lawsuit now that is about to go to trial on Thursday of this week. Now, this is a trial that I encourage everybody in Georgia, President Trump's legal team, these indictees that all, got indicted in Fulton County, they all need to be watching this like a hawk, because Brad Raffensperger is going to be subpoenaed. There's going to be a lot of people giving a lot of information, and it's going to be under oath. So let's see what the future holds.
It's very exciting. I'm curious to see some of the questions that are asked of these individuals, because as we know, it's all intertwined with President Trump's cases, and this is a big hot mess, quite frankly. Yeah. I want to ask you about Georgia, because I know how closely I followed Arizona and was involved, and even just this week I was in Arizona working with the folks there, trying to get updates on their election integrity efforts. And I imagine you have the same type of contacts in Georgia. A lot of people watching, myself included, want to know what is happening in Georgia as far as making progress for cleaning up the elections. Can we get closer to a fairer election than we had in 22? Because Arizona, of course, we worked very, very hard, and then in 2022 didn't quite make it, right? So how is Georgia doing?
So Georgia has made a lot of progress, and now unless you look at it at a grassroots level, you're not going to know about that progress, right? Because Raffensperger's still there, Kemp's still there. But on the local level, like the GOP in Fulton County, 2 people that I consider friends of mine are now heading up that GOP. So there's these little battles, as well as on, commissioner races, election races. These are very important races, as you know.
I know, I was just going to say, I don't want to cut you off, but those county commissioner races are so important. Are you saying that those races have been cleaned up?
Some of them, not all of them, obviously, but there has been a very massive grassroots effort that is organizing and winning these small battles that are, in my opinion, are going to help us win this war. They're essential. And so, people don't realize these commissioner seats, these local seats are just as important as the presidency. It is a all hands on deck type of situation.
And just to explain for folks, yes, I completely agree. That's correct. But the reason why is these county commissioners determine, in many ways, how the elections are conducted. Yes, the legislatures pass the laws, secretaries of state or commissions, like in Wisconsin, will kind of give the policy manual and procedures for the election, but it's actually the county commissioners who actually execute the election. And so if you have county commissioners in there that read the law differently, or if they have different interpretations of the policy manual, it could be something that we perceive as completely illegal. And so these county commissioner seats are so important. So are the races on the races for these county seats, are they the same as the regular cycles? Like, are they up in 2024? Or are they odd cycle races?
So I'm not 100% sure. I'm not from Georgia, so
sorry, where I was going with
the terms. Are you asking like the ones that have won? Are they going to be in place for 2024? I believe so. Don't hold me to that. I believe so. But I do know that there's also been a grassroots push for several of these counties that have been basically like taken over by like America First Patriots to do hand-marked paper ballots going into the next race, because there's been so much questions regarding the voting machines, the methods, and stuff like that. But one of the things, George, in space there that we saw in 2020 and in 2022 is that the Secretary of State's office often intimidates. Same with the Mark Elias. When True the Vote was trying to empower these individuals with the law and the legal framework to, challenge ineligible records for security purposes, they're met with intimidation. They're met with threats of litigation. And what I want to say is don't be afraid, right? Take that battle to the courts. That's exactly what True the Vote is doing this Thursday, right? We have to start fighting in different fronts, and that means in the courtroom. So what I would ask you guys to do is, instead of, putting on your angry faces and going into these election officials and demanding they do certain things, empower them with kindness and soft-spoken words to do the right thing, because that's what it's going to take. And there's a lot of the times where we get passionate, right, when we know something's funny is going on, and we might push away people that are in a position to make a difference. And I saw that firsthand in some of these counties, speaking with election directors, where they just got so many angry phone calls from people on our side, but that basically pushed them into the arms of people like Brad Raffensperger. And so we want to empower with love and strength and dignity these grassroots election directors and commissioners to vote and do the right thing, because this is history in the making, and we all play a role.
That's exactly right. And I saw the same thing in several of the other states, where you have, whether the election director in some of these counties I still don't think is great, but
some of them are sellouts.
Some of them are sellouts, but there are officials who honestly didn't know, like, I'll say it this way, they got played. They got played by people who wanted to manipulate the election, and they didn't know. 100%. And so then they get all of these angry phone calls from people who are upset, who are thinking they're corrupt, and they're not necessarily corrupt. They didn't know they got played. And so, to your point, we need to welcome them back and say, okay, but we have to make changes, and it can't be done the same way as it has been done before. Now, I want to ask you, because a lot of folks have been this is an area of the elections that I think is very, very important, that I don't think talk enough about. And we had this in Maricopa County. We certainly had it in Fulton County, where they centralize vote counting. The centralized vote counts. Like, you've got the State Farm Arena, where it used to be precincts, and everything used to be counted at the precinct, which is much more secure, because if you want to add 100,000 ballots to the tally, you have to go to 3,000 precincts to be able to do that, to add these ballots. However, if everything's centralized in one place, you can do it with a thumb drive. You can do it with one or two people. You can do it by clearing out the room at midnight and having people step out. So these centralized counting facilities are something that I think is a very insecure way of running the election. I have not yet seen a large push to get rid of that. Certainly in Arizona, I have not yet seen that. Maybe that's the next election cycle. That's the next battle we fight after we clean up some of the closer stuff. Have you seen anything about that, or what have you heard in Georgia?
As far as I'll find out. I am going to be there for the next couple of weeks. I anticipate this trial is going to drag out for quite some time. But I will try to dig a little more into that. I haven't heard of that. I know the hand-marked paper ballot push. But obviously Fulton County right now is run by basically the same kind of people in Maricopa County, and they don't want free and fair elections. And it's funny, this whole stuff with like Bonnie Willis. I'm like, people don't understand. She was a beneficiary of the election, so she was on the ballot in the election that we're questioning, and is now prosecuting everybody and every election official that had any role in investigating and uncover the actual truth of the fraud and the nature of which it was stolen. So how is that not a conflict of interest? So how we're going to restore Fulton County, I'm not quite sure. But like I said, I'll be there in a couple days, and I'll find out for you.
Okay, I will be very eager to hear how that's going. Heather Mullins, thank you so much for your time. Where can people follow you? How do they find you and follow what you're doing?
So I'm on all social media, Twitter, Truth Social, Getter, and my handle's the exact same. It's Talk Mullins, T-A-L-K, Mullins. And I just want to encourage people, too, to go to truethevote.org, sign up for their email list, because God forbid we get censored on some form of social media. The best way to stay in touch is to sign up for the email list, and then make sure that you whitelist us so that it's not going to your spam folder. But Catherine sends out weekly updates with all the most important election information that you guys are going to want to know. So stay informed on what's happening in your backyard. And yeah, thank you so much for everything that you've done too with Arizona.
Yeah, thank you. We're on opposite sides, but it's so nice to catch up with you. Thank you for everything you're doing. Give Catherine and Greg our best. We all love them very, very much.
Say a prayer for her, man. Pray for this lawsuit. If you're a praying American, please, 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 we need all the prayers we can get.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Heather. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Sure.
Thanks, Christina, and thank you, Heather. Awesome coverage right there here in Derry, New Hampshire. Before we get to our next interview with Carolyn Levitt, the MAGA Inc. spokesperson, I want to introduce you to Concealed Books. They are military-grade, super thick stainless steel plates with anti-theft combination. We're told there's no locks needed. At first glance, it's a book blending seamlessly with every other on your shelf, but a closer look reveals a secure haven for your most valuable possessions, including your firearms. Concealedbooks.com, that's books with an S, offer an ingenious way to ensure your items are not only safe, but also cleverly hidden right in plain sight. So it's got undetectable design, robust safety, quick access, and we're actually offering you an exclusive chance to secure your own hidden book safe at a whopping 50% discount. All you got to do is go to concealedbooks.com and experience peace of mind with discretion. Stay safe and keep your valuables safer. Taking a live look here in Derry, New Hampshire, as one of the MAGA spokespeople will join us right now here as 2,600 people await President Donald J. Trump. Carolyn Levitt joins us right now. And Carolyn, I mean, all the people that are saying hello to you out there because you are someone that stands for the stuff that's true, right? Freedom, the Constitution, God, and Donald Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to be here with so many familiar faces, so many patriots, people that love this state and love this country and hate what is happening to it right now. I love coming to these events because I love talking with the grassroots voters. These are the people that are in control of our party. I know there's a lot of donors out there, a lot of consultants that want to buy this election for other candidates in the race, but it's the people in this room that are going to decide this election for President Trump. And they're so deeply concerned for the future of our country. How could they not be when you look at what's happening in the Middle East right now, when you look at what's happening in our own country and our Democrat-run inner cities, where homelessness and violent crime is rampant, and then our economy. Every single person in this room is feeling the consequences of Bidenomics, and it's going to get a lot worse for the people of New Hampshire this winter as they try to fill up their gas tanks and heat their homes with these astronomical energy costs, thanks to Biden's war on our energy.
And thanks to Dark Brandon standing on the beach out there in Delaware while the world is falling apart.
Yeah, it's so insulting. We have American hostages, American citizens currently being held hostage in the Gaza Strip by Hamas terrorists who just beheaded women and children, who raped women, who took people captive, who beheaded babies, executed babies in their sleep, and the president is on the beach sleeping. It's unfathomable. He doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about America. He's not out there going from state to state like President Trump is, earning votes, earning support, rallying with the people and understanding the issues that are impacting them. He's at his beach house 30% of his presidency, and he's sold out our country and our national security. We know now. The proof is in the writing. It's in the checks. Follow the money. Joe Biden is not a public servant. He's a career corrupt politician who has been ripping off all of the great people that you see in this room, and they've had enough.
Carolyn, it seems like the left is simply trying to fan the flames of chaos and distract from really what's happening out there. What do you think is really happening out there?
Well, you see it every day, right? You see just the bloodshed and the horror and the war that we're seeing overseas, that is completely unavoidable if Joe Biden just continued the foreign policy strategy of President Trump, which was to lead by peace through strength and deterring our enemies. You see the chaos in our Democrat-run cities where Democrat leaders have put lawlessness over law and order. I'll give you an example here in New Hampshire. In Manchester, we have a Democrat mayor. She has this horrific bail reform policy that's literally a revolving door for criminals. And last week at the State House in Concord, New Hampshire, where President Trump just was signing up his paperwork to be on the ballot, there was a drug dealer that testified and said, I'm a former drug dealer, and I know that your bail law here is a joke. And so criminals deal drugs in New Hampshire because they know they'll get away with it. That's unacceptable.
And drugs a huge problem in New Hampshire. I remember being in Wolfboro just a couple weeks ago, President Trump talking about that as well. We're watching right now, if you see on the other side of the screen there, the motorcade with Brian Glenn and, of course, President Trump on the way here to Derry, New Hampshire. Tell us about this area. I mean, this is a lot of patriots around, it seems like.
A lot of patriots. This is a very red town. It's a Republican town. It's just a few towns away from the one I grew up in. So Rockingham County is the bread and butter of New Hampshire, and it's a great place to live. I believe this is the best state to raise a family, to have a business like my family has. They've lived their American dream here, but sadly that is slipping away from us, again, with the high energy costs, with the inflation, with the mortgage rates. Property taxes here are outrageous. They're only getting higher. So the American dream is slipping away out of the hands of all the great hardworking people you see in this room today. And that's why they support President Trump.
Amen to that. What is your message to those that are watching right now that are really discouraged? I mean, look at this. These people here, they're happy to be here. Yeah. But there's some that are watching that are like, wow, there's so much going on. What would be your message to encourage the people?
We need to be happy warriors. We need to get on our knees and pray for this country, pray for President Trump, pray for truth to prevail. We need to not be silent anymore. They used to call us the silent majority. We need to be the loud and proud majority. Get your friends out to vote. Get your family out to vote. Have those tough conversations with members of your family who may be apolitical, may be independent, may be Democrats. Bring them on our team because we are on the side of truth and justice and law and order and all of the values that make this the greatest country in the history of the land. We have one more shot to turn this ship around. If we don't, we are going to a sea of communism, and we will be learning about America, the great country it was, in the history books in the future. We can't allow that to happen. So pray, talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends, and get out and vote for President Trump.
There's nothing more to say after that. Carolyn.
Mic drop.
That is a mic drop. I'm about to drop it right now. Good job. Thank you so much. Awesome to see you again. Thank you so much for what you're doing out there.
God bless you.
God bless you. Great job there by Carolyn Levitt, of course. And I remember seeing her on one of the networks just speaking straight up, looking into that camera on live television in front of the nation. And I knew there's another MAGA patriot right there. You know, MAGA is a peaceful movement that loves God, loves our country, loves our freedom, and loves President Donald J. Trump, who will be here, as you see on the camera there. That's our crew, our Right Side Broadcasting Network crew. Brian Glenn, of course, being there, always getting a nice opportunity to talk to President Trump, or at least hear a soundbite from him, because he's saying things that are solutions to the mess that we're in. Of course, between 2016 and 2020, it wasn't like this, what we're seeing right now, at all. I'm going to get to one of our sponsors here in a second. If you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. I'm at Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Go ahead and send this link to your friends and family. And let's take a live look right now as we thank one of our sponsors here in Derry, New Hampshire. Christina, before we get to you, we're going to talk about something special about your book here in a second. We want to talk about Birch Gold because last month the G20 announced a plan to impose digital currencies and digital IDs on the respective populations. Central bank digital currencies essentially allow the government to track every purchase you make. So they could even allow officials to prohibit you from purchasing certain products or easily freeze or seize part or all of your money. In essence, they enable the government to take more control over your finances. Concerned Americans are diversifying their assets into physical gold with the help of none other than Birch Gold Group. If you want a physical asset held in a tax-sheltered retirement account, you should call Birch Gold as well. But learn for yourself. Text Trump to that number you see right there on the screen to 989898. They'll send you a free info kit on gold. And the easiest way to become a Birch Gold customer, if you have an IRA or a 401k from a previous employer, Birch Gold can actually help you convert it into an IRA in gold, and you don't pay a penny out of pocket. So text Trump to 989898. Claim your free info kit on gold, then give them a call, because if digital currency becomes a reality, it'll be nice to have some gold to fall back on. And speaking of falling back on something, there are some really good books out there about ways to save our nation, ways to make sure we have a free and fair election. Let's step on camera and talk about that real quick with our own Christina Bobb, who also attends these events and Trump rallies. President Donald Trump's one of President Donald Trump's lawyers, but also your book, the title. Go ahead.
Thank you for reminding me. I'm the worst salesperson out there because I always forget to tell people I wrote a book. Stealing Your Vote, the inside story of the 2020 election and what it means for 2024. It's out. You can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble. It's from my time as an investigative reporter. I was on the ground. I spent a ton of time in Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all of the states. And I go through all of the interviews that I did with people and tell you, kind of what I found. And more importantly, what we need you guys to do in order for us to save this great nation, because it can be saved. I believe it will be saved, but it is not a secured thing yet. It can be, but we need everybody to get involved. So please check it out, Stealing Your Vote, anywhere where books are sold.
And then you were talking about earlier, causeofamerica.org and also precinctstrategy.com with Steve Stern. Mike Lindell also involved. And anyway, he can. Let's be real. I mean, anything elections, obviously Mike Lindell's been putting it all out there. So go ahead and support Mike Lindell as well, of course, with promo code RSBN. Always good products with Mike Lindell. Back here live in Derry, New Hampshire, as you see there, President Trump on the way. Brian Glenn in that motorcade with him. He'll be here to share a message to, again, a standing room only crowd.
Yep.
It's always nice to see.
It's always great to see. And I know folks just saw this part of the room is completely packed out. The sides all the way back where you can see are totally packed out. There's some dead space behind the camera, and there's even a few people back there, even though they cannot see anything. So the place is packed.
Packed once again because people want freedom. They want our country back. They want the Constitution to be the law of the land. And it's great to be part of a narrative that is the true narrative, because the other side likes to control it all the time. It's just that few people, too. Isn't it interesting? It's, a few with a big megaphone trying to control, mind control. They're trying to win the hearts and minds still. But we realize what the truth is when it comes to our innate things that God has given us, right? The Bible and also the Constitution in that sense. So we're looking forward to a great speech here by President Trump.
And I really liked what Caroline Levitt had to say when you were interviewing her. She said, we used to be the silent majority, but we need to be the loud and proud majority. And that is so true because of exactly what you were talking about, which is there's so many more of us than there are of them. They just happen to have the megaphone. And so they seem big, they seem powerful, they seem, like they're in control of things, when in reality, they are not. It is the American people who control who is in government, who holds elected office, and they want you to believe that they've got a lockhold on that and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's not true. It's not true in any of the 50 states. We've got to get people involved. It's not enough to just vote. Yes, voting is great, but you have to get involved. Just like I will echo what Caroline said, this election is crucial. 2024 is a crucial election to make sure that we get our nation back on track. So I know everyone's struggling right now to work multiple jobs. Everyone's short on time, but this election really is one that we need to put that time in because we won't have another opportunity to get it back.
And one way to keep that awareness going, to have power, right? I believe awareness is power. The more you know, right, the more power you got over that situation, or you have over that situation. So one way to do that is to go on our newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, exclusive offers, exclusive content. And you can follow not only getting that newsletter, but also all of the social media platforms that Right Side's on, from Truth Social to, I believe we're on Getter as well, Telegram, on and on and on, because this is the message that's the true message that's out there. You don't take our words for it. You're watching us because you want to hear, you want to resonate with what's true and what's good and what's wholesome, right? Well, that's what we have going on here at this rally that's going to be here any minute.
I was saying they're watching us because they want to see Donald Trump, and they know that they'll see him here, and he should be coming out. It's 3 o'clock, so he's running a little bit late. They might have a better idea because they can see when the motorcade is actually getting here. Right. But he should be here shortly, and I don't know if we can see it.
Yep, and so once again, today making news in the state capitol here in New Hampshire in Concord, where President Trump officially filed for with the situation with New Hampshire. Now, I'm not sure if we're on right now or if that's Brian Glenn that's going live right now. Yes, we are.
Good to know we're not talking to ourselves.
Yes, that'd be all right. We would stay there for another hour still talking about the country and all that kind of thing. So as you see that full live shot right there with the president on the way here, really great coverage to see that. Switching gears, we've talked illegal immigration. We've talked the atrocities in Israel. What about the 9 Republicans that are now vying for the speakership in Washington, D.C.? A number of people doing that. What are your thoughts in general about that situation, Christina?
I'm very intrigued by it. I understand that there's a lot of Republicans that are concerned about it. I am hopefully optimistic. Personally, I was never a fan of Kevin McCarthy. I agree with Matt Gaetz, to be honest. I know a lot of people don't necessarily do that, but because he didn't necessarily have the next speaker lined up, there were people that said, oh, you shouldn't get rid of him until you know who the next one was. Well, sometimes the solution doesn't come until you get rid of the problem. That's just my personal belief on the topic. We'll see what comes of it. I also think that everything that's happening in our nation, whether it's the indictments against Donald Trump, the speaker race, the House, the craziness of the Biden administration, all of it it's on shaky ground at the moment. And I think once Donald Trump gets through these indictments, because he will, he's going to prevail on all of this stuff. I think once he gets through all of these daggers that they're trying to throw at him, it's going to be a whole different ballgame, because they will have failed yet again to take him out, which means he only becomes more and more powerful. So I think he's going to be unstoppable once that happens. And once we get to that point, I think it will drastically change the House, what the House needs to do. Now, I hope we have a speaker before that happens. You know, the continuing resolution only goes until November, I think it's 14th. And so if we don't have a speaker, the government shuts down, right? So I think some of these congressmen who have been promising funding, or who have been working with their special interest groups to provide funding, are going to have to decide on a speaker real fast in order to keep the government going. I don't, we can hear the crowd cheering, we want Trump, we want Trump. They're ready for him to get here. If they're watching RSBN, they can see when he arrives.
Definitely. So let's take a live look at the crowd real quick, and then let's see if we can pan to our left, your right as well. Taking a look all the way to the right here. There's people standing room only on both sides of the media riser as people are chanting, we want Trump, of course. Here we go.
Welcome to the stage, former state representative Al Baldessaro.
Hoorah! I want to thank you all for coming here today. I see we got a lot of veterans out here for Trump. But very important, we got veterans' families and friends out here. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story of my 16 years as a state representative here in New Hampshire. For the first 13 years as a state rep, being a chairman and being a vice chair and being in the minority on the Veterans Affairs, the VA here in New Hampshire used to have wait lists. We had a director who was second to none, terrible. Okay, he was the worst there. When Donald Trump got elected, I went to Washington, D.C. I talked to the Secretary of Veterans Affairs. He called here to New Hampshire on a Monday. A following week later, there was a whistleblower, and next thing you know, the director was resigned. We started taking care of veterans under Donald Trump's. Now, I want you to remember, to my fellow veterans, if you use the past president's plan, which was called choice, you were being dropped off seeing specialized doctors out in town, because Manchester does not have a VA hospital. They didn't pay their bills, so they were dropped. All of a sudden, here comes President Trump. He puts in community care. I had 3 bouts of cancer. 2 of my kidneys, I got 10% off through community care, using nothing but the best of doctors at the Dana-Farber. And I served 22 years as a Marine. To the veterans here, if you remember, our fellow veterans were being dragged, put on buses at 0600 in the morning, being brought up to White River Junction and being brought into Boston, to the VA centers there to be seen. They were being moved like cattle with no damn respect. Under Donald Trump, he took care of that. We came back together. Not one veteran there was being moved around because they could get any doctor they wanted through community care. I want to make damn well sure, because a lot of us forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. I want to make damn well sure we remember, if you support the POW-MIAs, you fly a flag like I do. Donald Trump there got North Korea to send home all those POWs and MIAs. I'm telling you here, I served 5 presidents as a Marine and as a state rep for 16 years. I just retired. And in closing, I'm going to tell you right now, there's so many things that still need to do with the VA. The CBO is looking at the budget office in Congress, wants to means test veterans' benefits. They want to make damn well sure that they cut our benefits there. Donald Trump will never ever let that happen, and he will not let one veteran left behind. Thank you.
The games we've played till now are at an end.
Well, a crowd of 2,600 here in Derry, New Hampshire right now, waiting for President Trump. We know that he is in the building because I see Brian Glenn here as well, and a number of other Trump staffers are in the building. So the president is here at this moment, and we are awaiting his speech, and it will be broadcast, of course, live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Yep, I just got an update. He should be out in less than 15 minutes. Hopefully he's on site, ready to come out. The crowd is now... Oh, yeah, look at, we got Brian Glenn back from the amazing signing that we saw.
That was very historical, him signing that. And I was told that it was the first former or sitting president to actually sign to be on the presidential primary in New Hampshire in person. Now, if that office appeared to be very small, Christina, it was tiny. It was like almost like a 10 by 10 Secretary of State. But what a historical moment that we got to see play out today. And it speaks volumes, the commitment that President Trump has to making this work.
Yeah, and it turned out great. Matthew and I were able to watch part of it, live, basically with the viewers as you were doing it. And I think it worked out really, really well. And I think it's very on brand for Donald Trump, I think, to be down with the people. When I say down with the people, I mean at a small office like what you're talking about, where he actually shows up in person himself, shakes hands with the people that were at the Capitol there with you. I just thought it seemed very with the people type moment.
No, it's exactly what you expect from President Trump. You know, he's going to show up. He's going to have a lot of fanfare. There was a lot of supporters out front of the State House, and a lot of supporters, and I don't know if you could tell, inside, lining the halls, which was great. He took pictures with, or sign an autograph or a hat or whatever, with every single person that asks. And to your point, Christina, that is the president. That's what makes President Trump so special.
Yeah, he's really good about that. And I don't think people appreciate how patient he is with anybody and everybody who actually wants to engage with him. He will engage with anybody, and he won't leave until everybody's had their opportunity. And he's just really, really good about engaging with the people. And this crowd here, I don't know what you experienced when you were at the State House, but this crowd here is rowdy. They're riled up. The viewers weren't necessarily able to see it because the speakers were speaking at the same time as he was doing the signing, so they missed that. But we got to watch. The crowd here is, and you can even hear them now. They're chanting a little bit. But they're riled up. They're ready to go. I imagine President Trump is ready to put on a show like he always does, and I think it's going to be a great event.
It is. I want to talk about our friend. Before we get to all of this, Mike Lindell has been such a patriot for this whole movement, and I always will go back to the original, right after the election, I got a phone call from him talking about, hey, Brian, I think there's some things you need to know about this election, and he was the first person to come out of the gate publicly and with the massive amounts of evidence that he accumulated. So I just want to encourage everyone right now. I know all the legal problems that he's going through, financial problems he's going through. I talked to him not too long ago. He is running out of money, and that is a fact. Mike Lindell is running out of money fighting all these legal battles against him. So the one way that you can get ahead of the game and help him out is to go to mypillow.com/RSBN and put that promo code. And look, we used to be up to 66% off. Now you get up to 80% off on certain things. And I'm telling you, he needs you more than ever. And get ahead of the Christmas thing, get ahead of all that shopping, and go visit mypillow.com/RSBN.
And one of the great things about Mike Lindell is he doesn't want to lay anybody off. A lot of employers would lay people off or cut salaries or cut benefits or do something in order to save the company or, save the corporation. And Mike Lindell doesn't do that. He always makes sure that he can keep people employed, and he does everything he can to look after the people who work for him and the people who work and supply these companies.
Yeah, he is 100% for his employees. Matter of fact, we need to make a visit. We need to pay him a visit. We've gone out there before to his factory and got to see how they made all these wonderful products. I want to go back, so we need to put that on the books, and we'll go live from the My Pillow factory, and let's see. As a matter of fact, I might text Mike when we're done with this and tell him, hey, we want to come back because he loves his country, he loves his employees, and he's got a great product. I've got the sheets, I've got the pillow, I got the slippers. I've got them all. I try to do whatever I can. So go check it out, mypillow.com/RSBN. What I thought was very interesting, and I want to ask you, you asked earlier about our northern border. We talk about the southern border so much. Guys, there's a northern border not too far from here. Hang on, music stop. Nope, got another song. What were you able to take out what the policy is right now with the northern border?
Yeah, so I was talking to the former state senator, Bob Guida, and he was saying, we don't have a border. He said, we don't have a fence, we don't have a border, and the Biden administration isn't enforcing our border laws. And so we're seeing this huge influx across the southern border, but we're also seeing the same thing coming in from Canada. And I know Matthew found an article from the Western Journal talking about how we're setting records in 2023 of all of the different nationalities of people who are illegally coming across the northern border. Effectively, the sentiment here in New Hampshire is basically, we don't have a border. We just don't have a border, and anybody and everybody who wants to come in is in fact coming in, and there's nothing that our federal government is going to do about it.
That's right. There is an immigration crisis that's going on in the South, and then we're hearing these new reports about the North as well. I mean, it just seems like the entire country is hanging by a thread at this point. Let's be real. I mean, that's really where it's heading. And that's what's great about what President Trump's working to do, is to say, hey, here's Agenda 47. This is what I'll do to bring everything back. And we already know what he did between 2016 and 2020. So let's just bring some more of that back up in here, up in these United States of America.
That's exactly right. I think people are ready for 2016 again. I think people are done with the 2020 and the post-COVID era. We just need to get back to America first, having America first policies, having leaders who actually care about this nation, care about the people of this nation, and actually want to see America and the people in it thrive.
100%. This is probably a good time if you want to send this link out to your friends and your family. Let them know President Trump is about to speak. We're in Derry, New Hampshire. We got about 2,600 people in this small town. We're about an hour or so north of Boston, about 30 miles southeast of Concord, where you saw President Trump officially filing in the primary of the Granite State. You saw that coverage with Brian Glenn with the motorcade as well. And he always is sharing a few messages anytime he can to encourage the people. He'll take his time with anybody, right? I mean, he'll talk to one person if he has to.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he did. That's what he did. And it's amazing because, you look at New Hampshire, and you know this. It is not a blood red state like Texas or like Florida or any one of these southern states. It's a very, I don't want to say purple state, but it's not as red as you would think, or want, I should say. But to see the overwhelming support the state has for President Trump says a lot about how much they love this guy, because a lot of Republicans in this state have to thread the needle on being maybe too vocal on America First policies, because it's not a very strong Republican state, but they love President Trump.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They love him. They love what he has to say. And I actually just got a couple excerpts from his speech that we're allowed to share. One thing that I think he's going to be able to hit Joe Biden and the Democrats on really hard is the tragedy that's taking place in Israel. And he says less than 1 week after innocent... Oh, is he coming out? Hang on. Oh, they're playing with us. Okay. Less than 1 week after innocent men, women, children, and babies were kidnapped, raped, tortured, and slaughtered in the worst terror attack in Israeli history, Crooked Joe went before the American people and said that if you want to support Israel, then you have to give a blank check for his proxy war with Russia in Ukraine. That is a really important point that I think the American people hate about what the Biden administration is doing, which is saying, hey, we know you love Israel. So they're basically holding Israel hostage so that we can continue to fund their crooked, corrupt war in Ukraine, where they're getting who knows how many kickbacks.
Yeah, right now the country and the world unstable. We need to stabilize, and that's the message that's coming from President Trump as we await the arrival of the 45th president. And of course, we know what happened in 2020. He should be the 46th, but hopefully the 47th president here in Derry. Why don't we take a live listen right now and see what's going on here on the screen? Yeah. So the crowd is still on their feet right now, awaiting President Trump here as a video plays in the background. I mean, this place has been rocking since they got in here. That was at least 2.5 hours ago. Once again, you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Christina Bobb, and then you also heard from Brian Glenn, who was in Concord, the state capital of New Hampshire, and saw the president there officially file for the New Hampshire primary, which will be on February 13th of 2024. And Iowa will be the first caucus on January 15th. So, you see the president making campaign stops in Iowa, then over to New Hampshire. He's been down in South Carolina. He's got a lot of trips coming up all across this country as he's leading in the polls right now in a number of swing states as well. And not only do you see the lead in the polls, you also see the amount of people that are actually showing up. You want results, why not just look and see what you see right here on your screen? You see hundreds on your screen, but then around spots that you can't see right here are more than 2,500 people. So 2,600 Americans are in this building right now, looking forward to hearing what President Trump has to say about immigration, about the Israeli conflict, the Israeli war, and all of the, let's be real, it's a powder keg right now in the Middle East as those atrocities on October 7th took place. So what will the president say? We know one thing, what a difference a president makes. That's a quote that he's been saying, and it sums up the president and his journey since 2015 to this point in 2023. So we'll see. I'm sure he'll be talking about make America safe again. or make America, of course, great again. Make America prosperous again. These aren't bad things. These aren't, this isn't attacking anything. This is just saying this is what we're going to do for our country. We're going to get back on camera here in a second, and we'll be talking a little bit before President Trump shows up. Obviously, a lot of commentary here from Brian Glenn, Christina Bobb, and myself, Matthew Alvarez. Go ahead and send this link to as many people as you can. And also, go ahead and donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, because at the end of the day, to cover these events, it is all about you, the viewer, and, of course, our sponsors. But thank you, viewers. Thank you, loyal Right Side Broadcasting Network. People that love freedom, people that love the truth, people that love Jesus, people that love God, people that love the Bible, and people that love President Donald Trump, and also conservative values, all those type of things. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third, the Fourth, on and on and on. So I'm told we're going to stay off here for now as we bring in Brian Glenn and Christina Bobb.
Yeah, well, we're just standing here observing this crowd, and you gave the Trump team a great idea. We'll talk about it off air, but this crowd is so involved. Look, Christina, it's a Monday, it's a school day, it's a work day. It doesn't matter, because when President Trump comes to your hometown, you're coming out to see him.
Yep, you're coming out to see him, and the crowd is excited to see him. They're fired up, and he should be out any minute. About 5 to 10 minutes ago, I was told less than 15 minutes. So,
well, typically he'll get here, and as you know, he'll take some pictures. He'll do his click line, talk to supporters, talk to volunteers, shake some hands, sign some autographs, take some pictures. That's what he does. So that's what he's doing right now behind here.
Yep, absolutely. He's getting ready to give a speech that I know the crowd is going to love. I'll read a few more excerpts that we can expect to hear. He says, to every American who is terrified that Crooked Joe's weakness will cause catastrophic global conflict, I will make you this promise. As your president, I will restore peace through strength, and I will prevent World War III.
Well, look how we're literally on the edge of a major war, and I wanted to ask him a question earlier, and perhaps Matthew. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Let's tune in.
Please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Defend
you very much. Wow. That's a big crowd. That's a big crowd. Listen to that. They want change. They want change. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We've had a tremendous relationship with New Hampshire. It's just been incredible. And, you know, you want change. That's what this is about. We got to get this government straightened out. There's never been anything like this. But I just want to say hello to everybody. It's a very special group. We've had a special relationship with your state. And I'm pleased to report that I've just come from the New Hampshire Secretary of State's office, where I officially filed for the first in the nation primary. First in the nation. Great honor. And you know who kept you first in the nation, right? There were some evil forces out there, a lot of evil forces around lately, and they didn't want you to stay there. And I said, there's no way we're moving. We don't have the courage to make that move. I don't have the courage. I'd never do that. I said I would not do it, and I didn't do it. You're first in the nation. Congratulations. Our victory here in 2016 rocketed us to the Republican nomination, and New Hampshire will always have a very special place in our heart. And I have to say, we also did very, very well in 2020, and we did much better in the general election than we did in 2016. We got close to 12 million more votes, 12 million more votes. You know what happened there, right? They say, how did you do in 2020? I did a lot better than we did in 2016. We're not going to let that happen. We got to be very vigilant. Less than 4 months from now, we're going to win the New Hampshire primary, and third straight time. And we are going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. He's a crooked guy. Next November. And very simply, we're going to make America great again. Not great right now. It's not great. We're laughed at all over the world. All over the world, we're laughed at. I want to thank my New Hampshire senior advisor. He's been with me right from the beginning. He's been an incredible guy. Steve Stepanek. Where's Steve? Steve, wherever you may be, there he is. Thank you, Steve. Great job. He's always working. Our New Hampshire co-chairs, Bruce Breton and Lou Gargiulo. Lou, thank you. Bruce, thank you very much. Great guys, great people. Hillsborough County Attorney, John Coughlin. Thank you, John. A man that's been with me really from the beginning. He's the first person with me. He used to tell me, that's right, Corey. He used to tell me, sir, you're going to win by so much. I put him on about 6 months early. How we doing, Corey? Sir, you're leading in every poll. Even if there was no poll, he'd say that. Because he wanted me to run. I said, well, let's take a look at it, Corey. Let's just take a look. Sir, you do it every day. He'd come in. Sir, you're winning. You're killing everybody. How do you know, Corey? Oh, it tells you everyone. I just know, sir. And he was there right from the beginning, and we had an incredible relationship right up until this day, and it'll be going on for a long time. He's a very special guy, and he loves this state. He loves New Hampshire. He lives here. He loves this state, and I'd like to introduce Corey Lewandowski. Where is Corey? Corey, get over here, Corey. Corey, come up here, Corey. Come here, Corey. I got to get him up. Come here, Corey. These people love Corey. This is his place. Come here, Corey. Say something, Corey.
How great is Trump? Guys, we won it twice. We got to win it one more time to fix this country. Donald Trump for New Hampshire. Donald Trump for America. Thank you, guys.
He didn't know that was going to happen. That was a very good job. And another one with tremendous spirit. I watched her on television 2 days ago, defending me and fighting for me. Caroline Levitt. Caroline, where are you, Caroline? Hi, sweetheart. Hey. Boy, you're doing a job. She's doing a job. Oh, I don't want to be against her. I don't want to be against her. That'll never happen. Thank you, Caroline. Honorary chair of our New Hampshire Veterans for Trump Coalition. You know this man very well, Al Baldessaro. Al, thank you, Al. He loves our vets, and I love our vets, and he makes sure that we take care of them. And we did, like nobody's ever taken care. You know, the VA, the Veterans Association, and hospitals, and all of them put together, they have so many different groups. But we got the highest rating that we've ever had. We had a 92% rating for approval, job approval, or taking care of our great vets. Al was a big help, but everyone, the VA, everyone said there's never been anything close. And you look at second place, it was like 51%. Nobody's ever done that job, and it's an honor. You have a lot of vets up here. It's an honor to have done it. It's an honor to have done it. We're going to be building a big VA hospital up here, too, which you don't have. You know, I think you're the only state that doesn't have one. And we had that all set to go, but then we had a little election that went astray. So we have to be careful. You got to get out there and you got to watch those voters. You don't have to vote. Don't worry about voting. The voting, we got plenty of votes. You got to watch election night. You know, it used to be election day, election night. Now it's election month. Now it's election period. Some of these things go on for 53 days. It's terrible. We want to bring it back. Same day voting, paper ballots, right? Voter ID, voter ID. Let me see, here it is, voter ID. But today I'm very pleased to receive the endorsement of a very special person, Belknap County Sheriff Bill Wright. Thank you, Bill. Where's Bill? Where is Bill? Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much, Bill. That's a big endorsement. We have the law enforcement endorsements. They're all over. They're all over. We love law enforcement. They're greatly respected. They don't know that, but they are greatly respected by the people, by the real people. Greatly respected. Thank you very much, Bill. Appreciate it. 4 days ago, crooked Joe Biden gave one of the most dangerous and deluded speeches ever delivered from the Oval Office. It was disaster. Not only presentation, which wasn't too good, it's the words that were really bad. Less than 1 week after, innocent men, women, children, and babies were kidnapped, raped, tortured, slaughtered in the worst terror attack in Israeli history. It was the worst in their history, actually. Babies, I guess they said 42 babies with their heads chopped off. Think of that one. They don't even want to talk about it. Crooked Joe went before the American people and said that if you want to support Israel, then you have to give a blank check for the proxy war also in Ukraine, having to do with Russia and Ukraine, which is another one. By the way, it would have never happened if we were president. If we didn't have that election, you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have had the attack on Israel. You wouldn't have had a lot of the horrible things. The world is exploding. If you take a look, I mean, the whole world is exploding. You know, I was very honored as a man. Viktor Orban. Did anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world. And he's the leader of, right? He's the leader of Turkey. Fronts on both Russia. Yeah, you could sit down. We'll be here for a little while. We got plenty of time. What the hell? I'm very honored that you're all standing, but sit down. They'll be standing in a couple of minutes as soon as we say some of the things they like, because they're waiting. They're waiting for that. But Viktor Orban, and he's the head of Hungary, and he runs it tough. Let me tell you, he runs it properly. He runs it strong with crime and everything else. He runs it strong. And he doesn't let terrorists into his country. They said, what do you recommend for Joe Biden if you could tell him anything? I tell him to resign and let Trump become president, because nobody ran. China, Russia, North Korea, nobody ever did a job like Trump did a job. I tell him to get out, let Trump run things like he was doing for 4 years. Little truth to that, maybe a lot of truth to that. Biden said that if you want to stop terrorists, then you have to give him billions of dollars to support illegal aliens invading the United States. You know, many of the people coming in, you notice there are so many young men, young, strong men, and they're coming in from areas that are right now in war, a lot of in different areas. We have a lot of wars going on all over. So we had no wars. We beat ISIS, 100% of ISIS. You know what we did. But we have a lot of different spaces. You could very much end up in World War III because we have an incompetent president. You know, the United States has such a tremendous influence on what's going on in the world, and a lot of people didn't realize it until lately. You have to be respected as a country, maybe feared, but really respected. You have to be, at a minimum, respected. Joe Biden's speech was a grotesque betrayal of Israel and a confused mess of neocon warmongering. An American last lunacy. American last. They want America last, ladies and gentlemen. Pushing conflict abroad and distracting from as many disasters at home. I mean, look at home. Look at what's going on. And you haven't even seen them. They've allowed, I believe, 15 million people into the country from all of these different places like jails, mental institutions. And wait till you see what's going to happen with all those people. They're not coming in just because they like our weather. They like our weather. They're coming in for a lot of bad reasons. Crooked Joe can't even walk up the children's stairs in Air Force One, you know? Now, doesn't that look terrible? You see a man come at you, want to see a man walk out, or woman, walk off Air Force One, nice and high, wave to everybody. This guy goes through the little stairs. We call them the children's stairs. And now he's made it a common practice because he can't quite make it up or down. I think he has a bigger time making it up. Usually that's it's supposed to be easier. I don't know. Let's not even think about it. Or find his way off a stage. He can't find his way off a stage. You ever see that? Makes a speech, if you call it that. Okay, thank you. And they're screaming at him. They're saying, no, you got there, you got there. I mean, he can make a bad speech, but you got to be able to see, you know, you came in here, I can even go out there, I see there's an exit there, exit here, you got exits all over. It's unbelievable. And this guy's in charge of the most dangerous time in our history. He's in charge of it. And the weaponry is so massive and so powerful that this won't be World War II or World War I with army tanks running around shooting at each other. World War III will be an obliteration. It'll be something like nobody's ever seen before. And we have a man that's not capable. He's not capable. They're really good at cheating on elections, but that's not him. That's a whole group of radical left lunatics. To every American who's terrified that Crooked Joe's weakness will cause catastrophic global conflict, excuse me, it already is. I make this promise to you as president. I will restore peace through strength, and we will stop World War III. We will not have World War III. And I know all the players. I know them all. I know them all. Because it was Joe Biden with his weakness and what he did with Iran and others that caused the attack on Israel. That's very simple. They would have never attacked. They would have never attacked Israel. Never. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. You wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have any inflation right now. It was energy that went up like skyrocketed. He stopped it. Just no more. Let's have everything. Thank you. He sounds like a good candidate. Who said that? Who said that? Stand up. Let me see. He's a real man. He's a real man. Unlike Joe Biden, I will stand with our friend and ally, the state of Israel, 100%. We'll stand with them 100%. And unlike Crooked Joe, I will fully support Israel's mission of ensuring that the terrorist group Hamas is defeated, dismantled, and permanently destroyed. They have to destroy them. And they have to be careful in their type of attack. Going in is a lot of risks to that with the mines that are put all over the place in the tunnels probably. You know, bad things can happen. There's other ways of doing it also, but they know what they're doing and they have to do it right. But they have to be tough and they have to win. They have no choice. They have to win. Even as Biden was speaking, Iranian proxies were attacking U.S. military assets in the region. As he's speaking, they're actually shooting into our different military bases, forts. They're shooting in missiles, and we're saying, like, oh, it's okay, just another day. It's not another day. You remember when I did something to Iran and they shot missiles? Well, those are typically very accurate missiles, but did you notice every single one of them missed, right? I wonder why they missed. I wonder why they missed. They went at a certain base that we had, a lot of people in that base, but they all landed a little outside the base. I wonder why. Someday you're going to think about that. Then you're going to think about, did we know they weren't going to hit the base too? But they didn't hit us. They needed some kind of reply, I guess, but they didn't hit us. Crooked Joe is not feared, he's not respected, and he's regarded by our enemies as a joke. They don't even believe it. When I'm president, America will be respected again like never before, just like never before. And our enemies will know that if they harm a single American, we will hit them faster and harder than they've ever been hit before. In addition, upon my inauguration, and it's our inauguration, I call it, our. It's not mine, it's our. We have to bring our country back. It's not an easy thing to do. Would you believe what's happened to the USA in the last 3 years? But I will immediately reinstate all sanctions on the murderous Iranian regime. You have to do that till we have a deal. If you will not enforce sanctions against Iran, then you do not stand with Israel. It's that simple. It's all about Iran. It's not about these others. It's all about Iran. They know everything that's going on. They probably laid out the game plan. And Joe Biden won't do it. I wonder how much money he's receiving from Iran, do you think? Gets a lot from China, that we know. But I will do it. When I came into office, Iran had $70 billion in foreign exchange reserves. It was loaded up with money. That's from Obama. Its piggy bank was full, and it was also full of terrorists. By the time I left, they had nothing. They were broke. They were broke. The Iranian regime could barely afford to turn out the lights, and we had a lot of interesting discussions. We would have had a deal with Iran, one that was good for everybody, one that was good for them. They might have not have known it at the time, but it would have been good for them. But that not give them access, we cannot give them access to nuclear weapons. We would have had a deal within 1 week after the election. I believe that. I believe that. They were ready to make a deal because they were so, they were poor. They were actually poor. China, I said, if you buy, you're not going to deal with the United States, so we're going to tariff you at a level of about 100% on everything you do sell in. I said that to India, too. I said it to other nations, and they weren't buying oil from Iran at all. They weren't buying any oil, and Iran was not doing well. And the $70 billion that they had was actually, I think, closer to $100 billion. It disappeared very rapidly. And if you notice, all of the problems, all of the big problems, they all stopped. And I never talked about it during my 4 years, but look what happened. We didn't have any attacks in the United States for 4 years. I never wanted to say it during, because I can't say it. I wanted to for 2 years. I wanted to say, look how good things are. We had the ban, we had the whole thing banned. They said, oh, that's such a terrible thing, a ban from horrendous, dangerous nations. We had a ban. I think that's okay. But we didn't have an attack for 4 years. About 2 days after I left, I said, how good did we do? We did great. We did great because we were respected and probably feared. But the election was rigged and it was stolen, and sadly, Crooked Joe surrendered my tough sanctions immediately to Iran. And now, once again, Iran probably has close to $100 billion to finance terror, and Israel's paying a big price. They're paying a very big price. Iran is a very rich country right now. When I left, they were broke. They were broke. And they would have made a deal very quickly, but now they're very rich, and I think it's very hard to make a deal. The minute I'm back in the White House, not only will I impose the most crippling sanctions in history, we will also unleash the most powerful economic weapon. We will drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Most powerful weapon. Can you believe what we're doing with the electric cars? All electric. Nobody wants them. Oh, we want all electric. Darling, I'd love to drive to New Jersey, but the car won't go that far. I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop 7 times, darling. Remember the old days when we had those old-fashioned cars that would just drive you to New Jersey and back on a tank of gas? It's nothing like the modern times when we have to stop 7 times to get a charge. Under the Trump administration, we had energy independence, and soon we would have been energy dominant. We were going to be selling our energy to Europe instead of Russia, selling it. And we would have been taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We would have been reducing our debt. We would have gotten our debt, which is tremendous now, tremendous. I was doing that, and then we got hit with COVID, and we had to do other things. We got hit with COVID at the end. We had to do other things. Nobody has ever had an economy, and we did it twice. We did it twice, and actually the second time was really harder because of COVID. We did a great job with that. Never got the credit from the fake news, but we did a great job. We handed him something that was very good. And I got the price of oil below $40 a barrel at some points. Think of it. Gutting Iran's ability to finance war and terror. And likewise, Russia. Russia wouldn't have been able to prosecute the war against Ukraine at $40, but at $100 and $115, and now it looks like we're going up to records. With Biden, the price of oil is nearing $100 a barrel. It's going to be much higher than that soon. And they have all the money they want. So these people that like to fight wars that have oil are making a fortune. Nobody's ever made a fortune fighting a war, but they're making a fortune, far more than anybody has ever made before as a country. And they pay the radical Islamic thugs as much money as they want because they have so much money. Crooked Joe surrendered our energy independence, and he made Iran rich again, really rich, and he made America very poor. We're a very poor nation. We owe $35 trillion. We're very poor. And he used the reserves, our strategic reserves. He took it out so that he could have lower gasoline prices for cars. It wasn't meant for, politics. It was meant for wars. And we're now at the lowest level in our strategic reserves in history. In history, nobody's ever remembered. We're down at the bottom. We've never been at a level like that. I poured in a lot. In fact, if it wasn't for Congress, we would have had. I had a deal to buy it for $25 a barrel, and even lower than that. But we bought a lot, and we got it at great prices. And it wasn't for the Democrats, we would have had that whole thing filled up at about $25 a barrel. But they thought, oh, you shouldn't do that. We need that for war. We need that for security, not for cars going back and forth so that you vote for somebody because the oil price is 10 cents less. That's not the reason. He attacked American energy while he unleashed Iranian energy. Look what he did with Venezuela. Remember? Venezuela. Take a look at that. So am I right? Am I right? Venezuela. We would have had something done with Venezuela. You could have gone back there. Now you can't. He's right. Thank you very much. And I didn't put him out there, by the way. He's not a campaign finance person. But you're right. We're pouring money into Venezuela on getting tar. They have very heavy tar. It's really tar that you have to burn. And you know where it gets burned? In Houston. It's the only plant, it's the only refinery in the world that can do it because it's very heavy, very dirty. And we're doing it, and we're taking it out of Venezuela instead of under our feet. We have liquid gold under our feet. We have more than any other nation, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia, more than anybody, and it's beautiful. Light sweet. Did you ever hear of light sweet? Do you know what that is? Light sweet. I call it liquid gold, and we have more than anybody. He funded Hamas and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is now starting, you see, in the north. How about the security person, top security person for Biden said, I hope Hezbollah doesn't attack us from the north because that's where we're most vulnerable. Can you believe it? The following morning we got attacked from the north. No, can you believe the guy he's a national security advisor? I hope that Hezbollah doesn't attack Israel from the north because that's where we're the most vulnerable. The following morning they got attacked. But this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with stupid people. Dealing with stupid people. He funded Hamas, Hezbollah abroad. Well, he launched a war on patriotic citizens at home. We're at war. Goes after all of us. I mean, he's attacking his political opponent. Nobody ever got indicted as a political opponent. You know, when you're finished, president, but we're not finished. By the way, if I was, I probably would be right now having a good time in life. But I'm having a good time for a different reason, because we're going to make our country great again. We're going to bring it back. Crazy. Thank you, man. But we'll do the exact opposite. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The spirit, you know, it's amazing. I was saying coming up, every house has a Trump sign on it, everything, and everywhere. In Florida, we left Florida, Iowa, South Carolina, every place we go, the houses, Trump, 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 2024. And I was saying that the spirit right now is greater than it ever was in 2016 or 2020. I mean, 2020 was unbelievable, but they did a lot of bad things, and they used COVID to cheat, and there's a lot of things happened. You know, people couldn't go out. They were afraid to go out. A lot of bad things happened. The ballots all over the place. They had more ballots than they had voters. Little things like that, right? But they used it to cheat, and they're not going to get away with it this time. There's more spirit now than I ever saw in 2020 or 2016. You see it here. You see it here. And I think the two reasons are, number one, you saw the job we did. We had the strongest border in history. If he would have, you know, he goes to the beach a lot, right? If he would have gone to the beach and not done anything, he would have the best border. We had the best people. Tom Homan was incredible, right? You know Judd, right? Brandon Judd, he's fantastic. We had the best people anywhere. They're so... You know, Border Patrol, and by the way, ICE, these are great people. These are people that, I know some people in the front row, they're very tough, but they don't want to do the job that ICE does. They go into a pack of MS-13s and they fight. The fists are flowing, and then 2 minutes later, they start taking them out, putting them in paddy wagons, and we got them out of our country. But they fight. Who the hell else is going to do that job? And Brandon Judd does a fantastic job with the Border Patrol. So many great people. And they want to fix it. You know, they could have an easier job if they just stand aside and let them all pour in. That's an easier job. They don't want it. They hate what they see coming in, and they hate that our country's gone to hell. They hate it. They are really amazing. They're great people. I will shut down Iranian energy, and I'll unlock American energy like never before, and we will once again make the Iranian dictatorship very poor. And we're going to make the American people very rich. Look, Iran was broke when I left. I don't want to use a term like that, but Iran was broke, and now they're rich. Over a 3-year period, they have close to $100 billion. They're rich as hell. That's peanuts compared to what they need to keep trying to destroy Israel and other things and other people. We will cut the cost of energy for New Hampshire families in half, and it'll go very quickly. You know, you have the highest energy costs. Is anybody here not from New Hampshire? Anybody here like, well, we have a lot of travelers. They like to hear. They like, and we're not, you know, we do the rallies like once a month, but do those rallies. But, you know, people come from all over the country. It's a lot of people, because this is really a very select group of people from New Hampshire, but a lot of people got in. So, yeah, this guy right over here, Front Row Joe, right? Front Row Joe, stand up. This guy, he sees a lot of these, and we can't get it up because it's just an optimistic. Look, our country's in trouble, really big trouble, probably like it's never been before, but we're going to make it great again. We're going to make our country great again, but we're going to make it, we really still have that chance, greater than ever before. I really believe that. We're going to make it greater than ever before. And so when people like our friends, the Front Row Joes that are traveling all over the country, I don't know what the hell they do for a living. They must have a lot of money. You must have been very successful. How many events have you guys gone to?
This is my 67th rally.
How much?
67.
67th rally. That's pretty good. I'm not losing his vote. I'm not losing his vote. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. No, he's a great American. He's a patriot. He wants to see our country do well. But under my leadership, we kept you so safe from terrorists that you never really had to think about it. The Biden came along, he blew everything up. Remember the horrible situation we had with the border, which was a fraction of what it was now, as an example of what it is now. We had a horrible situation with the border. And I came in and I talked about they're coming through, and I mentioned the word rape, and they said, how dare they mention rape? I mean, the large percentages of the women coming up get raped. Large percentages. What I said was like baby talk compared to the fact. I mean, I was actually being very conservative in what I was saying, but they couldn't stand it. But when you looked at it and you saw it, nobody's ever seen anything like that. And it sounded really bad to me. I did such a good job that in 2020 I couldn't talk about the border because nobody wanted to hear it, because we had no problem with the border. The border was secure. We had no problem. So I couldn't talk about the border. And I used to say, and I would say maybe it was my biggest or second biggest thing other than the economy and the economics of a country, but it was just about my biggest thing. And I said, you know, I got to talk about the border. I got so used to talking about it. They said, sir, nobody cares about the border anymore. You fixed the problem. Nobody cares. I couldn't even say I fixed the problem. People forgot we had a problem. We had a horrible border in 2016, and then we fixed it. I couldn't talk about it in 2020. I couldn't even mention. People start falling asleep. Then today, you don't mind if I talk about the border because, man, do we have to talk about the border. But Biden canceled my travel ban on terror-plagued nations. He threw open our borders, surrendered to the Taliban. He totally surrendered. What that whole thing was so bad in Afghanistan. That was the lowest moment in the history of our country. He gave away tens of billions of dollars to Iran, swamped American communities with pro-jihadist refugees. That's a nice term, pro-jihadist. And proclaimed that the number one terror threat was not ISIS or Al-Qaeda, but Trump supporters, MAGA supporters. How about that? MAGA. MAGA is the problem. You know what MAGA is? MAGA are patriots. They're patriots that want to see our country be great. They don't want women raped on the streets. They don't want people mugged and beaten up. And they're the people you see at school board meetings begging for sanity in our schools. It's an incredible thing. I watched Biden with that one, remember, with the red background, looked like the devil. He had that horrible, I don't know, whoever his set designer, the same set designer does the same set of him on the beach. Somebody thinks he looks good on the beach. I don't think so. He hobbles over, he grabs the chair. You know, those chairs are meant so a child can pick them up. They weigh like 4, they're incredible. You can pick them up like this. You see this guy walking around. And then he sleeps on the beach all day long. And we have potentially World War III going on. It's horrible. It's horrible to watch. It's horrible to see. But he made that speech with that horrible red background. That background might have been worse than the beach. That was a horrible, nasty background. And he talked about MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. And if I would have said, what does MAGA stand for? He has no idea. Make America Great Again, right? He has no idea. If I would say, what does MAGA stand for, Joe? You know what he'd say? And then some guy like Chris Wallace would cut you off if it's a debate. Well, that has nothing to do. I said, no, it does. Remember when I said he got $3.5 million with Chris Wallace? How's he doing lately? Not too good. That debate killed him. But what happened is, I said, how come he got $3.5 million cash from the mayor of Moscow's wife? And Chris Wallace said, he's not allowed to answer that question. I said, I think it has a lot to do. And Joe just stood there hoping that Chris Wallace was going to win that debate. But it's terrible because, you know, they're protected by the fake news media. I was proud to say that the fake news media today had the worst approval rating in the history of fake news. 34%. I don't believe it's 30%. I don't believe it's 34%. I don't believe it. No, I don't believe it's 34%. There's a lot of cameras back there. It's amazing what ratings do, isn't it? They don't want to cover me. But if Trump gets twice the ratings of anyone else, we get about 5 times the ratings. If we get much more people watching, it's amazing the abuse they'll take. But listen, they got the low, and it's a bad thing, really, because if we had a fair media and honest, but we have the most dishonest media. I saw MSDNC, right? MSDNC, because it's really a branch of the Democrat National Committee. I saw them the other day. Biden made that horrible speech. The delivery was an F, and the content was probably as bad, almost as bad, but the delivery was so bad. And that was it. And I just wanted to see what they say. What a great speech that was. Isn't it wonderful to have such a wonderful I said, it's crazy. I remember he made a State of the Union speech. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. Stumbling, mumbling, didn't know where the hell he was. And then CNN, I watched CNN to see. I like to see what they do. They said that was one of the greatest speeches since FDR. You know, FDR was a great speaker, right? He was a great speaker. He sat because of a situation, but he was an elegant, beautiful, elegant, and eloquent. And he was a great speaker, and they show him speaking, and rah, rah, America will be great. We were attacked today. You have to understand, now they show this guy who can't put together 2 sentences. And they say, that's one of the finest State of the Union addresses since FDR. And it just drives you wild. Not because of competition, not because of anything. It's just so damn dishonest, let's face it. Let's face it. One of the finest since FDR. At least they didn't say Churchill. Churchill was one of the greats. Yeah, no, he is. He's controlled by people that surround his desk. I believe that. In short, I would say. But in short, Joe Biden has been a nightmare for Israel and for Americans. He's been, as bad as you could be. But Crooked Joe has been a dream president for radical Islamic terrorists. He's been a dream. He's been a dream, an absolute dream. Look what they've built. Look at the power they have. They send thousands and thousands of missiles every night. Where the hell do they get thousands of missiles? Each one is expensive as hell. No, but think of it. They allowed this to happen. Everything Biden has said for many years has been wrong. He's been so bad on foreign policies. His secretaries of states in the various administrations have said he's a disaster. He has terrible instincts, whether regarding the horrible Afghanistan disaster, Ukraine, our completely open southern border. Who would want to have an open border? Or now the attack on Israel. He's been a disaster, but these things never would have happened during the Trump administration. Our once great country is in a giant mess. And you just have to take a look at Europe to see what happens if we don't win. Europe is not exactly doing great, because when we do badly, they do badly. We are, in theory, the leader of the world, and we're leading so badly, and they don't care, and they don't respect us anymore. They respected me when France wanted to put taxes on our businesses. I said, you can't do it. And you know the story. I said, you can't do it. There's no taxes on our businesses. Why are you doing that? He said, Macron, nice guy. Look, he's for France. I'm for us. I'm for us. You know how you spell us, right? You spell us, U.S. I just picked that up. Has anyone ever thought of that? I just picked that up. A couple of days I'm reading, and it said us. And I said, if you think about it, us equals U.S. Isn't that? Now, if we say something genius, they'll never say it. We get 25, 30, 40, 50, 80,000, 100,000 people to speeches. They've never said Trump's a great speaker. Never said. I've never heard it. I said to my people, do you think they'll ever acknowledge I must be doing okay? Except I'm a very handsome person, so I guess a lot of you want to sit. They want to sit and look at me because I'm so, like a beauty pageant. No, it's amazing. The other day in Iowa, we had thousands and thousands. You couldn't get them into this big, big room. And Ron DeSanctimonious had like 22 people. And they said, they both spoke, it's incredible. But in Brussels this month, a radical Islamic terrorist migrant viciously shot and murdered 2 Swedish soccer fans and gravely wounded a 3rd person on the way to a sporting event. He did it for fun. He did it for fun. Didn't know him, did it for fun. In France, a school teacher and father of 3 was savagely butchered in a schoolyard. His throat was slit by an assassin shouting, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. And in London, Berlin, and Amsterdam, mobs of pro-Hamas terrorist sympathizers cheered in the streets for the torture and murder of children. They were cheering for the murder of children. And we have them in this country. I mean, I hate to say it. We have that crazy Talib. We have Talib. Is she crazy? She's crazy. But you have AOC plus 3. I call them AOC plus 3. You have AOC plus 3. And they've changed, and I will say this, they've changed the narrative to a large extent. When you see some of these rallies that are cheering against us and cheering against Israel, think of it, they're cheering like crazy for death to America, for death to Israel. And you wonder what happened to our country over the last 15 years. Very dangerous. This is the sickness and depravity that Joe Biden and his open borders maniacs want to bring to America, and we will not let them do it. We're going to close it up, and we're not going to let them. And if you want to come into the country, you can, but you have to come in legally. You have to come in legally. A vote for Crooked Joe is a vote to turn the United States into a hotbed of jihadists and make our cities into dumping grounds, very much resembling the Gaza Strip. Have you been to the Gaza Strip? A vote for President Trump is a vote to secure the border, and it's a vote to keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. On day 1, I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. Remember when they said, oh, that's so vicious, but it kept us safe. And it passed in the Supreme Court of the United States. They sued me in every different court. You wouldn't believe it. But on entry from terror-plagued countries and halt all of the refugee settlements to the United States. They want to come in. They want to bring the same people that are shooting rockets at Israel. They want to come into the United States. I don't think a lot of good things are going to happen. And I will implement strong ideological screening of all immigrants. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you don't like our religion, which a lot of them don't, if you sympathize with jihadists, then we don't want you in our country, and you are not getting in, right? We don't want you. Get out of here. You're fired. Unbelievably, Ron DeSanctimonious, his campaign, which is dying like a falling bird from the sky. Did you ever see a campaign that was so bad as this one? Well, you need some personality, you know. You can be a politician, but you got to have a little personality to go along with it. He's dying. I also got him elected, and he forgot about it, you know. That guy was so dead. I said, Ron, George Washington coming back from the dead couldn't save you. He said, sir, you're very popular in Florida. If you go and endorse me, I'll win. I said, I don't know. Maybe Lincoln, Washington together could help, but I don't think so anyway. But I gave it a shot, because I knew him just a little bit. I didn't even know him well, but he was one of the 150 congressmen that would be on television always fighting against impeachment hoax number 1 and impeachment hoax number 2 and other various and sundry other, hoaxes and scams and shams, scams and shams. And so he would spend, so I said, all right, look, let's give it a shot. And he went like a rocket ship. And the guy was winning by 40 points or something. He was the Secretary of Agriculture, a nice guy. But I didn't know him, so I didn't feel guilty. I didn't know him. I knew Ron a little bit. So I endorsed Ron, and he went through the roof, and he won. He ended up winning the primary in a landslide. Then he couldn't beat the crackhead that he was running against. And he was getting very bad poll numbers. I said, let's do a couple of rallies, because they like me in Florida, and I like the people of Florida. And we did some rallies, and they were massive rallies. And I said, you're going to win. I don't think so, sir. Because the guy that he was running against, you know who I'm talking about, he was him and Stacey Abrams. the biggest female in the party, the biggest male in the party, biggest meaning politically. Okay, biggest male in the party. He was going to be president. They said, he'll be president someday. You know, he's a good-looking guy. But he didn't do too well, and Ron just beat him, but he only beat him because of the rallies I gave. And then 4 years later, they say, will you run against President Trump? He said, I have no comment. He said, no comment? That means he's running, right? When no comment. This guy has no comment. You know what? That means he's a bad seed. That means he's not loyal. There's no loyalty. I did a lot for Florida because of Florida more than him, but I did a lot for Florida. I gave them tremendous money when they have the hurricanes. I always made sure it was there right away and all the different things. I love Florida. I do it for you, too. I do it for everybody. But when you get somebody in office, that wasn't like I helped him. That was like he was dead. He was at 3% or something. He failed. And the only thing he was successful on is getting me to endorse him. When I endorsed him, he went through the roof. But 4 years later, he totally forgot. So he's a bad seed. So I hit him rather hard. And now he is, as I say, like a wounded and very badly hurt birdie, falling to the ground. And the campaign rapidly opposed my call for tough ideological screening on all foreign nationals. He was totally against it. 2 days later, Ron DeSantis flip-flopped and plagiarized my entire plan, just like Bird Brain, the flip-flopped. You know, who's Bird Brain? Does anybody know who Bird Brain is? Yes, everybody. That name is sort of stuck. Someday I'll tell you why. She said, I will never vote against President Trump. I will never run against President. Remember? Leaving the White House. He's one of the greatest presidents in our history. I would never run against him. 15 seconds later, I'll be announcing my run for president. Where do these people come from? And she's not doing well, and he's not doing well. Frankly, nobody's doing well except us. We're the only ones doing well. But she flip-flopped. Last week, you saw that disaster after proposing to flood America with refugees from Gaza. Oh, that sounds like a wonderful idea, doesn't it? So DeSantis and Bird Brain are too weak and too timid, and politically, we need people that are going to defend our country. Our country is in trouble. We need people that are going to defend our country. And I'm the only candidate who says it with relish. I say it with pride. We will put all of us together, but I will be the leader on this, put America first. We're going to put America first. Very simple. Biden puts America last. Under Biden, 270,000 illegal aliens were detected charging across our border. It's like an invasion. In September alone, it's a record. Nobody's ever seen it. 270,000. It's larger than most cities. Millions have infiltrated since he took office. I believe the real number is 15 million people. You hear 3, 4, 5 sometimes. I believe the number is 15 million. Many are terrorists. Many of them are terrorists. Other countries are emptying out their prisons, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They say, please, sir, please don't use the name insane asylum. That's Silence of the Lambs stuff, Hannibal Lecter was from an insane asylum. They said, sir, that's very tough. Of course, it's true, right? Yes, it's true, but it's a very tough. I said, then I'll say it if it's true. They're emptying out their mental institutions, insane asylums, their prisons, and their jails. And you have many, many thousands of terrorists pouring into our country. And I'll tell you, does anybody want to hear the snake? Because, we have it. And people, they always want to hear the snake. But I love it. I think it's so emblematic of what we're going through. Because we're allowing people in our country that are going to do great harm to us someday. And we're going to get them the hell out. We're going to have the largest deportation effort you've ever seen. But I'll do it because I heard somebody just scream, could we have the snake, sir? Said, have you heard it before? Yes, maybe 10 times. But a lot of, who hasn't heard the snake? Okay, good. It's like 25% of the room. So what it is it represents people coming into our country, the wrong people. Many of the people coming in, I would say a majority, because these countries, I know the presidents, the prime ministers, I know the dictators, I know they're all very street smart people. They're not sending their good people. They're sending others. but they are emptying out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions, and they're coming into our country. We're like a dumping ground, and nobody does anything about it. And we are going to be suffering for a long time, but we're going to get them the hell out of here. We have no choice, because no country can sustain this. Forgetting about just the crime danger, which is tremendous. You see what they're doing to the cities, what they're doing. They're ravaging the cities. And you know, these cities, some of these liberal guys, they're all liberal Democrats running the cities, and it's incredible. They're putting them in luxury hotels. They're putting them in the finest hotels in the world. And our veterans are sleeping out on the street, dying, okay? So this is very emblematic, and we'll go and just have a little fun with it. What's fun about something so bad? But we got to make the best of where we are. Because in November of next year, we have to win that election. We can't play games. And you're going to go to those polls, and you're going to make sure you don't see boxes pouring in and votes pouring in and people with wheelbarrows carrying votes all over the place. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Poor thing," she cried, "I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by her fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried, "but if I hadn't brought you in by now, you truly would have died." She stroked his pretty skin again and kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying, "Thank you, ma'am," the snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the vicious snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." Right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? We know what we're getting. The prisons, the mental institutions. When it happens, you're going to remember the snake. We don't get in, we're not going to have a country. Let me tell you, we're not going to have a country. So we have to get in. We have no choice. Upon my inauguration, it's our inauguration, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. It's no wonder the far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement by any means necessary. Do you ever see where they say, "We want to run against Trump"? These are disinformation, misinformation people. Very small difference, but I'll give them both. Disinformation, misinformation. Every poll has me leading Biden by a lot. Leading the Republicans by 60 points, but leading Biden by a lot. In fact, the Washington Post had me leading by 10 or 11 points, and they said, "We think this might be an outlier." They couldn't believe it. They spent a fortune on a poll, and it says Trump is leading, which they don't like to hear. I don't even know why. Why? What do we want? Low taxes, great schools, great security, great military, great this. Why wouldn't they want us, okay? Everything's the opposite. We want strong borders. Everything is the opposite, so you almost wonder why. I mean, unless they just want our country to be destroyed. But think of it, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Everybody should be for this. We want great education. Look at interest rates. Your interest rates now, you can't get any money. Anybody trying to buy a house? You're trying to buy a house, don't bother. Because you can't, the banks don't give you money. They don't have money, a lot of them. And the interest rate's over 8%. And I had it at 2.3% for a long time, too. Remember, I had a jawbone, the Federal Reserve. I had a jawbone, that guy. But crooked Joe Biden and the radical left have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading political opponent. Nothing like that's ever happened before. This is high-level election interference. They want to damage me so that when you go to the poll, well, I don't know. And it happens a little bit like these maniacs back there. Trump is facing indictment. This is a Biden indictment. This was done by the Biden White House. This is not an indictment. This is a Biden. I challenge the election. I challenge. And we're releasing proof more and more. I want this to go. I want that challenge to go because they don't have a chance of winning. Think of it. Think of it. We challenge the election. Every Democrat challenged the 2016 election. We challenge the election, and they indict you for that. Biden has boxes by the thousands that he wasn't president, so he wasn't covered by the Presidential Records Act. That's meant for this. I did nothing wrong at all. In fact, my boxes, it was secure. Everything was good. This guy, he sent them to Chinatown, to Penn, to Delaware, to all of them. He had somebody, the Corvette, in his garage, which was leaking with a garage door. You could cut those doors open with a scissor. They're the kind of door, you buy them for like $200 on television, right? That's the door security. And Biden had a son who happened to be in that house. He stayed in that house. But you know where they had they had a lot of them? In a place called Chinatown. A lot of boxes were in Chinatown, and now it turns out that they moved in and out of Chinatown. And, when you see what they do, it's just terrible. But it's, that's a two-way street. That's a dangerous thing they've unleashed, a really dangerous thing. I wonder if my father would be proud. I got indicted 4 times in the last 12 minutes. I heard we were getting 2 more, but I heard the DOJ called, no, don't do it, because we've gone up in the polls every time I got indicted. Because the people understand it. Don't do it! No more. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't indict that son of a bitch. Don't indict him anymore. This is killing us. We're going to indict him right into the White House. Don't do it. Stop it. Stop it. Enough. 4 is enough. The legendary Alphonse Capone. Did anybody ever hear? He would take a tough guy like these 2 guys up here. He'd slap them around. He'd shoot them if he didn't like them. If he gave them a dirty look, right? He'd shoot them right through the head. Alphonse Capone only got indicted once, right? I got indicted 4 times. And he didn't go to the Wharton School of Finance, right? I got indicted 4 times. But this is high-level election interference, and it's happening for a single reason, because I'm the only candidate they cannot run against. Look, the other candidates say, oh, well, we want to run because we can win. Every poll has DeSantis getting killed, Bird Brain getting killed. They're all getting killed. Every one of them is getting killed. And I'm leading by 10, 14, 12, 9, 4, 2, but I'm leading by a lot. So what they say is, we want to run against Trump. We're dying to run against Trump. Well, if they were dying to run, they wouldn't be indicting me 4 times. They wouldn't be working with the local DA and the local AGs. The beauty from this great AG from New York. She's a real beauty, that one. In the new Emerson poll. No, but when you want to run against somebody, you don't indict him. You say, oh, please, we want to run. Everything with them is a lie. It's all disinformation. In the new Emerson poll, we're leading the Republican primary field by 51 points. With Trump at 59, DeSanctimonious and Bird Brain now are tied at 8. So they're tied. And in the general, we're beating Crooked Joe by a tremendous amount, like 12 points. A friend of mine who's not that political said, I can't understand it. How come you're only leading by 12 against that guy? But they have unions, although I think the unions are going to be voting for me, frankly, because I think the unions have had it. But they have, traditionally, they've had the union vote. They have civil service. They have a big welfare vote. They have they start off with a very high base, very, very high base. That's good. Thank you very much, sir. That's very nice. He's a brave person. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you. But we're trouncing everybody, and the radical left Democrats, they rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it. Look what happened to our country. And Washington, D.C., our capital, Washington, D.C. has become a dirty, crime-ridden death trap that must be taken over and properly run with kid gloves and beautiful and stack it with money and clean it and fix it. I see marble that's got graffiti all over it, and what a horrible, dirty roads. I see roads that haven't been cleaned in 6 months. You'd see containers of McDonald's where the container is 6 months old. Cars have been riding on it. Water's been raining on it. And stuff has been laying on the ground. It's 2 inches thick. It's disgusting what's happened. It will be a part of my election. You know, it has been a part of my election platform. I used to run when I was like, would go out, see somebody, would go to a visit or would go to the airport or something. And every time I rode through, my eyes are watching the medians. Like, you got to fix that median. That median's been broken now for a month. You got to this, you got to that. Why is there rust all over the place? Why is there paper? They'd have people coming after me, and I'd say, you got to clean that. You got to paint that. You got to take the graffiti off of the Lincoln. I'll tell you what, you look at the Lincoln Memorial where I go up there and they had graffiti on it. I said, I want that thing cleaned immediately. Immediately. They want to rip down the Jefferson Memorial. But I would have very open eyes. You know, being in real estate, I always kept clean properties. I like clean, well-run. You know, tippy-top, we say. Tippy-top. We want them to be tippy-top. Well, our capital is the opposite of tippy-top. It's a shit house. Horrible. It's horrible. It's so horrible. You know, our parks are littered and dirty and disgusting. And many, many homeless are living there. We have to take care of our homeless. We have to get them out. This is the capital of, in theory, it should be the capital of the world. It's no longer the capital of the world, but it will be again. It will be again. We want it clean, we want it beautiful, and we want it safe. Last night, 2 people were shot, and that was a good night, okay? Every day, people are being shot, they're being killed, they're being badly hurt in good neighborhoods. In good neighborhoods. We're going to end that. You know, when they started ripping down monuments or trying to rip down monuments, I found an old statute and I signed it immediately and had a news conference, and it said, if you touch a monument, if you do anything to destroy or hurt a monument, even if you don't do it but you're trying to do it, you get 10 years in jail, effective immediately. And as soon as I did that, everything stopped. Everything stopped. I took over a mess. They even wanted to rip down a Lincoln statue. You know, Lincoln freed the slaves. Lincoln was a great man. He was a great president. George Washington, they don't like him either. In California, they have many schools that were named Washington High School. Many of those names have been removed. It's not even believable what's happening. But we will make the Capitol magnificent, more beautiful than it was. We're going to make it more beautiful than it was. I look at the sidewalks. The sidewalks are all cracked and dirty, and yet we spend hundreds of billions of dollars. We spend trillions of dollars giving that money to foreign countries, and we don't even know where it goes. You'll learn where it goes when you see these beautiful 400-foot yachts pulling up to the dock. Someday, how did he make so much money? Let's not talk about it. You'll see what's going to happen. But our sidewalks are broken. Our roads are disgusting. You have asphalt that hasn't been changed in 15 years, and it's in our big, beautiful streets with names on them. Pennsylvania Avenue. I did a hotel there, a great hotel. It was a big success. It was a great thing. I did it, and I sold it at the right time, obviously, because people aren't buying hotels there right now. People aren't visiting there right now. It's too dangerous. We have a capital that if you go there, you get shot. And we're not going to have that anymore. So we're taking over. And with this in mind, there's no way I can get a fair trial. You know, I'm supposed to be getting, because Donald Trump challenged the election. So let's put him in jail for the rest of his life, okay? Even though it was a crooked election. Do you ever know, they only go after the people that challenge the results of the election. They don't go after the people that cheated. Those people are free. Those people have no problem. If you want to challenge the result of an election, they hound you. Look what happened this weekend with 2 good people. They hound them and they scare them, but we don't get scared. We don't get scared. I'll tell you what, I don't mind being Nelson Mandela because I'm doing it for a reason. I'm doing it for a reason. Doing it for a reason. We got to save our country from these fascists, these lunatics that we're dealing with. They're horrible people, and they're destroying our country. I talk about threats from within and threats from outside. The threats from within, in my opinion, are far more dangerous than the threats of China and Russia, because if you're smart and you know how to deal, you can hold China and Russia and North Korea. Look at the relationship. North Korea, who's now acting up again, but I had a great relationship. You were not in any danger. If you have a smart person, if you have the right person as president, they are not threats. You can get them to do things. You can get them to spin on tops. But these sick people from inside our country, these fascists and these Marxists and these communists, remember I said, we will never have a nation that's socialistic, right? We will never be a socialistic nation, ever. I said it at the State of the Union, and everybody applauded, but I was wrong. It's one of the only things. Did you ever see where they say Trump was right about everything? I was wrong. We didn't stop at socialism. We went right to communism, Marxism, fascism. We never stopped. So I say that was wrong, because we're not socialistic. Right now, when they start playing with your elections and trying to arrest their political opponent, I mean, I can do that too. I can, if I win, which I hope we do, because we're not going to have a country, but if I win, I could then say, I don't know, this guy, this Democrat's doing great. I don't like the poll numbers. Attorney General, come down, arrest that guy, will you please? Give him a subpoena. Indict him. That's the end of him. This is the first time in history that somebody's been indicted and his poll numbers have gone up. When you get indicted, it's true. Because the people understand it's bullshit. It's bullshit. They understand it. No, they understand it. But if you're more of a normal politician, let's say you're a congressman, you're a senator, you're anything, you don't have a big voice. We all have a big voice, so I can explain what it is and you can make your own determination. And by the way, even the lawyers say these indictments are, it's ridiculous. But I could say to my attorney general, indict the guy that I'm running against because he's killing me in the polls. And generally speaking, that guy's gone. He's out of politics. I've seen it 100 times where a man gets indicted, he's a congressman or something, and he goes to the mic within 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to defend my honor, and I will be spending a lot of time with my family. I will be spending great amounts of time. I love my family and my wife so much. I will be spending great amounts, and I will fight for justice. And that's the end of him. You never hear from him again. You don't know what the hell even happened. Nobody ever checks. But with me, we took the opposite approach. We exposed them for being lunatics and being horrible people. But we can do, they've unleashed something, and it's a very bad thing. It's very dangerous what they do. Fannie Willis in Atlanta. People say, what was the crime? The DA, they say there's no crime in New York, which is, by the way, controlled by the DOJ. They took their top guy in the DOJ and put him into the DA's office. How the hell would you like my life? Would you like my life? Well, I have to go home. Darling, I'd like to explain something. First Lady, she sends her regards, by the way. Darling, I had a rough day at the office today, darling. I love you very much. I got indicted. And next week I'll be indicted again, and the following week again, and then again, and again, and again. I have to call up Ivanka. Ivanka, hi, honey, how you doing? Great, Dad. How's it going? Well, I got indicted at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Oh, that's not good. I said, no, it's not. How would you like this, though? Seriously, it's a terrible thing. And I try and take the light side of it, but it's a very bad thing for the country. It's very dangerous, very, very dangerous. And think of it, got indicted. Every one of them is just ridiculous. But think of it. Thank you. Because if I said it twice, I'd get in trouble. But think of it. Got indicted for stuff that they've been doing for years. Did you ever hear Maxine Waters and these people talk? The way they talk, we're going to this and we're going to that. I won't even say what she says. Because you know what they'll do? They'll say, I said it. They'll take the Maxine Waters off and they'll just have me say what she said. They'll say, he said that. But that's what they do because they're fake news. But did you ever hear some of these people talking about the viciousness? When you see them in a restaurant, you go in there and you know what you do to them, right? If I ever did that, problems. And then remember when Biden, I'd like to take him to the back of the barn. I dream of that. You know what I do with him? Oh, I dream of it. I'd hit him right in that fake nose. That fake nose. They'd have plastic lying all over the floor. But I don't want to say that. So when he says it, they say, oh, he said. Remember when he was doing that? I'd like to take him to the back of the barn. You know what you do with him? You just look at him and you go like this. But, so he can say that, and they say, oh, did you hear him? If I said it, they'd say I was violent. I was violent. There's two standards of justice. It's a very bad thing, but it's a very unsafe thing for our country, very bad thing for our country. And the fake Biden-inspired fraud case, as an example, against me, brought by the corrupt Attorney General of New York State, Letitia Peekaboo James. And New York State has become very sadly, look, I love New York, I love it so much, but it's become a crime-infested place. Crime-infested, filthy, dirty. The job they do is horrible. Where people and businesses are fleeing to other states in record numbers. It's her, and I have a highly partisan judge, a real political guy right out of the clubhouses. And he's been overturned many times by the appellate courts. And he defrauded me. They defrauded me. Because I have a house that's very valuable, and they try and make it like I'm increasing values. And honestly, it's a very conservative number, but they valued a house that's worth 100 times more than the number they use. Let's say 50 to 100. They valued it at $18 million, and people say it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 and maybe even that more. They defrauded me, and he called me a fraud before I even got to court. I said, how the hell can a guy do that? Called me a fraud before I got to court. So my assets are worth much more than listed on the 100% disclaimed financial. You know what a disclaimer is? You have a clause up front. It says, do not believe these statements. They were made by management. They may be high, they may be low, they may be this. But do your own due diligence, do your own research, do everything. Do not believe a word in them. So we have, number one, statements that are the financial statements are less than the actual values by a lot, by a tremendous amount. That's number one. They said it was just the opposite. She campaigned, I will get Donald Trump. She didn't know anything about me. I have the greatest assets, like the hotel. I have it listed for X dollars. I sold it for much more than I have it listed for. All my property. I built a great company, cash, very little debt, all this stuff. And I have this monster going around in court, and she's got a judge that wouldn't change. He wouldn't give it to the commercial division where it belonged, but it really belonged nowhere because it should have never been brought. This was a case that should have never been brought. There were no victims except me. You know, the banks say, like, what are we doing here? He paid off his loan. He never had a default. He was a great customer. They said, we don't care if he paid it off. We think he may have been overvalued, which is very subjective. But even if it's subjective, I don't even say that, it's much lower than the actual value. The banks were so thrilled. They don't even know what's going on. They said, he paid his loan. I never got sent a default notice. You know the way if you're late with a loan, you get a default notice. You have not paid. You have 10 days. I never got a default notice. I paid them off. And many of them I paid off way early. So we go to the appeals court. We won on the statute of limitations because they went back, back to the Stone Ages. And, when he was 12, no, they went back to the Stone Ages. They went way, way back. You have like a 5-year term. You have a 3-year term. Sometimes you have a 6-year term. But the appeals court gave me a total victory. And this radical left judge, he's a Trump-hating judge, hates Trump. He refuses to accept the appeal court's decision. So the case should be dropped immediately. It's amazing. So we have a judge that's out of control, and he's totally afraid of Peekaboo James. He's totally afraid of her. He's intimidated by her. And she convinced him that Mar-a-Lago, which is probably the most valuable home anywhere in the United States, probably by far, is worth 18 million instead of numbers that are 50 to 100 times greater than that. So it's a complete miscarriage of justice and election interference. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to damage your name and your reputation. But I can explain it to people. And when I explain it, people say, wow. But here's a case where they said I went in with statements that were inflated, which, by the way, every developer does, just so you understand that. I'm the only one that probably doesn't. But go in with statements, if you look at developers, and one of the banks said, no, we expect that. We always cut everything in half. But he didn't have to do that with us. They said we were very happy with him. He was a great customer. And I'm being sued for fraud. The only victim is me. And this was election interference. They want to damage your name and reputation so that instead of a room that's packed with thousands of people outside trying to get in, you have 1/3 of the room here. Or you have, like DeSantis, you have 25 people here. And they can't get out fast enough. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists, which is what they are, every time they indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I really do. I really do. Because I'm being indicted for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Front row Joe, would you like to accept a couple of indictments? He says, no, I don't want to be. No, that's true. But you have to be strong and you have to be very smart. These are bad people. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'm never going to let that happen. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. That's all it is. That's all it is. They never had anything like this. They never had anything like this. They still haven't recovered from 2016. So they cheated like maniacs in 2020, but they still haven't recovered from 2016. They have a thing called Trump derangement syndrome at a level that nobody's ever quite witnessed before. Together, we created the most secure border in U.S. history. We built nearly 500 miles of border wall, actually more than that. And when I said Mexico will pay for the wall, they largely did because they supplied us with 28,000 soldiers free of charge at our border. You know that, right? You remember I said they pay? Well, there's no way they can actually pay for it legally because they can't say, here's a check for a wall that we own. Just no way you can do that. But they paid much more than that because they gave us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And they did a very good job. But when I first asked them for that, I said, I'd like you to give us 28,000 soldiers. That's the amount we need to protect our border while we're building the border wall, which is mostly built. Actually, we finished the big section and everything that I said I was going to do. And then I was going to add 200 miles more because all of a sudden areas that weren't a problem become a problem. It's like water, right? And we're going to do another 200 miles. We had everything bought. And it was going to be erected over a period of 3 weeks. Could have been 3 weeks, another 200 miles. And they sold that stuff for like 5 cents on the dollar. Most expensive wall you can buy, the hardened steel, et cetera, et cetera. But it's just a shame. That's when I realized they wanted open borders. I said, nobody wants open borders. Nobody that loves our country, unless they're very stupid, and they can't be stupid because you can't cheat on elections that well and be stupid. So they're smart, but they are evil. They really are. They're evil. They've got some. They hate. They must hate our country. I ended the NAFTA disaster, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA. That's Mexico, Canada, the best trade deal ever made. Although actually, the deal I made with China, I think, was probably the best. $50 billion they have to buy every year, but then I don't even usually mention it because when we got COVID, the whole thing, once COVID came in from China, Wuhan, remember I said it came in from Wuhan. Everyone said, why would he say that? It came in from caves. First they said it came in from Italy, which was not nice. Then they said it came in from France. Then they said the American soldiers brought it in, right? And then they admitted it came in from China, but it came in from Wuhan. It came in from their lab. But I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten them to pay this country 10 cents. They never talked to China about that. I then gave the farmers and New England lobstermen $28 billion. You know, I gave your lobstermen $28 billion. And you know the ridiculous 500 square miles of the ocean that they wrote off? They said you can't go fishing there, you can't go for lobsters, you can't do anything on this piece of ocean that was fine. I said, what was the purpose? They had no idea. They couldn't even explain it to me. Probably, you know, they said environmental, but had nothing to do. The lobstermen from Maine and from your state, right? Is that right? Did I do it? And I ended it. And they went out, you know, instead of having to be in a boat for 2.5 days to get to an area where they're allowed to fish and grab the lobsters and all the things that they did, they couldn't afford to do it. It was a disaster. I ended it entirely. And then they came back. You guys know what I mean. Who's from Maine? Anybody from Maine? Am I right? Right? And I opened it up fully so they could fish and they could do what they have to do right, you know, offshore. And everybody was happy. And then he came back within 2 weeks. He signed it off again. He wrote it off. It's a horrible thing what they're doing. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military, created Space Force, defeated ISIS. I defeated ISIS. 3 weeks I defeated ISIS. And I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. Remember, Hillary said, he will start a war. No, my personality kept us out of war. She said, his personality will get us into World War III. No, my personality kept us out of World War III. Kept us out. When I told, as an example, going back, when I told Mexico, you got to pay for it, well, why do we have to pay? Because you're letting all these people pour into our country. You're going to have to pay. Well, we won't do that. Yes, you will. 100%. No, we won't. No. 100% you'll pay for it. And he thought I was like, what, is he crazy? I'm talking with the top person in Mexico, not the president, who I have a great relationship. I didn't actually want to have that conversation. I wanted to have it with somebody else because I really like the president. He's nice. But he had to do this. So I said, no, you'll pay. You'll pay 100% of it. He said, no, we won't. Yes, you will. And here's the story. If you don't pay it, we're going to sign a tariff. I have the papers right in front of me. On Monday morning, this was a Friday, on Monday morning, we're going to tax you 25% on every car that you sell into America, 25% on every product that you sell into the United States, and that's far more money than the cost of 28,000 soldiers. And he said, you wouldn't do that. I said, I'm ready to sign it right now. It'll start on Monday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. Everything that you sell into this country will be taxed or tariffed at 25%. He said, may I excuse myself from the room, sir? This is the guy that said, no way. I said, wait, before you excuse yourself, there's a couple of other things we want. We want stay in Mexico. We don't want anybody coming into our country. We want catch and release, but we're releasing them in Mexico, not into the United States. All these stupid things. I gave him a list. Sir, I'd like to come back to see you in a few minutes. You mind if I make a call? So obviously he went call the president. He came back and, sir, it would be our great honor to supply you with 28,000 soldiers. We got 28,000 soldiers. It took me 20 minutes. 20 minutes! Then they say, oh, Mexico didn't pay. Mexico paid a fortune for that wall. When they tell you Trump didn't get the money, remember I used to say Mexico will pay for it. Well, that's what I did. This is something they could do. And their soldiers were tough, too. They weren't as politically correct because our soldiers, they want to arrest them if they raise their voice. You know, they raise their voice. I'm sorry, sir, you're not allowed to come in. He's harassed me, and they want to arrest our soldiers. These people are crazy that we have running our country. But I negotiated peace deal after peace deal, and I brought our troops back home from Syria, from Iraq, from the fight with ISIS, from other countries. I got rid of ISIS because I got rid of the previous rules of engagement. They had rules of engagement. If they'd meet a nest of ISIS, like 25 people that are vicious killers, they'd have to call the White House to get approval to do what they had to do. And so I get in there, the first night I'm in there, I get a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, there's a colonel on from Iraq, and he'd like permission to wipe out a nest of very bad people. I said, does this happen often? Yeah, no, Obama wanted them to call because sometimes they wouldn't give permission, sometimes they would. But I said, let me ask you, Colonel, where did you go to school? Sir, I went to school at West Point. And you studied military and you're really good at it? Yes, sir, I'm good at it. I'm a warrior, sir. And then I speak to other people too, a captain, a lieutenant. You know, they were calling and I talked to them. I said, where'd you go? I went to West Point, sir. Or I went to Annapolis, sometimes along the shore. They had such incredible weapons. And I went to Annapolis, sir. I was first in my class. I said, wouldn't you be better off making a determination as to what we do with these people? Yes, sir. Anyway, I gave them the right to make their own determination, which is and within a period of 4 weeks, it was over. It was over. We also had somebody that, you've heard that story, but General Kane, Raising Kane. But let me just tell you, we have a great military. They're trying to turn them woke. It's not going to happen. But we have a great military, and it's really worked. But, you know, we had some bad leaders recently. We had leaders that are, I call them television generals. But we have great generals there. We have great admirals. We have great people. We have, you know, I rebuilt the entire military. We rebuilt a lot of the military. And sad that we had to give $85 billion of it, which is actually, believe it or not, a small chunk. But we had to give $85 billion to the Taliban. Do you know that the Taliban now is the second largest seller of military equipment in the world? They're selling the 700,000, because they don't need 700,000. They probably need 10,000 guns and rifles. 70,000 trucks. If anybody owns a beautiful used car lot in New Hampshire, if you have probably 200, it's a lot. That the inventory is too big, you're doing something wrong. 70,000 trucks and cars and vehicles, many of them armor-plated, many of them costing over $1 million each. We left it all behind because we're stupid. We left it all behind. And then we left Bagram because I was getting them out. I'm the one that got it down to 2,500 soldiers. But the one thing I was doing, we were keeping Bagram. It's one of the biggest Air Force bases in the world. Cost us billions and billions of dollars years ago. Billions and billions years ago. It's got runways that are 20,000 feet long, which is the biggest and the strongest. Could land anything on them. And I was going to keep that, not because of Afghanistan. I was keeping that because they're 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear missiles, right? And you know who has that Air Force base now? China. China! Together we saved America once before, but we will save America again. And again, we're going to make it better than it ever was. And here are just some of what we will do when we become the 47th president of the United States. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. Look, that's a war that would have never taken place. Putin would have never done it, would have never done it. It'll be done very quickly. The United States must also build a state-of-the-art missile defense shield. Look, we got to have a missile defense shield. We got all these maniacs in all these countries, not only countries, big countries where you can talk and, you know, they have a lot to lose also, but you have people getting nuclear missiles. I wanted to stop that. We had it stopped with Iran. We have to have a shield. I want to build a shield around our country. And these shields work. Frankly, if Israel didn't have a shield, you wouldn't have Israel today. You wouldn't have. They stop thousands of rockets a week. But we have to build a much more sophisticated shield, and it's going to be made right here in the USA, so it's not all bad. And a lot of it's going to be made in New Hampshire. A lot of it's made in New Hampshire. We're going to have a nice big shield. And for years, American taxpayers have bankrolled space-age missile defense system to protect foreign nations. We do these incredible things, and we give it to foreign nations. We have very little ammunition now. How about Biden? A couple of months ago, says, we have a problem. We have very little ammunition. Can you imagine? Let's assume that's true. It is true. But who would say that? You don't say that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have communist China, and we have Russia that hate us. I want to say right now we have very little ammunition. He actually said we have very little. Even if it's true, number one, we shouldn't have been in that position. But we have given so much ammunition to other countries, and particularly Ukraine. We don't have any ammunition. These people, well, it's like the guy I told you about. Well, you'll be making a lot of our ammunition. We had so much ammunition, we were blowing it into warehouses. We were taking warehouses all over the country, storing our ammunition. We had so much ammunition, and now we have very little, just like in the strategic reserves. We have very little gas. Under my leadership, we will once again protect our own people with our own missile defense system capable of blasting China, Russia, Iranian missiles out of the sky. And we will, in addition, have offensive weapons that will be second to none. We'll have the greatest weaponry. We have the best people. You know, Russia stole we call them the super dupers, right? They go super fast. They stole that during the Obama administration. They stole the plans. It was all very highly classified. They stole the plans and they built it. Americans deserve an Iron Dome, and that's what we're going to have. We're going to have an Iron Dome around our country. And we'll save a fortune because a lot of countries that we protect, number one, they can't stand us. Number two, they don't deserve protection. The money we waste is incredible. I will end Joe Biden's inflation disaster, and we will quickly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. Very quickly. It's going to go fast. Get ready. And unlike the sanctimonious who voted to gut Medicare and Social Security and voted 3 times to raise the retirement age to 70, I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. We're not going to be raising ages like you. We have so many other things we can do, like, as an example, utilize what's under our feet, liquid gold. We're going to make so much money with our liquid gold. We were all set, and we were starting to do it. We were energy independent. Within 6 months, we were going to be energy dominant all over the world. And this guy stopped it. On day one, I will repeal Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate. Everybody has to have an electric car. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-powered engines will be allowed, but child sexual mutilation will be banned. Can you imagine having to say that? Now, can you imagine having to say it? Can you imagine 15 years ago if you had a politician? Can you believe I'm a politician? I got to say I'm a politician, I guess. But can you imagine you had somebody up here running for office and you said, we're going to ban child sexual mutilation. Yes! People would say, is this guy crazy? Of course so. Or we're going to give parental rights back in our schools. Who would think they've taken it away? They're arresting parents. They're arresting parents. I will also sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports. Is that okay? Crazy. You ever see some of the records that are being broken? Records that were good for 18 years, and now they're being obliterated. Yeah, weightlifter. He says, do it. He wants. But can you imagine weightlifting records being broken by 150 pounds? They'd put an ounce on each side, 1 ounce. They'd put another ounce on the other side. They'd try. They couldn't do it. A guy comes along. Have you lifted before? No, not really. Bing. It's terrible. The swimming. Look at the swimming records, right? The swimming records are being shattered. And you know, it's very demeaning to women what's taking place here, right? And people are afraid to talk about it. Even like the swimmers on the swimming team I was watching, I'd rather not. They're afraid to talk about it. This is like fascism. This is crazy. They're afraid to talk about it. But we'll get rid of men in women's sports. That's not happening. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold our Second Amendment. And we will restore free speech in America. Free speech. And along with our borders, probably the most important thing of all, we will secure our elections. Because if you don't have borders, and if you don't have fair elections, this country will not survive. No country can. Our goal will be one day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. But until then, Republicans, you have to get out. in November. We have to do it twice a year. In January, we're going to do that. We're going to win the primary big. But we have to get out in November. We can't let them cheat. The only way they beat us is going to be if they cheat. They can't beat us otherwise. They don't have the votes. And we don't want to see those votes get manipulated. We don't want to get... The biggest problem, you know, they're all saying about don't vote on Tuesday, vote early. No. The biggest problem is they make fake ballots, okay? That's the biggest problem. And a lot of Republicans are very naive when they don't say that. They say, oh, vote early, we want to build... No. The big problem we have to do, we got to stop fake ballots from being made. And if we don't do that, this country's in damn big trouble. This is what we must do in conclusion to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Israel is under attack. Our economy is cratering. You know it very well up here. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea have formed together as a menacing and very destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be the greatest defeat of our nation in over 200 years if we lose our currency. And that's happening the way it's going right now with all this money that's being printed and horribly just handed to everybody. For Green New Deal, Green New Deal is going to put you out of business. Just ask Germany, ask other countries that have gone a little bit that way. They're all building coal plants now because they were dying. They were going to die. It won't happen with me, not even a chance. Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine and China would not be even having a thought about raiding Taiwan. They were never talking about it. Russia was never talking about it. You know, people say, well, how do we know? Because for 4 years it wasn't happening, and it never would have happened with Putin, or it wouldn't have happened. President Xi would have never done it. Kim Jong-un of North Korea has tremendous nuclear capability. Everybody felt safe when I was president. I got along with him. You would have had a nuclear war if crooked Hillary was there. You would have had a nuclear war, the likes of which you've never seen. And by the way, he's getting very anxious again. He thinks Biden is a total, I won't tell you the word he used, but a very bad word. And you better be careful. And we would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength instead of the greatest embarrassment in our history. I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of the United States. And you notice the way the fake news never talks about it anymore. They don't want to talk about it. If you took the 10 worst presidents, I used to say 5, remember? All right? Front row Joe remembers it was always 5, right? I've made it 10. Do you agree? I think I could probably make it 20. I think I could make it 20. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. I mean that. Look at what he's done with inflation, with the economy, with Israel, with everything, with Ukraine. We're a failing nation. Remember what Viktor Orban said, bring Trump back, everything will be good. And he's the toughest, possibly, I don't want to insult the others, but let's say he's the smartest or right there. He said, bring Trump back. Forget about this guy. Bring Trump back and you'll have peace. And he was talking about the world. He said the whole world is exploding. You look at what's going on. The whole world is exploding. We're a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we can't let that happen. If you want to save America from crooked Joe Biden, then get every patriot you know and get them out to deliver a massive victory in the New Hampshire primary first. First we do that. And you wouldn't be first, as I said before. I got to drum it, because sometimes a few of the people here, I know a couple of them, especially some of the media, I want to drum it. They'll never write it anyway. But you would not be first if it wasn't for me. But we want you to join our campaign, work with Steve and Corey and everybody. Join our campaign by visiting nh.donaldjtrump.com or text Trump to 88022. Okay? 88022. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers, those horrible warmongers from our government. Those stupid, stupid people. They love seeing people die. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. They really hate our country. We will rout the fake news media right back there. We're going to rout them because they've got to learn. You know, they're doing very poorly. They're all going out of business because nobody trusts them. Nobody believes it anymore. I believe it. If they could help us straighten out this country so fast, if we had an honest press, which we don't, if we had an honest press, they are truly the enemy of the people. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House, and we will finish the job once and for all. We're going to make our country greater than ever before. We have a big, big advantage over everybody because we have what's under our feet. You know what I mean? The liquid gold. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. Will be forgotten no longer. You haven't been forgotten. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will very simply make America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire. God bless you all. It's been a great honor to be with you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
An excellent speech. President Trump showing great energy, great strength, great humor. A great time here in Derry, New Hampshire. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Christina Bob. What do you think?
I thought he was in a great mood tonight. You know, depending on his mood, sometimes the speech is really riled up and energetic and exciting, and then sometimes it takes a more somber tone depending on, you know, what he's feeling at the moment. And I thought, I'm pretty confident, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty confident most of that was unscripted. I got the sense that he went well off of the script in a good way. I mean, all fun and exciting. The crowd sure loved it. But I thought it was a great speech, a great event, a lot of great energy, and it showed that he really is in a good mood tonight.
Definitely is, and spoke for well more than an hour and a half. This New Hampshire crowd echoes the sentiment of people across this nation, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think people are fed up with what they're seeing in our government. I think they're fed up with the Biden administration. I mean, parental rights are at stake. Gender and men and women's sports are at stake. Safety is an issue. Of course, border and our constitutional rights are an issue. So there's a lot of very serious issues taking place right now, and people want someone who they believe will actually fight for them.
And before you guys go, we're actually going to be sending our coverage to Brian Glenn live in the motorcade on the way to the airport to see Trump Force One go. So don't turn off your phone yet or your TV. Continue to watch. Thank you so much for tuning in, though. This has been quite an event here in Derry, New Hampshire. Coming up soon, I mean, there's Iowa, Florida. I believe you're going to Iowa as well. I mean, the crowd here, though, it was so passionate. It really does echo that sentiment of the people across this country. You know, President Trump sharing so many things, Agenda 47, and also a lot of humor, as you mentioned. Some of the national polls right now show him with a lead, not only in the GOP primary, but also head-to-head against Joe Biden. So obviously, great to see that here. And Christina, you know, one thing that obviously you're doing that's really awesome is fighting for the election integrity and free and fair elections.
Yes, that is my top priority at the moment, making sure that our elections are clean and secure. We're making a lot of progress. I was out in Arizona last week, and I'm excited to see some of the progress that they're making out there. We need more. And I would ask everybody who's watching, please get involved in securing your local election. This is a bottom-up movement. It has to come from the grassroots level, from the precinct level. So if you're not already involved, please get involved in an organization in your area. You can go to causeofamerica.org, and they will put you in touch with somebody in your area that's working on these issues, because we need poll workers, observers, challengers, judges. We need everybody. We need as many volunteers or employees with the county as we can get. So please do that. Also, if you want to check out my book to learn more, Stealing Your Vote, the inside story of the 2020 election, what it means for 2024. It will show you what happened in 2020 and how we can prevent it from happening again in 2024. You can get it on Amazon or wherever books are sold.
So once again, we'll have a split screen hopefully soon to see that motorcade once everything gets rocking and rolling there. And so it's not a very far trip to the Manchester airport, only about 10 to 15 minutes for the president in the motorcade with Brian Glenn as well. And it'll be a great shot to see Trump Force One take off. A gorgeous day here in New Hampshire. A little bit cool, but still blue skies.
Yeah, it is a great day out here. It was a little chilly. I was excited to wear my sweater today because I live in South Florida and I don't get to wear sweaters very often. So I was happy to have sweater weather. So it's a beautiful day. And I just want to say thank you to the Trump team. And I'm fortunate enough to get to work with many of these great people. But Justin, Danny, Joey, all of you guys that helped put this together. You did a fantastic job. I feel like, I don't know how it's possible, but I feel like every event gets better and better. And it's just really, really great. You guys knocked it out of the park, and you do it multiple times a week, every single week. So thank you for your hard work. You guys are troopers. You're the best in the business, and I'm proud and grateful to get to work with you. We will be in Sioux City next week, right? You'll be there?
We'll see.
Oh, okay. You don't know. I thought we were both going. And then I think, unsure yet, but I think I might be in Miami on the 8th.
Yeah. So a lot of great coverage coming up. Thank you again for watching right here on Right Side Broadcasting. I'm taking a look on Rumble actually right now, and I can see that split screen with the motorcade. So it's awesome to see this undertaking. It's so much work, but it's done flawlessly. I mean, the amount of people that show up at these events and the amount of even crowd control in the sense of just making sure everybody's safe and in the right spots. And then, of course, President Trump with his soundtrack that, by the way, you're the one that told me back in the day. It was in Robstown, Texas last year. And you said, did you know that President Trump plays, Phantom of the Opera or Elton John or this song here, Les Mis, at Mar-a-Lago sometimes? He likes all kinds of music.
Oh, this is his playlist. Like, you go to Mar-a-Lago, you go to Bedminster, this is the playlist. You'll hear, of course, there's more stuff too. But if he's having dinner, or if he's out on the patio, or whatever music, this is Donald Trump's playlist. He likes the classics. So yeah, it's fun. This is him. I mean, this is just him being him. He does it here. It's the same at Mar-a-Lago. It's the same at Bedminster. This is just Donald Trump.
That's always good. And also the RSBN newsletter. All you got to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You'll get exclusive offers, exclusive coverage, and that email right into your inbox, seeing what the truth is of what's going on in this nation and even globally. I mean, there's so many topics that President Trump talks about, but also some great ideas and great headlines that come out of RSBN that President Trump will also post on Truth Social. And we know he's a guy that likes the truth. He's on the side of the truth. And so for him to post these kind of articles from Right Side Broadcasting Network in a time where the left-leaning media has always spun it or lied or tried to control the narrative, we have somebody in Right Side Broadcasting Network and in President Trump and a few others, of course, out there, conservative outlets and podcasts, correcting the narrative on what the truth is. It's simple. We love our Constitution. We love our freedoms in this land. So there you go. That's what we want here in this country.
Yeah, and the crowd cheered quite loudly when he was listing off the things he would protect. When he said he was protecting women's sports, protecting the Second Amendment, protecting parental rights, protecting truth and education. whatever he was mentioning, the rights that he was going to protect, the crowd went crazy. Many times they jumped up to their feet and were cheering. And yeah, you're exactly right. I think that's what we're doing. Oh, I see the motorcade here. All right, he's on his way to the airport, and Brian Glenn is with him.
That's right. And also, he wasn't afraid to talk about the war in Israel in the sense of the radical Muslims that are part of Hamas that took out this act against the Israeli people. So, I'm not saying that every Muslim is an extremist. Of course, it's not the truth. But the ones that do take that and carry these atrocities out, that's what we're hoping to get rid of course, and hopefully maybe some conversion to maybe a better faith than something like that. But at the end of the day, President Trump on his way again to that airport, he's going to have a number of rallies and events. Remarks are actually in Iowa, then a rally then in Florida, which is going to be awesome. That's his first rally in a minute. Yeah. And boy, oh boy, the people of Florida, especially down in the Miami area.
Well, it's the same night as the GOP debate in Miami, so I think it's pretty bold, very Trump, but it's pretty bold to say, oh, you're gonna hold a debate in Miami? Okay, I'll hold a rally in Miami, and we'll see how that goes. And I think I just have a hunch he's probably going to outperform the GOP.
100%. I mean, last time he held an event in Miami was late 2022. There was a huge storm that came through that area. It was Vanessa Broussard and I. Were you there at that one, or you just watched it?
No, I was not there, but I watched it, and yeah, it was you and Vanessa. But the pictures that came out of that, they still use them. They're phenomenal because it's pouring down rain, and he's standing there. I'm sure you guys are drenched. Yeah. And he's just standing there, and you can see the rain hitting him. It was just so inspiring. It was so inspiring. It was so good. So, and that's true Miami. I mean, it'll be torrential downpour for a hot minute, and then it's like sunny blue skies.
100%. And that was quite the storm that came through. And I remember President Trump saying, "This is one of the best rallies." And the place was chanting USA. It was such an awesome time. If you actually want to see a really cool clip, shameless plug, but at Matthew Alvarez Truth Social, I actually put a Throwback Thursday on just recently. So if you just scroll down a little bit, you could take a look at that video. But that's what's awesome about him. I mean, it's entertaining. It's uplifting, It's uplifting, and it's a place where you can be proud of your country and say that you love America and chant USA and be proud of who we are collectively as a nation without getting ridiculed or shamed or called, homophobic or xenophobic or whatever phobia they want to throw at you just because you love this country. So the rallies are a lot of fun. These small events are really great as well. But if you're going to be in the Miami area in the beginning of November, please come out and join us. It's going to be a really good time. If you haven't been to a Trump rally, make sure you keep an eye out for when and where they're going to be, because you will not want to miss it. Donald Trump will be back in the White House in 2025, and you don't want to say that you missed going to a Trump rally. They're really, really great. That's a great point, Christina. I mean, this literally is historic. Every time there's another event, another rally, and what's going on in the world and what's going on for freedom for this nation, when he speaks, it is a historic moment constantly.
Absolutely. And to be a part of it is just really, really fun and humbling, and it's a great experience. And so we want you guys all to come out and join us. Keep an eye on them when they're in your area. Make sure you participate. If you can't, thank you for watching online. Continue to do that. Get your Trump swag, your Trump shirts, and all that, because this is just a really incredible moment to be alive, and we get to be a part of healing this nation. And I just want to encourage everybody to get involved, to become a part of your local elections, work for your county office, become a volunteer with a grassroots organization, whatever you can do. But cleaning up 2024 is the most important thing we can do right now.
100%. And share the Rumble link. Follow RSBN on Rumble and download the app, and Truth Social, follow them on there, follow them on Telegram. But let's continue the movement in the sense of broadcasting the movement. I mean, we see all of the people here, and we see the standing room only, but we have to still broadcast it. Obviously, everybody that is watching right now, you're not here in New Hampshire, right? So we want to show you what's going on. We want to show you the speech, but we want to show you the crowd to show that we're right there with you. Well, I know that you resonate with what President Trump says. You resonate with what we're saying, because we're a patriot just like you are. And, you know, we love God, we love our country, and we love people. This is a movement of peace. This is a movement of peace through strength as well.
Yeah.
I know it sounds, you know, a certain way, kind of like, oh, that's kind of weak. It's not weak. Peace through strength.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I was just taking a look at the motorcade. They're still driving, just to give you guys an idea. I know we mentioned, but the airport is about 10-15 minutes away. And then you're going to get to see President Trump depart on Trump Force One again. Thankfully, Brian Glenn is allowed to accompany the motorcade so that you'll get to actually see his departure from the Manchester airport and Manchester-Boston airport. And they should be there momentarily, and you'll get to see another close-up of Trump Force One as President Trump departs and probably heads back to Florida, but I don't actually know where he's going.
Yeah, exactly. So I saw Trump Force One in Iowa for the first time. It was kind of a cloudy day, and I was driving towards the airport to go pick up Brian and the photographer there, and I didn't know if I was going to make it in time. Well, right when I got to the red light at the airport, his plane just flies right to left, and I was like, you know, it's just special, right?
It is really special, and it's fun for me too because he parks it at the Palm Beach airport, which is now my home airport, and so every once in a while it's out there when I fly back in, you know, from wherever I'm traveling all around separately from him. And it's fun every once in a while, even when he's not there, just to see it and be like, oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, and also, I mean, think about it like a sunset. You just see the Trump plane out there. That's awesome. You know, speaking of you traveling, you said you were in Arizona. What were you in Arizona for? What were you talking about there?
Yeah, so I went out there to attend the Arizona Federation of Republican Women, and I attended I think it was their annual convention, and I spoke on election integrity and some of the efforts that have been taking place in Arizona. And of course, the ladies there were all already very involved and were able to update me and educate me on some of the more recent activities that they've been doing on cleaning up their elections. And I was really, really encouraged to hear the progress that they've made and hear what they've done. And if anyone in Arizona is watching, I would strongly encourage you to reach out to the Arizona Federation of Republican Women, become a part of it. I actually asked them if I could join. I used to live in Arizona. I don't live there anymore. But I had so much fun. It was such a great group of ladies. I was like, I want to be part of this group. So I may end up joining in Florida. I know the president here from the New Hampshire chapter spoke today. So if you're in New Hampshire, wherever you're at, if you're a female, if you're a woman and you would like to be a part of some political organization, you're not sure, check out your local chapter of the Federation of Republican Women, because at least the experiences that I've had have been really, really good. And I want to be involved with them more.
And a number of sponsors. We also want to thank you guys so much for sponsoring these broadcasts: Birch Gold, Concealed Books, and also the American Tax Group. Also, MyPillow. Always MyPillow. RSBN for that promo code right there. If you want to follow us, it's at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social and at Christina Bob on Truth Social. I don't usually plug the other ones, Instagram and all that. I'm not on Insta.
I'm not really on many of them. I'm a bad social media person, but I am on Twitter and Instagram at Christina_Bob. I posted a couple things on Instagram today, some of the lines and pictures and stuff, but I am not a good social media.
It's all good. It's all right. I'm only on Truth Social. So, but with X, I mean, right now it seems like Elon Musk is saying things like we're sleepwalking or slow walking into World War III. I mean, the powder keg of what it is out there in the Middle East right now is really tough, as everybody knows. So what's the solution to that tension? It's someone that has the strength to have leadership and to have peace through strength. And that's what President Trump, said several times here in this speech today.
Yeah, and I think also we need to get back to our moral compass, our moral center. I think a lot of the issues, we're facing a battle of good and evil right now, and I think part of our problem is a lot of people don't know the difference between good and evil, and they feel like you can define it for yourself. Unfortunately, there are objective forces of good and evil that we don't have the luxury of defining, and I think once we reestablish the fact that we are a godly nation and we focus on goodness and righteousness and focus on truth, I think it will fall into place. But as we've strayed from truth and integrity and moral goodness, for lack of a better word, people have a hard time distinguishing between the two, and I think that's why a lot of people are confused. And I think there's a lot of people who genuinely believe that fighting for Palestine is good, or fighting for the transgender cause is good. And by the transgender cause, I'm talking about the evil aspect of it, where they're mutilating children and where they're doing real serious damage within families and within kids physically. You can interpret that many different ways, but I think people are struggling to know the difference because we've moved away from teaching it as a nation.
Yeah, the moral fabric of the country is getting torn to shreds. The spirituality is going off the deep end in the sense of not being around as much. But we are still believing. We are still people of faith. And we know that God is going to work all things out for the good to those that love him. That's Romans 8:28. It's kind of cool to talk about Bible scriptures on TV, to be honest with you. I didn't get to do that during the mainstream media for about 20 years. But, we know that it's all going to work out. We believe that it will. But we also know we got to do our part as well to get that to be done.
We absolutely have to do our part. Get involved. I'll say it again. Get involved in your local elections. Causeofamerica.org will get you to an organization in your area. Help be part of the change.
For Christina, Bob, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for watching from Derry, New Hampshire. Let's send it over to Brian Glenn.
All right, guys, we are live here in the motorcade, making our way back to the airport here to Trump Force One. The motorcade is in front of us right now, so we're just moments away. We're going to step out, circle back around, get in position, and at that point, we'll wait for the president to step out of his vehicle, and then we will perhaps get a few remarks from the president as he just wrapped up about a 90-minute speech here in New Hampshire. So we'll let this play out as we pile out of this media van, and we'll make our way back to where we need to get in position. So just bear with us as we transition into place. The president wrapping up at about a 90-minute speech not only talked about the election, talked about the economy, talked about international foreign wars, talked about the needs of New Hampshire. Let's listen in. Transition back to the hangar where we'll close out the broadcast. We'll swing it around. What a beautiful, beautiful evening this has turned out to be here in New Hampshire. And like I said, Christina, Bob, Matthew Alvarez providing excellent coverage there on the ground there for the speech. I do want to thank our sponsors for today. You can check out the Birch Gold Group. We talked about the digital currency that was discussed even during the rally with President Trump. So we definitely want to thank our sponsor, Birch Gold. If you want more information on Birch Gold, simply text the words Trump to 989898. That is a Birch Gold Group. That's a shot of a lot of the Trump advisors, the team, security, staff members making their way back on Trump Force One. From what I understand, a lot of them are going to New York to face a lot of the civil cases that are going on right now as well. I also want to thank our friends over at concealedbooks.com. That is concealedbooks.com. This is a very creative way to keep your valuables hidden in a book safe. And right now, go to concealedbooks.com, put the promo code, and you get a whopping 50% discount. Go check it out, concealedbooks.com. I've been watching these ads over the last hour or so with the broadcast, and I've certainly want to take advantage of that offer. Also, if you've got any tax issues right now, go check out our friends over at America First Tax Group. That is America First Tax Group. They can help you out with any issue that you have. Right now, America Tax Group is here to help you fight the Biden's IRS. It's not your fault. It's a result of the tax system that's crafted by politicians who are way out of touch with everyday Americans. So even if you can't afford to pay right now, you can still get assistance you need. Our team of experience will guide you through the maze of tax laws. Go check it out. AmericaFirstTaxGroup.com. And also, don't forget about our friend Mike Lindell over at MyPillow. It's amazing deals right now. Get a jump on the holiday season. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. That's mypillow.com/RSBN to receive some great discounts. Christmas is coming. He needs your help. Mike Lindell has done more for the America First movement than really any company or any person outside of President Trump. So please help our friend Mike Lindell. I talked to him about 3 weeks ago to confirm reports that he was, running out of money, and he is certainly not doing well in that category. So you can help him out by going and supporting his company, picking up some great American-made stuff as well. mypillow.com/RSBN for that amazing discount. Great shot of the plane right now, and obviously recapping a lot of what he talked about early on was not only New Hampshire being the first primary and how he's fought for New Hampshire. He's fought for that ability to have the first primary here. But he's fought for what is in the minds, in the wants, in the needs of people that live in this great state. He did talk about it tonight, but he's talked about the laws and the fishermen. He's really fought for New Hampshire in the fishing industry here, and to secure that, some of that stuff, some of the regulations remain, out of place and allow the fishermen to do their business. He also talked about Crooked Joe and the Biden administration and the weaponization that's been going on against the president in these cases up in New York. And really, this is what this is. And he says, look, if I wasn't running for president, I would know for a fact that they would be leaving me alone right now. But that is not the case, because they know he has the lead in the primary. He is the obviously the projected winner of the Republican primary. But even head-to-head against Joe Biden, President Trump has a commanding lead on that in just about every poll that is taken. So how do they stop their political opponent from regaining the White House? Well, you try to take them out with legal issues and to tie them up in courts. And unfortunately, that's what they're attempting to do. And President Trump is making his way, I believe, to New York to that as well. He talked about the trade imbalances that were going on in the world. He talked about how he dealt with Iran, how he dealt with Mexico and other countries. And he was, Iran had $70 billion in foreign exchange reserves. It's become a piggy bank, as he says, to terrorists. And he said by the time he left, they had nothing left. They were broke. And so what's happening now is Joe Biden has helped rebuilding the nation of Iran. And of course, you've got all the volatile situation going on right now in the Middle East. You've got Hezbollah to the north that is waiting, and it seems like Hamas is the JV team compared to what Hezbollah can do. Much more organized, much more funded by Iran. So when you look at what this country, what this world was like under the President Trump's policies, we were a safer world. We were a thriving economy. People were happy. People felt like they were obtaining the American dream, and business was good. Optimism was good. Consumer spending was good. Business was developing. And it seems like in as little as 2.5 years, all of that has reversed. Not because of President Donald J. Trump, but because of the policies from the Biden administration. As you get the full throttle here as Trump Force One pulls out. I want to also remind everybody to follow us on all social media platforms. Follow us on Truth Social. We just got a nice hit of that little jet coming off there, something else. Follow us on all the social media platforms there. You can follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV. As things over the next week or so will be across country. Programming note, the next time you see us will be in Las Vegas for Republican Jewish Coalition. Then we'll also be covering another event, some remarks from President Trump from Las Vegas. So tune in for that. Plus, we will be live in Sioux City, Iowa on Sunday. You can catch me live there reporting from that rally as well. That was interesting, getting a blast from Trump Force One. Maybe he's sending a message to New Hampshire. You know, hey, I'm out of here. I'll see you next time. But that was a moment. I do want to encourage everybody also to go to the website, sign up for the newsletter, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. Sign up for that, as is a one way to not only get the latest news coming out of not only the Trump campaign, but out of the Capitol Hill. You'll get some special offers as well. So I just encourage you to go to the website, rsbnetwork.com/newsletter, and sign up for that. Also, you can follow me tomorrow, because tonight Congress is having a kind of a closed-door secret meeting to come up with the nominee for the speaker race that will be introduced tomorrow on the House floor. Now, what they'll do is they'll take about the 8 or so names that are on the list for speaker, and what they'll do is they'll get those down. Ideally, want to get those names down to one and have that one consensus vote on the speaker. Now, will that happen tonight? I don't know. We'll have to find out exactly what comes out of this conference. I believe that starts at 6 p.m. tonight. I'll be tweeting about that as soon as I get some information on that. As you see behind me, he's about to take off here momentarily, and we'll kind of conclude our coverage from there. And then tomorrow, I believe the votes for speaker, if I'm not mistaken, is at 6 p, but I'll clarify that and get that pushed out on social media platforms for that. So make sure you follow us on that. It's important at this point that we get a speaker. There's so much that we need to do, a lot of hearings that we need to move on with. We had new things come out. Jamie Comer announced just a couple of days ago about the $200,000 check from Joe Biden's brother given to Joe Biden off of a business deal. So a lot of connections there, and of course all of the funding. I mean, of course we've got another deadline coming up in mid-November, so we're just killing time now before we have to come up with the conclusion for the budget and decide to avoid any type of future government shutdown. So we've got so much to cover right now, and so much. It's some really important times that we do come up and select a speaker that the conference can rally behind and move forward, because not only does fundraising come into all of this, and let's be really clear, the 8 that did this, don't think they're not fundraising. And if you've gotten a million emails from Matt Gaetz and everybody else, that's a part of what they do. Sadly, they benefit from this in a fundraising efforts. But you're going to start to see fundraising as far as going into candidates in 2024. There's a lot of districts that are purple that need some support. There needs some seats that need to be flipped that are flippable. So the fundraising becomes an important aspect of that. And of course, Kevin McCarthy was one of the best in fundraising that the Republicans have ever seen. So that aspect of what he does gets put aside. We'll see whoever replaces him takes on that role. I personally said from day one, Jim Jordan was not the person to fundraise. He is a great America First. He's great on oversight, and he is a wonderful on committees. But he would have struggled in that capacity. Not to say that from a leadership standpoint he could not do that, but it's a very difficult job, and it's a job that I guess Ken Buck said the other day that nobody would want, that even Mike Rowe with Dirty Jobs would want a job like that. But stay tuned. We'll keep you updated on the speaker race there. But other than that, beautiful evening here in New Hampshire. As you can say, the clouds starting to, you get a little pan that camera over there, clouds starting to dip down a little bit. Sun starting to set, just really throws off a beautiful color in the sky. And we've noticed the ride from the venue to airport was beautiful. So it's definitely a beautiful part of the country and a good time to be up here. I see Trump Force One has turned, trying to see a good time. I'm not sure if he's made that turn yet or not. Is he turning? I can see. Is he turning? Okay, he's starting to make that U-turn. So he's going to square up here in a second, and we're going to see Trump Force One take off. And also, programming note: just download our app. That's one of the best ways to keep in touch with what we do. Go to your Google, your iPhone store, absolutely free. Download our app. We've got over 1 million downloads on I believe on the Apple site. So go check it out. One great way to stay updated. You can also stream past broadcast, speeches, events, rallies, things like that. So go check it out. Download our app today. Also, go follow and subscribe on Locals. Locals has been kind of a nice little platform for us, kind of a subsidiary of Rumble. He's turning now, so he's going to turn back this way, get the engines fired up, and come roaring. But Locals has been a great outlet platform for us as well, so go check it out on Locals. You can also follow me on Truth Social at Brian, Brian. You can follow me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook as well at Brian Glenn TV. So we got you covered on the social media side, and definitely sign up for that newsletter. Okay, so he's going to square up here, and we're going to try to let this play out here as we're going to wrap up today's broadcast. And on this beautiful Monday, let's listen in. That's a great shot. Trump Force One headed out on this beautiful evening. And as always, I just want to encourage everybody to follow us on the social media platforms and make sure you share this broadcast. All right, from a beautiful New Hampshire evening. Until next time, everybody, goodbye and God bless. We'll see you.
My towels solved the problem that we've all had with towels. You go into the stores and they feel lotiony and soft, but then you get them home and they wind dry you. That's why I made my towels. They actually work, they're soft, and they absorb. And now I'm excited to announce 2 brand new lines of my towels. What makes them the best towels ever is they're now made with 100% long staple Shapir cotton. This is a combed ring spun cotton that makes my towels even softer and more absorbent than ever. And now you get a 6-piece set for an amazing introductory sale price as low as $29.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get my towels for only $29.98. Or you can get my designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% now on all my towels. They actually work. What a concept. This offer won't last long, so please order now.
MyPillow.com. What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. They've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Brightside Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well!